And you can type it in the chat.
Hello, hello.
Hello. We did it.
We did it. Hello, everyone.
Just drop a message in the chat if the audio sounds good. Love to hear your comments. We're watching them on the screen. Yes, we can hear you, Jennifer, Mark, excellent, Martin, Rocky.
Hello,
Great
everyone.
to see everyone in the chat. Lots of people in the chat. That's great. So we're gonna have an eye on that.
How excited I am for a second. I'm Lisa Jersey, and this is Robbie McHugh, and we are just so excited to be doing this. We have been, well, I've been saying we've been doing this preparing for this for 6 months, but I feel like it's been our whole lives we've been preparing for this. So welcome, welcome, welcome to the EMS Leadership Live Virtual Training, our very first live virtual training.
And I wish I had set up a camera behind here so you could see what we're looking at right now. So just imagine for yourself, it's an entire wall of all the participants, all your videos. So we'd love for you to turn that camera on so we could see your faces. We want to give you a front row seat to this. Love some of these cool backgrounds. Jared, you got a great background there. Martin, Michael. So we'll get into a little bit about our dashboard. Apparently nobody's found. We uploaded some backgrounds to the dashboard that you logged in on. So you can download some virtual backgrounds if you want to. We hope everyone, at least if you've, in the last week, you probably haven't gotten it if you registered, but who in here, raise your hands, has gotten one of these in the mail? I'm just curious. Martin?
You get one of these in the mail?
Just trying to find any.
Oh,
I see somebody, Kyle's got the little emoji paddle. Yeah, we had to throw a little, anatomical heart on there. Couldn't just have it be a regular heart. Anyone else? Just curious. All right, digital hands going up. There we go. All right. So we'll go over that in a minute. But folks, if you registered in the last week, your swag box is coming, and get some stuff in there, some surprises.
Yeah, so welcome everyone. We want to go over some logistics. Probably if you've been around for the last few years, you've dealt with Zoom, right? Who hasn't anymore? But this isn't your typical Zoom meeting. We've really created this so it's going to be very interactive. Like I said, we see all your faces. And so if you can put your camera on, we don't care about, if you've got in the shower yet or makeup on or any of that.
As long as you're not in the shower.
As long as you're not in the shower, exactly. But it makes a difference for us because, to have an audience. For those of you who have your camera on, thank you so much.
We're going to get a chance to do breakout sessions, and you're going to get to meet other folks. Sean, it says it's difficult to hear her. Okay. So, yeah, there we go.
How about now?
Make sure we got to watch these microphones. So.
Yeah, I'm on.
But
can you guys,
much better.
Is
there
that better?
Go.
Okay,
all right.
Great.
You just let us know in the chat. We'll keep an eye on that.
All right, good. So we're just going to go over a couple things. So we ask that you be as present as possible. That you put your phone on Do Not Disturb if you can. That you put a sign on the door if you can. Anything that will allow you to be fully present. We know it's hard. Some of you are at home, some of you are at work. Distractions are going to come up, but to the degree that you can, be present, it will make a difference in your experience of the training and how much you get out of it. And then, we're going to ask that you play as full out as you can. Obviously, when you're in a room with live people, you feed off the energy of everyone. And this is just a little bit different than that. So we're going to ask that, when there's an opportunity to participate, that you do that you take that chance and, put your digital hand up or wave at us, and we'll we'll call on you when we have time set aside for that. We also will be taking questions throughout the day, and there's going to be a lot, as Robbie just said, there's going to be a lot of chances to interact. We're going to have breakout sessions, so you'll do exercises together, and we have people from all over the United States. As far away from us as Alaska, and as close as, or in upstate New York, and we have some other folks who have come from just one town over from where we are right now.
And we've got friends in Canada. Who's here from Canada? Anyone joining in?
Yeah, we have people from Canada and also
Belize,
Singapore. And Belize.
So
who knew?
EMS systems around the world, right?
That's right. And after 3 years of doing the EMS Leadership Summit, we've connected with people all over the world. Last year, we had over 44 countries participating, people from 44 countries participating. So it's a great event, a great opportunity when you go to these breakout sessions to network with other people and really get a chance to learn from each other.
And we've also got the EMS Leadership Network. So in the invitation and the email, we've been sending a little link to join that group. It's our private community we've created just for EMS professionals around the world. So we've created a smaller group within that just for the EMS Leadership Live event. So we'd love for you to share in there any aha moments you have or any breakthroughs that you experience.
Yeah, if you have, if you want to share with everyone, or you can certainly use the chat, but try not to let the chat be a distraction. I know when I'm on a training, if that number keeps coming up and up, I feel compelled. I have to look at it, and it's fine. But of course, we don't want it to be distracting. But it's helpful to as a way for us to interact and keep the quality of audio, with everyone muted. That way we can do that. So go ahead.
So folks, again, hopefully most of you received your swag box here. We've got a little water bottle. Again, stay hydrated. We've got our little emoji paddles. Again, we got that webcam on. You can bring it right up to the camera. Let's see if it'll focus. It won't focus.
So if you love something, if you had a great idea, or if you're fired up and ready to go, we want to see that too.
A notebook. So this would be a great opportunity for you to just journal the event, right? Any moments you have. You don't have to take copious amounts of notes, because who's ever taken notes at a conference and never look back at them again? So we hope you'll just, any of the highlights, the high point experiences, or you hear something that's a writer downer, you can do that. We threw in a little bit of tea, some post-it notes we'll get to definitely on day 3, and a couple pens. So again, folks, if you registered in the last week, your swag box is on the way. For our folks internationally, Customs did call and have lots of questions about what's that sound in the box when we were the water bottle rattling. So we had to send some extra forms for Customs.
Also, I just want to say that we will be doing exercises, some self-reflective exercises throughout, so that journal will be helpful for that too. It'll all be kept in one place. And then the last thing that for me, and then I'll turn it over to you to kind of go over the dashboard, but this program has a cumulative effect. So it's really important that you come to all the sessions, but we understand that might not be able to happen for some people, but everything we do builds on the session before. And so if you can, make it your business over the next 3 days to really participate and be present as much as possible, that's how we can, practically guarantee that you'll get everything you want out of this training. If you come and go a lot, it's going to be more difficult. You'll still get a lot of value, because every single module has the potential to transform you and your organization. And I say that knowing that you're listening to that, and I want you to hold us to that. That's the way that we built this thing, as we didn't take your time lightly. So we're asking that you be here as much as you can, and know that we are going to provide the kind of experience that you want to be a part of.
And I see a note from Rob Smith. Rob, just direct message us in Zoom here. Send us a direct message and just let us know who those team members are that can't access it, an email address for them, and we'll make sure they can get access to it. So I'm going to go to this next slide. Amy, if we could bring up the side-by-side here.
We want to acknowledge Amy, our assistant. You'll hear her name quite
Amy
a bit.
Macro 2 or 1. Yep. And cut.
She is helping us with audio and the camera views.
Or just go to slide. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
And she's amazing. Thank you, Amy.
All right. So everybody here has gotten to the dashboard. If you're in here, right, you've been able to click through to the main stage. We'll be adding some buttons here as the event goes on. And if you scroll down on the dashboard, you'll see there's some information we posted last night about creating your pre-plan for the event. And also this just popped up this morning about laser coaching opportunities for day 2 in the towards the end of the session. So if you, for participants who feel, challenged with a situation you really want to overcome, tomorrow we're going to be talking a lot about developing other people, about coaching. One of Lisa's superpowers is coaching. And so if you want to coaching and you're willing to experience that laser coaching, that's an opportunity. Go on your dashboard, fill that out, and we'll be selecting some folks that want that experience. And it's great. It's not just for you to get coached. Everybody who watches that, if you've ever had this experience, you get something out of it, right? You start to see through their lens of, well, how does this apply to me? How does this apply to my organization?
Yeah, it looks like a few people are having some trouble logging in. So definitely give us their email address in the chat, and we will get to that as soon as possible.
And our VIPs, we do have a session on the agenda for tonight, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. So you can join in for our special Q&A session for all the VIPs who did register. And we have handouts here for day 1. It's just a 6-page PDF if you want to download it. And you can take notes if you don't have a printer in your notebook as well.
Yeah. And then the bonuses are there, and we'll get to those, what they are. You don't have to worry about those just now.
Backgrounds, a little tab on the backgrounds. So that's where you can go and download your Zoom background. And if you're curious about how to set your virtual background, like I see Jared did and Martin did, and we've got some others that have set a virtual background. That Jeannie have set a virtual background. We've got some virtual backgrounds you could download there if you wanted to pop it up. And points. So everything, there's a little gamification built into this event. So different things. We're not going to tell you what gets you points, but by interacting with the dashboard in the event, you're going to be accumulating points. And when you click on that points tab, you'll see a little leaderboard, and we've got some prizes at the we'll be giving out some books, some Chris Ceballero's book, Ultimate Coaching is a great book. We've got our book for folks in here. I'm curious how many people have this book already? Making Good the Order, the Best Part of Your Organization. Just curious if anyone in here, just give me a wave of the hand. All right, we got Kyle. Kyle's got the book. Great.
And then we also a copy of my book, Bringing Out the Best in Your Employees. So
that's fine, Amy, if you want to hit enable.
That is also one of the prizes. And then we have a grand prize for the final day, which is a, should we announce it now?
We'll wait.
All right, we'll announce that grand prize. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, so the points, so you go to the points and
it's a leaderboard. It'll just tell you who's on the leaderboard. Also, if I go back here, you'll be able to see add a photo. We'd like you to just take a photo, take a selfie, maybe get creative, turn around and get the rest of the gallery with you if you want to take a photo or interact with any of the items in the box that you did get, or frankly any fun photo. And you can add a photo there and click on image waterfall, and you can see other participants throughout the week. So it's a fun little way. We'll go through and approve those, and there might be points associated with that.
And if it's a pet, you might get extra points. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying if it's a pet picture, you might get extra points.
Depends who's giving all the points. I'm a cat person. You're a dog person. So
doesn't matter. We'll flip a coin.
Dogs
are gonna win. No, I'm kidding.
So we'll go back to camera 1.
All right.
I'll give you that. And I'm gonna step out here while I get some people.
So Robbie's going to handle the technical difficulties.
And I need to find
while I'm going to do the next piece. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And we appreciate you first of all being on time, ready to go, especially that part. but it means a lot to us that you're here. And the other thing I really want to say is that this is our inaugural event. You know, we've done a lot of live training over the years. We've had EMS Leadership Academy for more than 10 years. So we've done a lot of live training, and we've done the summits, which have all been pre-recorded. So this is our first live virtual. So we do ask for a little bit of grace as we figure out some of the technical stuff. We'll get that all ironed out. I'm sure by tomorrow we'll be, in better shape. So, all right. So let's go to the next piece. So I'm going to come back to the first slide. Can you, Amy, put up the slide that's up, slide 8?
Slide 5.
So, thank you. Has anyone besides me ever, really, really wanted some kind of change? Maybe it was personal, maybe it was for your organization, maybe it was in your, anywhere in your life you wanted change. And you were gung ho at the beginning, and then there was a point at which it kind of petered out.
I just woke up this morning. It was like so big.
I
know.
Don't worry about it. We got Josh, Renee, turn off.
I'm getting some nodding. Okay, I'm not the only one. Well,
I gotta do something.
I'd like you to consider the possibility that that has not actually. A lot of times we attribute that to a character flaw, like I'm not disciplined enough, or I'm not focused enough, or I'm a procrastinator. And we have a whole lot of reasons why, we committed to something and then we
Okay,
don't.
it's gonna be
And
warmer
then, we
today.
fall off the
I think I have my brush
radar.
in the car. So
We'd like you to consider that there's actually a
Let's
missing
get this
ingredient for lasting
Josh,
change
Renee, go turn
that
that light
most
off,
people
please.
don't know about. It's one of those things.
Don't
that,
sit in that
when I
chair.
share
My
with
glasses are in that
I've
chair.
been a coach for over 25 years. And for those of you doing the math, I started when I was 9. Just for the record. Anyway, I got a few chuckles. All right, they are listening. That's good. And let me know if I'm talking too loud. I tend to project my voice even when I have a mic on. I forget that I'm wearing a mic. So if I'm ever too loud, just let me know. So the missing ingredient for lasting change is that most of us don't understand, and it's again through no fault of our
Stand up.
own. It's just the way we've been conditioned. What is at the source of lasting change? And we tend to look for information, right? We're adding more knowledge, but consider that if knowledge were enough, we would all be rich and thin, because there's knowledge everywhere about how to be rich and how to be thin, right? You can Google that. You can Google anything and get the information. We live in the information age. So if it's not knowledge, what is it? What is it that is at the source of how change actually happens? Well, first I want to say that the difficulty with knowledge is all past-based. Everything we've learned is from the past. And so when we're in the present moment dealing with the situation, we're looking at the situation through a lens of the past. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later when we talk about communication. But it's really important to recognize that our knowledge, although very helpful, is coming from the past. And so it can actually limit what we are able to see in the moment and what we're able to do.
What?
And the next thing is a lot of times it's overwhelming to think about change, because it looks like, oh crap, I got more to do. Like, I don't have enough to do. Now I got to do these 5 steps to change. No, thank you. Right? So a lot of times it holds us back because change looks like we have to add stuff. And the thing about knowledge is there's a lot of short-term gain. But as I said, unless you have constant attention and discipline, which most of us don't have, it can fade away. This training, and why I'm going on and on about this, is because this training is not based in knowledge alone. There is some knowledge that we're going to share with you, but that is the least valuable thing we're going to share with you. What you're going to learn and what you're going to have the ability to do is participate
Okay, well,
in
I'm
what's
gonna
known
do
as
it like the
transformational
best I
education.
can.
It is completely different than the normal
But you may have to
traditional
take a bath because your hair is
informational education. And I want to just give you an example. Can you give me so I can do the
That's dirty. Throw it away.
newsprint?
No, it's not there.
Camera two
Then put it
newsprint?
on the table.
Why?
So I want you to
Using it.
pretend with me that this circle
I'm using
represents
it.
all possible knowledge, everything that's knowable. How much do you think human beings know? Anybody? Maybe a dot. But because I need to write in this, we're going
Bad
to pretend
headset.
that it's this much, this little piece of the pie. This is what you know. This is what we know. This is the knowledge that we have.
Difficult to see
Now,
the
the cool
board.
thing about this is we know it, right? So can you think of some things that you know? Well, you know how to save lives, that's for sure, right? You know your name, you know maybe addition and subtraction, we know maybe a multiplication. But we know certain things, we have knowledge. And the thing about knowledge is we attempt to use it. But there's a whole other area, we'll call it what you don't know, right? Now, I don't know how to do brain surgery. I don't know how to speak Latin, right? There's a lot of things that we don't know. And the game in life that we've all been conditioned is to go from take what you don't know and put it into that. But as I said, if that were enough, we'd all be rich and thin. So what do you call this whole area here? We're going to call that what you don't know, you don't know. Everything in here is what you don't know, you don't know. And it's true for all of us. You could call this your blind spots. These are where aha moments come from. You know, do you ever go in the shower or going for a run and all of a sudden there's like, oh, I see it. I see how it could be different. This is the area that this program is going to be working in. We're going to be focusing on what you don't know, you don't know. Can somebody give me an example of something they don't know, they don't know? No.
I think that's a trick question.
It's a trick question. You can't. It's not possible because it's a blind spot. But if this is where breakthroughs and transformation happen, wouldn't it be cool to figure out what's there? Like, what are you not seeing? What's in the way of effective recruitment and retention, engagement, bringing out the best in people? What's all that? Maybe it's not merely in here. Maybe we've reached the capacity of what we know and what we don't know, or what we know we don't know, because that's the other thing about this. We know we don't know it. Maybe we've reached the capacity here, and it's time to look here.
Okay.
And so we are going to be doing more subtracting.
I got 2 more
than
things to
adding
do,
them.
guys.
We're going to be taking things out of the way that may be in the way of you having the kind of insights and action that are going to make the biggest difference. This is not
Okay.
just
Great
put
job,
down, not to
everybody.
put down anything we know. And
So tomorrow's
okay,
project
I want you to be clear about that.
is my
Knowledge is
office.
important. I am grateful to every
So
one of you
listen.
for what you know about saving lives and EMS.
Listen,
I'm not putting any, what's the word? I'm not dismissing this. Okay.
listen.
It's just that when we're working with human beings,
Tomorrow's
when we're
project
out to
is
cause
my
the kind of change that we say this industry needs, we need something else.
We're almost done.
This
I
will
have a
only
whole
get us
bit
so
of stuff
far.
for you guys to put
This
away. You
is
guys
where we really are going to be
So,
focusing.
help me with that room.
And
Get that room done tomorrow. I've
the
got
cool
4
thing
kids.
is,
Got
this
plenty.
doesn't operate in memory in the same way. You know, if any of you have ever been to a training and then, you know, there were the 3 steps for effective communication or the 5 steps to, you know, if you've ever read a 5 steps to, you know, being more focused or any of that kind of stuff. You can go back to the slide, please, side by side. And then you try to, you know, in the moment, remember, what was step 2? I don't remember what step 2 was, right? And where are your notes? They're not right there, right? The thing that's cool about this area is because it operates in the area of what a different part of the brain, you have access to it automatically. So does everybody here know how to ride a bike? Anybody? Everybody know how to ride a bike? How useful is knowledge when you're trying to learn to ride a bike? Not very, right? We had a book out, look through. Hey, on page 2 it says put your foot on the pedals. Does that help you much? No. How do you learn to ride a bike? You know, you kind of have to figure it out, right? You're in the moment. You know, you fall, you get back on, you fall. I remember my poor father running alongside of me, trying to make it so I didn't fall. But it's the experience of it. That's where it comes from. And that aha moment, that comes from here. What you don't know, you don't know. And what do they say about riding a bike? Once you learn it, what's true about that? Nice kitty, Tracy. What do they say about that? Put it in the chat. Once you learn to ride a bike, what do they say about that? What's your experience? You never forget. Thank you. Mary Claire, Kyle, Jennifer. Yeah, you never forget. What if out of this program you saw something that you could now go apply, go live life differently as a leader, and you never had to, think about how to do that? No step by step. You just left this training being more of the leader that would create the kind of results you want to create. Wouldn't that be cool? Well, we think so too. So that's what we're up for. So I am gonna, can we put people in breakouts now, Robbie? Okay. So in a moment, we're gonna go into a breakout session. It's gonna be your first one, obviously, duh. Sorry. And I'm noticing everything I'm saying is being transcribed. It's gonna be bad if my swearing starts happening, and I apologize in advance. But I have to not look at the words because it will throw off my head. If we can do 3 to 4 people per group. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to go into a breakout room, and the conversation you're going to have is, hold on, I got to get to that page. We want to know what you most want to get out of this training. If you can go to just my view, camera 1. What do you most want to get out of this training? When you signed up, you read, what it was about. What was it that you most wanted to get out of it? And you're going to share that in your group. And another way of thinking about it is what would be worth your time and your energy this weekend? Because we really value that time. We're going to go 5 minutes. So it'll be 5 minutes, and it's going to be 3 people per group, about 3, 4. And the person with the shortest hair is going to be the timekeeper. And so everybody's going to have about 1.5 minutes, whatever the math is. You'll have a total of 5 minutes. And then the longest hair in the group is going to go first. Okay? So the shortest hair, you're the timekeeper, and the longest hair, you're going to go first. And everybody is going to just share what you most want to get out of this program. And when we come back, we're going to ask people to put it in the chat. And after this session is over, during one of the breaks, we'll transcribe that, and we'll get that up on the newsprint, so that we make sure, because we want that to be the lens through which we lead this training, to make sure that what you want to get out of it is that we're making sure that we talk about that and we address that. Okay? Say it again. Yeah, 2 minutes each, and make sure everyone shares, and we are ready. So you're gonna.
Alright. I gotta brush my teeth, grab my sweater, get my shoes on.
And it's living room slash playroom theme.
I've got kids running around, so you're not going to
Oh,
see
no.
my camera.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just making a sip, and I'm trying to get my kids situated too, so don't feel so bad.
I'm like, I've got it on mute. You don't want to see the mess in my house. It's,
No, okay. Right. Well, I don't know. My hair's the shortest, but I don't really care who goes first.
oh, I don't either. I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Emily. I'm from Central Utah, super rural.
Okay.
We are all volunteers, super rural EMS. So our main problem lately is retention. People don't want to volunteer anymore, and they don't want to give their time. So I guess I'm one of the shed supervisors here, and so I was kind of told a week ago you need to be in this. So I guess I haven't really read much into it, but I'm hoping to learn more about retention and how to keep people motivated just to keep up their training and wanting to keep up with volunteering and supporting the community.
Are you guys a volunteer service strictly, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I've done it for 12 years.
And then I'll go take
Oh, wow.
So
Yes, for the draw.
it's been quite the process, and we're growing really fast. I'm sure we won't be volunteer for much longer,
Mm.
but that's what we are right now.
Yeah, I'm from South, north central Kansas, and it's pretty much a rural area. We're full service or full-time service, but retention's kind of been one of our problems too. And I think there's just a lot of burnout, and everything like that. And I guess just keeping people engaged. Some things that I've kind of learned about.
Yeah, I get burnout. I'm on 7 days a week just to keep us in service. So
Are you? Oh man, I got nothing to complain about there.
I'm lucky I only do nights because I can't. It's probably not super legal to leave my 5-year-olds home by themselves.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we're pretty short staffed. Where in Kansas are you from?
Clay Center.
Okay, I drive through there. I drive through Kansas all the time to go visit family in Missouri. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an all right area. Like we're kind of like in the call volume wise, we run like just enough to stay busy, but not really. It's like a sustainable volume, I guess. So
yeah.
But yeah.
We've increased calls from 2020 to 2021. We went up about 250 calls last year.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I think we were about 150 more than last year. During when everything started, it was for us anyway. It was just so quiet, and everything, and then it's kind of picked back up. So what? Yep. So how about you other guys? Are you looking for anything in particular?
Did you want any coconut? Want any coconut?
Oh, I see one of them.
I can only see you on here, so I don't know who else is on here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. There's two on here.
Emily?
Oh,
Oh,
are you?
Yeah. I actually work with Emily, so
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
that's how we ended up in the same group. I'm on a call right now. So
It's
Oh,
because
okay.
yeah, I'll show
He's
my background.
I think.
Oh,
Story.
nice. Must be some kind of water rescue thing, or I don't know.
No. I got connected by the ambulance.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yes.
Tracy, what do you want to learn from this?
How to be better. I got a job interview at 1 for a full-time position for a captain, so maybe learn something I can help with that interview.
Where's your interview?
Grant County,
Grand County?
you know.
You're not allowed to move.
I'm not gonna move. I'll just drive in 3 hours.
Yeah.
I drive 2 hours now, so what's the difference?
Right? Yeah. You can deal with the heat down there in Moab.
Yeah. So is that what this group is about? Just talking about what we only get out of this?
Yep.
I think so. Because I'm on this call. Oh yeah, no problem, man. So I don't know how much time we got left, but it kicks us back all on its own. But there we go.
Yeah, it says it'll close in 60 seconds.
Yeah, well, it's nice
Can you
to
get
talk
out?
to you. Nice to meet you. I hope
Can you all
everything
get
works out. Volunteer services are getting hit, I think, the hardest with all of this and new rules and guidelines and things. So, but best of luck to you.
Yeah, you too. Nice to meet you.
Yep. Bye.
That sounds good. All right, everyone's coming back.
All right, everybody's back now. Everybody's back.
All right, Claire, can you hear us?
Okay, can hear. Thanks, Al. All right. So we are back. So you want to go ahead and I'll start writing?
Sure. We just want to take some shares from folks. So for the first breakout session, what is it that you want, what you came up with?
Yeah, so who wants to share? You can just raise your hand
We're
or
gonna try this. So just raise your hand. I got Sean. If we can unmute Sean and Martin, and then we might go to Laura. Sean. Yep. Give us a moment to find Sean. Okay, we're gonna unmute Sean. All right, Sean, you're unmuted. And
Okay, so we just came up with unification within our crews, recruitment, getting new volunteers, and then we talked about changing the culture, how to promote people to be more committed to volunteerism. And the lady that I was with was just saying that she is having difficulty with people needing an income, and so she's lost a lot of her volunteers. And so she's kind of trying to figure out how to change that culture and get people to volunteer.
yeah, it's right true. Like people have to be making a living wage in what they do. They have to meet their own safety needs first before they can obviously get back to a community like that.
absolutely.
All right,
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for going first. Who else did we unmute?
Jay Ambrose.
And we called out 3 people, but I can't now tell you who they were.
I think I heard Laura.
Now look at what's in the trunk before we.
Is that correct?
Joshy, Ambrose.
All right, give us a moment.
Ambrose, you're
All
in
right, Laura,
charge
you're
of
unmuted.
getting 3 apples.
Yeah, basically we said the same thing about trying to get the people and then keeping them and trying, to figure out what the people are getting burnt out.
Some bread.
So yeah, it's a hard thing to get them to even get them to join us and then keep them. Sometimes they leave.
Yeah, all that effort and energy you put into recruiting somebody and onboarding them and all those indirect efforts and costs that are associated with that, just to have someone leave, it could be very frustrating.
Heartbreaking.
Who was the third person I called on? Because this I have to get better at, is remembering who the people I called on was. And I've got a lot of digital hands up, so I apologize if I skipped over the third person. So if you're not waving your hands, I can't tell. Okay. How about Martin?
Martin?
Okay, Martin. We will find you in just a moment. And maybe at the top you can search if that's easier. Thanks for bearing with us, everyone. There we go, Martin.
Martin, you're unmuted.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Great.
Good. That was awesome, by the way.
Good to
Okay.
hear.
Yeah. So I talked with Michael and Jacob, and Michael was from Maine, I believe. Jacob was from Kansas. It sounds like we all want the same thing: recruitment, retention, how to build a better culture, how to retain employees. There's a new culture now with the young people. They don't want to work. They get held over. This is EMS. And they get upset when they have to run a late call. Unemployment checks are getting rolled out, and people just want to sit at home on their couch playing video games. Insurances are cutting their rates. Operational costs are going up. So how do we motivate the younger generation to come work EMS? Provide a great culture. How do we reward them? Things of that nature.
It's a great point. You're going to hear us say throughout this event, culture eats strategy for breakfast. That's why I think so many places try to start with the tactics, the tips, and the strategies. And that's why we're really saving that for day 3, or the strategies. First, it's seeing a new perspective. It's taking ownership as a leader. And we've got a formula that we shared, or we're going to share, shortly that's going to cover that. So these are great things.
Yeah, everything here so far, what we're going to be working on, just for the record.
Great,
Let
Martin.
the record reflect.
Thank you for that. And let's go a little more. Can we go to Ellen?
Ellen and then Jennifer.
Ellen with an E, sorry.
Ellen with an E, yep.
And they're all right.
All
Ellen,
right, you're unmuted, Ellen.
let's just bring your microphone now.
Oh, hi, everybody. Yes, that was a great little breakout. It was me and James, just the two of us. James from Illinois, and we both discovered in our short time together that we both been in EMS for 30 plus years, and we both still don't know what we don't know for some things. So that's why we're here. And we're trying to, James and some of his colleagues are hoping to have some leadership development and some refinements to their leadership skills from this session. And myself, I'm also here for any leadership refinements that I could glean from your instruction in the group.
Right.
And also predominantly here to learn about some innovative solutions or ideas that other people in the industry have, because that's that area that you were talking about, not knowing what we don't know. And with our new challenges with recruitment and retention, we definitely have to come up with some really revolutionary transformational things to solve these problems.
That's great. That's exactly what we're up to. We're about revolutionary. We're about transformation. And Alan, thanks for being so open. And I think you bring up such a great point to just acknowledging you for being so open to, again, working on yourself. This is what day 1 is about, right? Leadership is a level of self.
Right.
Really, you can't expect everyone else to change if you're not willing and open to see a new perspective, to change yourself, to refine. I love that.
Yeah,
That's
and
great.
Ellen, just like me, started at 9 years old, right? 30 years, how's that possible?
Right, and we're all feeling the stress of the pandemic, right? Throughout the world. I mean,
Yeah.
we EMS had systemic issues before the pandemic, and it's only magnified it the last 2 years. And yeah, we are all feeling the pressure, and hopefully we'll be giving you more tools for your leadership toolbox on how to not let that pressure get to you, how to get beyond the problem solving of
Yeah.
the day, right?
I just want to give a shout out to Richard and
Saw that.
Mary. They are speaking our language. We agree. We say retention first, and you're going to be hearing some things about how to do that. And so I don't want to jump ahead.
Yeah.
I called on Jennifer, and
Okay.
then folks, we have to move on to make sure we get everything on. So if you could put in the chat if there's something different than what's up here, just go ahead and put that in the chat. And but Jennifer Baker, we're gonna unmute you in just a second. Yep. And you're gonna be unmuted right now. Folks, don't forget to put your
Hi,
hand
guys.
down.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so in our group, we discussed, we had a mixture of volunteer and paid, but a lot of it is kind of out with the old and with the new. We're struggling to get some of the changes done. 2 of us are on volunteer services where we had some bad leadership. So now we're trying to refocus our leadership so we can retain our people we have and make the family feeling come back. And one of the main struggles though is we are struggling with the older members wanting to stay one way, and the new members who we do bring in having new ideals and changes is scary. And so blending those are going to be what's hard part for us. But it was consensus in our group that we want to learn how to be more confident in our leadership and be more appealing and more open for our leadership standpoints.
Great to hear.
Boy, I'm just loving that.
You are all our people, by the way.
Yes.
Just want to say that.
Yes.
And so how many people in here have experienced like a bad leader or had a bad leadership experience, or maybe it was just me and Jennifer? I've got a lot of hands. I think Gallup says that 50% of people have considered leaving an organization or a job because of a bad supervisor or a bad manager. I've done some research before looking at the statistical significance of feedback surveys and what makes people look forward to coming to work. And we prove statistical significance that it's the direct interactions with their direct supervisor. It's how the supervisors handle training conversations. It's how they actually interact with family members if you get a supervisor on scene or staff members of the hospital. So that's what our purpose is too, is to build a bench of leaders and hopefully give people these tools that you're going to be learning in these next 3 days to people before they get promoted to a leadership position. I think that's a really important part, right? How many people are given the gold badge because they were a great paramedic, a great EMT, and that doesn't really equate necessarily to being a great leader in an organization. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where our story originated, my story originated, which was, in New York State, we're broadcasting from New York. I was put into a leadership position of an ambulance service, a rather small service, but we had a $500,000 a year budget, and it was a career volunteer organization, and we were struggling. And the state said, here's an EMT curriculum, here's a paramedic curriculum. Good luck running an organization.
You're on your own.
Right. Who else is in that boat, right? Anyone else? Any other states like providing amazing leadership training and development? I mean, it wasn't our case. And so, I had people going through divorces, and I had people, all these other personal challenges. And here I am, we're trying to keep our head above the water, trying in survival mode. And I looked outside the organization, outside of the industry for help. And that's how, Lisa and I met.
That's where I came in.
That's where Lisa came in. And, the work that we did together, and I'd say about half of you I recognize from the webinars we've done in the last month or so. Hit over 1,000 people registered for those webinars. Close to 650 showed up to watch those trainings. So this might be a little repetitive, but I think it's important just to hear a little bit about the origin story before we move on here.
Yeah, because it really was the spark of building everything we built. And, Robbie's story then, you could tell it now. It was very few people doing most everything. A lot of members that were paper members only, right? They weren't coming even to meetings. And even though people were reaching out and they'd say yes, 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 and then when the rubber met the road, not so much. And I'm sure everyone here has had that experience. And
we started to call it the revolving door syndrome, right? The revolving door. People would come in and people would leave as quickly as they came in. So we're spending all our time, energy, and effort trying to onboard people, trying to get them to be fully committed members and personnel of the organization. And then there'd be some blowout. There'd be somebody that says something awful and the person just leaves. So
yeah, never to be seen or heard from again, right? So when Robbie approached me, and did you ever have a moment where you met a person and you were like, yeah, we're going to be besties. That's just all there is to it. And that was way before besties, I think, was a thing. But that's what it was like. It was meeting a kindred spirit, someone who was committed to leadership, and something I had been studying at that point for already 15 years. I own a business where I coach and do trainings and consult with leaders for companies and organizations. I've worked with for-profits and nonprofits for many, many years. But when Robbie and I met, everything he was telling me, I was seeing in the other organizations I was dealing with. A little bit of different flavor because they didn't have volunteers, but the interactions between people, the difficulties, right, all of it, they're all humans. They were human problems. And so I remember in that first meeting, I said to him, I know I can help. And I remember the relief on your face. And I was so excited to be participating in this field because my background, I started in college. I worked in a non-medical detox, and I had to take an EMT course. I never was certified, and I never rode an ambulance, but I had to have enough medical knowledge because it was a in case of emergency. So I was always fascinated, and I grew up in a firehouse. My brother-in-law was a fireman when I was tiny, and he was my hero. So I was always around fire, and he was the EMT. So I was like, I'm in. So what we did, just again, we're not going to belabor the point, but just to give you a sense of it, I started by coaching Robbie because he was young and you said all the time, it's like, he didn't know what he didn't know. He didn't know what he didn't know.
Yeah, I was constantly facing overwhelm and just like, how do I deal with it? It's like drinking from a fire hose is what it felt like. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that, but you come during the morning or in the morning and it's like all the best laid plans. By the end of the day, you wonder, it's like, what did happen the last
what did
10
I do?
hours
What
that
did
was
I
here?
accomplish?
Maybe it's
So anyway, so it was a two-prong approach. He and I started working together. I started coaching him. That started changing how he interacted with others. And then we decided the next step would be to bring the people in the organization together and start with communication and start teaching people what was in the way of them being able to connect and be a part of something. And then from there, we did some leadership work, and all of what we did, we've refined and developed since then to now. That was the foundation of our work together. And share with people, this was my first shot at an EMS organization.
It was over
Listen to
13
this.
years ago. I mean, we again, I think that the key was the communications and helping people develop themselves, see a new perspective, let go of the stories they had about other people, and start to see people anew. That was the crux of the communication training and what we're going to go over today. And the second part we did was the creating a vision of the future that's so powerful, that's so magnetic, it just draws people in, right? People want to be a part of something great. Trust me, they don't want to be a part of a sinking ship. They want to be part of a great team. They want to make a difference. And, we got current and future leaders together and had them imagine, if anything were possible, anything, what do you really want the future to look like? And people would let go of what they thought was possible. Well, I just really like a little bit more of this or a little less of this. They went into like, we really want paid staff and volunteers getting along well. We really want a budget where we feel fully supportive. Anyone else want that? Anyone else want a fully supported budget? Great. And within 18 months of creating that vision of the future, well, we started to make decisions based on that future, not based on the circumstances we were dealing with, right? Within 18 months of that happening, we fulfilled on about 98% of that vision. All new equipment. This is probably 14 years ago. Mechanical CPR devices, ventilators, auto power stretchers, new ambulances, a building project. Now, the building, if you've heard me talking about this building, there was a little tree growing out of it. It was rotting so much, apparently. When the contractors constructed it, like they didn't do a good job sealing it. So we know there were building issues. Completely finished a building renovation project that got an award by the Historical Society. Like, when has a new building got an award by the Historical Society, right?
Yeah.
We doubled the municipal support from the budget, right? And which was a huge win because it was really educating the elected officials and the politicians that had no idea about what we do.
We'll talk about that more on day 3.
Absolutely. And we went from 2 people volunteering 500 hours a year to 26 people volunteering 500 hours a year in less than 18 months. Now here I am thinking, oh my gosh, change isn't happening quick enough. And for me, it took that mindset shift that we talked about. Like, what was that barrier that I had, that blind spot? And I remember just having an aha moment, like, wow, I guess looking back, Lisa asked me, she said, how do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. And we just took it one bite at a time and looked back and acknowledged the progress we were making. And again, whenever we were faced with a difficult or challenging decision, we brought it back to, well, is this who we want to be, who we say we're going to be, who we say we are in the future?
Yeah.
And folks would make decisions based on that. So it was a great result. People would come from counties away, 2 counties away, to be a part of this organization because they had training and movie night. It felt like a home environment. I remember seeing up here, somebody said like a family environment. Like, people wanted to be around the atmosphere and the duty crews, and we kept consistently raising the bar because new people don't know any different. We just raise the bar. This is what's expected. So other organizations were calling us like, what the heck's in the water over there? What are you guys doing? And I really got passionate about, well, why is this working? Like, what's the what's the science behind this? You know, I got really interested in like the science behind the leadership, human performance. You know, some of you heard my story that I for 2 years did a master's degree program just so I could study under some of these great folks that this work was based on. David Cooper writer, Appreciative Inquiry. Richard Boyazzi is talking about emotional intelligence and the power of emotional intelligence, publishing 50 years worth of research consistently with Dan Goleman about emotional intelligence. So I got an opportunity to study with these great people, and that's why we're excited about, again, to bring this back. So you don't have to fly to Cleveland, or you don't have to fly somewhere every month for 2 years. You don't have to be a coach for 25 years. We're distilling it down into these 3 days. So that's a little bit about, you know, the results we created and how we got to today.
Yeah,
Long story long.
how many people would like to double the size of your organization and double your budget, right?
Without the overwhelm.
And the thing is, every double hands, yeah. You know, the thing of it is the thing about transformational education is it's not a step-by-step process. So as we go through this, there's going to be times when we're working on something, you're going to be like, what are we, what? We just were talking about that. Why are we talking about this? Because transformational education is more of like a mosaic. It's like the pieces that we put it together the way we did on purpose. Okay, this is a very intentionally designed training. It's designed to move you through particular spaces so that this area of what you don't know, you don't know. We could tell you what Robbie discovered, but that would just be knowledge. That would just be more
side by
knowledge.
side.
Instead, what we're going to do is help you to discover for yourself what is it you need to know in the situation you're dealing with so that you can have these insights which will lead to new action. That's how lasting change occurs. It occurs by seeing life differently, which some of you have shared with us that when you attended our webinar, you saw a whole new world. You were like, wow, I never saw it that way. We were getting emails and texts from people saying, oh my God, I can't believe what I got out of an hour of being with you. And that's because it wasn't us go and do X, Y, Z. It was, aha. Anybody ever had one of those woohoo moments? Like, oh my God, this changes everything. I do woohoos and ahas a lot, just so you know. Sorry. I'll try to keep that and the swearing down to a minimum. Sorry.
I don't know. EMS people kind of
like the swearing. Okay. But anyway, so we tell you the story of how we got together because we want you to know it's based what this work is based in. But that was, like Robbie said, about 14 years ago, and we have developed and worked with agencies and worked with organizations just like yours, you know, from rural to, you know, metropolitan and everything in between, helping them to discover what do they need to know, what are they missing, and, you know, with a seeing of which changes everything. And like Robbie, I've been in training forever, and I won't even bore you with all the thousands of hours and dollars that I've spent on that. So that's not the point. The point is we really honed it so that you get it so much this weekend that you can go do this yourself if you want to. Okay. And we say that transformational leadership is really the key to effective recruitment and retention and lasting change. It really does. This is the good news. Transformational leadership is the key to solving the recruitment retention problem that this industry faces. And you know, you're going to see that for yourselves throughout this weekend, or keep saying weekend, throughout these 3 days. So we're going to move to sharing
the framework.
Yeah.
So a little bit about this framework. Again, for the folks that got a preview of this, this is the framework we've put together and that we talked about and the story. And
we have someone saying they have a black screen.
Yeah, I think we're just asking Jennifer to try to log out of Zoom and log back in and see if it works. Other people should be able to see the screen side by side.
People see us?
Yeah, we've got the hands up. So Jennifer might just be your computer. So this is the model we put together, and what we've modeled the next 3 days over. Change at the level of self, right? It's important to, as we talked about, as a leader, to be an effective leader, for you to take 100% responsibility of the outcomes and also be open, like we've heard so much from this room, being open to change. Day 2, focus on developing others, right? Most leaders do not have the training or the expertise in this yet. And really it's the number one job as a leader is to create other leaders. And creating a new future for your organization, one that's worthy of high performing, highly engaged personnel, that's what we're all about, right? And we're going to give you everything you need to know to accomplish that in these next 3 days. But again, do you want to do this about the calendar?
Yeah, so right now, we're going to ask you to take a bold action.
Right.
Now, hear me out before you go, what? It's been 5 minutes. What is she talking about? We know that this training is powerful. There is no doubt about it. We know that it's life-changing and leadership changing. And if we get through these 3 days and you have a great time and you see things differently and you live life differently, that's going to be great. But the other piece is to have committed action. And so we're going to ask you to take a committed action right now. We're going to ask you to think about your calendar and pick a date 3 months from today. So you can actually pick this date if you want, or look. And what you're going to do on that date is you're going to host a strategy session with your leadership and future leaders of your organization. And we're going to give you everything you need to do to know in order to execute that strategy session brilliantly. Okay, you're going to have all of what you need. But by just taking the action, trusting yourself enough right now, it's not about trusting us, it's about trusting yourself right now to say, I'm going to participate in this program enough that I'm going to put this on the calendar and I'm going to see to it that I do that. And that's your first act. That's like getting on the bicycle, right? That's what you're doing right now. You're getting on the bicycle by putting that date on the calendar. And the main point of the strategy session is to begin to look at how do we get to a place where, as I love the way we say, creating a culture worthy of highly engaged members and high performing members. That's not how most people think about creating a culture. That's how we talk about it. We want to have that's what happened at Robbie's. We stumbled upon it, by the way. We tripped over it in a certain way. I mean, that's a little overstated, but I mean, I knew what I knew from working with all these other agencies, but by operating at these two different levels of first transforming his leadership and then how do we create an organization that's worthy of highly engaged members, people became highly engaged, and then he had to learn how to deal with highly engaged members. That creates a whole new set of problems, right? But in a good problem.
Right.
So what we go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as you've heard, there's just something about putting a date on the calendar. Pick a date in May that works for you. That's going to be part for your organization. I heard Ellen mention in the chat, that she wants to do an employee engagement survey, which I think is great. These are great things to measure the temperature of the organization. We're going to talk on day 3 a little bit more about the strategies of what's some effective tools to do that. Free, by the way. And but it's so important to put that date at the top of your notepad, right? What's the date? Put it in your calendar, because don't let a day go by after this event. Don't let this event become a memory, right? Don't let a day become a decade and you're still dealing with the same issues of recruitment and retention. I think that meeting, having that date in the calendar is so important, and we want that for you.
So if you feel so moved, we'd love to see if you put it in the chat. What date are you picking? Just let us know. What date have you put in your calendar to host a strategy session and get this party started?
May 2nd, May 15th.
Oh, May 15th.
All right,
awesome.
We've got people put dates down. May 3rd.
Awesome.
We got 3 people out of 36.
All right.
More
More
people.
people. Oh, 228.
Ellen.
Wow.
Right. So, and it's so important. We put this formula together again because 2 to 3 months out gives you a ramp, gives you a runway to then, again, work on the tools we're going to give you about self-development and developing others, and then helping others that weren't here in this training on how to develop themselves, right?
Absolutely. And was it Ellen, you said you're going to do a survey?
Yeah.
My recommendation would be to think of maybe have this meeting prior to the survey, but not knowing where you're at with it, just because you want to have these things coincide, right? One of the worst things I've seen organizations do is do surveys and then do nothing with it.
Yeah.
And nothing will disengage people as much as that.
The research shows the only thing worse than doing
nothing
is doing nothing, right? That causes actually a negative outcome if you don't do anything with the information.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to dive deeper now. I want you to know everything we've done so far is the training, okay? So some people might be like, oh, is the training started? Yes, from the moment we said hello, okay? All of this is part of accessing this, okay? And without getting too meta here, I'd like you to, we practice what we preach. We practice what we teach is probably a better way to say it, because we try really hard not to preach. We practice what we teach. So everything we're sharing with you is how we're running this training. We are modeling our work. Part of this is, why did we send a swag box? Creating community, right? We want you to know how valued you are, right? That creates something, right? Getting your input, finding out what you really want to get out of it. These are all ways that we're practicing. We're creating a culture over these next 3 days. So when I say, I don't want to get too meta, I mean, you can watch this thing and participate in this thing kind of at 2 levels, by watching what we're modeling and what we're doing, and also by being 100% immersed in it. Because like I said, we practice what we teach.
Some people just wanted to maybe grab a screenshot of
Oh,
that.
sorry. You didn't want a screenshot of my back? Please, no screenshots of my back.
Be careful with that camera.
I didn't even think about that. Now I'm traumatized. All right. So we have we did that. Yep. Okay. So we are going to go to the next slide. Perfect. Yeah. So the first topic, let me just say the modules that we're going to have for the day, so you have a sense of where we're going. We are, the first day, as Robbie has said, is all about development, self-development, to kind of get to a lot of these, develop yourself, become more confident. How do you be the kind of leader people want to follow? That's the way we talk about it. Influencing others, unifying others. All of these things are a leadership, something that can be dealt with in developing yourself as a leader. So the next piece we're going to talk about is having a learner's mindset. So we're going to be talking about the mindset of a leader, and we're going to be doing 3 different things about that. Then we're going to talk about communication. And I know it's a weird way to say we're going to talk about communication. We're going to have a transformational conversation about communication. And it is, again, it's not about anybody doing anything wrong. It's really about opening up and discovering what are the limits? What are the ways in which we communicate that actually we shoot ourselves in the foot, and we don't even know we did that. Then the next piece after that will be how to create yourself the way you want to be as a leader. And that'll be later today. And then we have a guest speaker, which we're going to surprise and delight you hopefully with a little bit later on, but we'll keep that under wraps. So in this next slide, we're going to show you, we use this quote from Albert Einstein all the time. No problem can be solved from the same level of thinking that created it. We must learn to see the world anew. So to achieve the results that you want to achieve from this program, as we said, it requires a transformation, but it always also requires us saying, hey, the thinking that got me to this place is not the same thinking. I can't use that thinking to get to the next level. It just doesn't work that way. We have to get to the next level of thinking. And we, again, don't have access to that if we're not trained in how to access what you don't know. So we're going to talk about the first essential element of transformational leadership. It's also going to support you in getting the absolute most out of this event. And I have one question for you. Are you ready to have your world rocked? Are you ready? Awesome. Don't forget, we got emojis coming up.
Oh yeah, emoji paddles.
We love emoji paddles. Okay. So do you want to put the next slide up?
Yep.
So this slide is Robbie's favorite. He's the cat person of us. I like cats too, but I'm just highly, highly allergic. So how many of you have ever tried to have a conversation with someone, whether a leader or not, and they are a know-it-all? Anybody? Anybody? Yeah. How much fun is that for you?
Nobody ever got fired up over a know-it-all.
No. No. And unfortunately, we all do that to a certain degree, to be honest, if we're honest, right? We all do it to a certain degree. There's certain things that we know, as I said, and we know how trainings go, or we know, what our husband or significant other is going to say, or wife or whatever, before they even walk in the room, or we know what this particular member or employee is going to say. Like, we already have this knowing, and we're going to talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. But the key to effective and especially transformational leadership is a willingness to develop a learner's mindset. Now, I always thought I had one. I was a student of human performance. I was a social worker when I started. Listening. I got listening down. I'm open. I had no idea what a learner's mindset was. It's actually an active way of listening, an active way of participating in things, not a passive one. So,
I'd like to chime in here. It was amazing. I was listening to an interview recently of a very high level executive in one of the largest consulting firms in the world. Like, we're talking the top 4 consulting firms in the world, going to large organizations. And when he was asked what was like his biggest aha moment, or what was his biggest takeaway from working with all these different organizations, he said the number one tool that leaders can bring to every situation when they're challenged: curiosity. I nearly drove off the road. Here's this high-level executive working with major healthcare organizations, major like multi-billion-dollar organizations of the top 4, and that was the advice he was giving. So again, a little more reaffirming that.
Yeah, I think I'm the one who told him that. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, because we're really rewarded in our culture for knowledge, how much we know, right? We're not walking around going, well, I don't know a lot of stuff. Like, that doesn't, we're not doing that because we think that knowing things is really the key. And that's, again, not our fault. That's our conditioning. So we're going to talk about listening. And one of the dangers of talking about listening is people stop listening. And the reason is because we all think we're really good at it, right? And we have this thing in our brain that tries to help us streamline. And so when we're faced with something we think we already know, we typically don't pay as much attention. So, for example, how many people here have been on an airplane? Everybody? You seen one in the sky?
Lots of hands.
Lots of hands. Yeah. So when you first get on the plane, and before it's in the air, you get on the plane, and the flight attendants come out. And after you've put your stuff in the overhead compartment, you put your seatbelt on. And what do the flight attendants do when they come out?
Let's see it in the chat.
Oh, sorry. What do they do? What's the flight attendants in this photo doing? Yeah. What is this for? They're going over the safety instructions, right? Now, if you've flown more than once or twice.
Yeah, Martin, give me a drink.
Yeah,
before the drink card.
No, before the drink card. How are they? Yeah, I lost my train. How I started the drink cart and I was gone. How do you listen if you've been on a plane more than once or twice?
Right. What does it sound like?
Yeah, wah wah wah.
Charlie Brown's, or any adult.
Charlie Brown's teachers or adults in Charlie Brown, right? It's like blah blah blah. Come on, let's go, right? Now, imagine an hour into the flight, we are having a nice time, everything's fine, and all of a sudden the captain comes on and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, not to alarm you, but we're having some engine trouble, and we're going to be fine. We're going to be safe, but just to be on the safe side, we are going to have those flight attendants come out and go over those instructions again." Now, how do you listen? It's like, shush, shush, she's talking, right? Or he's talking. Yeah, because all of a sudden, we have our full attention on something, right? Now, the reason for that is because at any given moment, we have the capacity to shift our listening. But how we have been conditioned, I will say, to think or to relate to our listening as if it's an on-off phenomenon. We either are listening or we're not listening. And we're going to propose to you that listening actually occurs differently, that there's a spectrum of listening. On one end of the listening is this unconscious listening that, you know, when you just get on an airplane and it's blah, 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 want. Or somebody we know what they're going to do, like I was talking about before. And then the other end of the spectrum is conscious listening. And that's like super conscious when we, you know, think that the, what, you know, we have to listen to the flight attendant because it feels like life or death. But most of the time we fluctuate in between. I would say that when you're on a scene, you know, you're dealing with an emergency as part of your job, you're on that very conscious end of the spectrum. But how much of the time is that in your day-to-day? For most people, it's not that often.
Right. It's the 2% of the time of what we do, right? I mean, so many people try to apply that to everything we do, and then the 98% of the time when we're dealing with humans, we're dealing with other people.
Yeah.
It's an important tool to be aware of. And I would just share quickly that I had this experience of, you know, people would walk into my office and it was the same folks that you know, that had the stories in my head. Here we go again. Could be an hour, right? And when I took on conscious listening and I just closed what I was working on, put everything to the side and gave them my full attention, that conversation was over in 5 minutes. And then I thought to myself, what the heck just happened? I gave them my full listening. And in doing so, they felt like they could say what they had to say and it was done.
Yeah, absolutely. And we underestimate the power of listening. If you've ever had somebody just fully listen to you without interruption, and just be with you, they honor you with their listening. There's nothing quite like it. And, you know, I have found as a coach that it's most of what I do. People will have aha moments and they'll be like, oh my God, you're the best coach. And I'm like, okay, I literally said 3 words this entire session. But what I did was I listened from a neutral mindset, without opinions, without an agenda. I listened for to provide the space for them to be able to think well. I once heard about a tribe, it's called the Lahotla tribe, and they have the tribal leaders, when they get together, they have this ritual that the leader, no one speaks until the leader, whoever starts the meeting, says everything they want to say. There's no interrupting. There's just the I don't remember the term, but it was basically allowing the person to think well, whoever was speaking. And that struck me. It's like, I'm always thinking that what I have to say is what's critical here. We all have been conditioned to think that our speaking is more important than our listening. But in reality, our listening is the most important thing. That curiosity. I love this quote from Stephen Covey. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. And we're going to invite you to take this on over the next 3 days, to practice listening from a neutral mindset, to notice how you're listening, the things that are coming up, like yeah, buts and what ifs, and oh, I know this already, which we all have. But you can notice that and actually move on and bring your attention back to what's actually happening versus get caught up in that thinking. Did you want to add something?
I think it points to as well, if anyone here has studied anything along the lines of psychological safety. I know David Daniels at our EMS Leadership Summit in the fall that we've interviewed is a huge proponent of that work, and the importance of creating an environment where people feel safe enough to speak up or feel safe enough to be part of your organization.
Yeah, and to admit when they've done something wrong, right? I mean, so many people are so afraid to do that, they hide it. And that's because there's a psychologically unsafe environment. Right?
And we I think innocently sometimes create that by our emotions, by our facial expressions. I saw somebody mention body language,
Yeah.
And how we react, right? the ability of a leader to respond rather than react, I think is so important. And
Yeah.
I'll be the first to admit, I am not perfect at this. I, wear my emotions on my sleeve, and you can tell what I'm thinking usually by looking at my face. It's definitely something to work on.
Well, for all of us, but if we can be responsible for it, it doesn't have as much impact, right? But most of us, it's in that area. We're not looking at our faces all the time, right? So we're gonna get to all of that. I feel like we should take a brief break and then come back and do this piece.
Yes.
So we're gonna take just a 10-minute bio break. In a stretch break. So just so you know, we're gonna take a lunch break in a couple of hours. We planned it for around 2 Eastern time, and it'll be a 45-minute longer break. But we're going to try to, keep the people moving and not get zoomed out. Haha, pun intended. So right now I show it's 12:21 Eastern time. So just look at your timepiece. Before we go, I have a request. So my request is that we create an agreement as a team that we're going to be back on time from breaks, and we're going to show up on time for for the start of the day, and that we will end on time as best we can, or we'll get your permission if we can. But we find that when we have an agreement, we're a team now. We're moving through this training together. And if we're waiting for people to come back and not sure who's coming back, who's not coming back, if there's no communication about that, it's gonna delay everything. And so my request and Robbie's request is that we create an agreement that when we go on a break, that you set your timer or that you pay attention to coming back on time. It matters, okay? So if you agree with that, could you please just raise your hand so we can get a sense? Okay, good. So everybody, it looks like everybody on screen who's got their camera on. If you don't have your camera on, could you just put it in the chat? And all right, now it's 12:22. So we're going to come back at Eastern time. We're going to come back in 10 minutes at 12:32, take a stretch break, bio break, and we will be back, and we're going to dive into one of the most life-changing conversations that I've ever been a part of, and I can't wait to share it with you. So we'll see you then. See you in 10.
Can't you see it? So I'm watching. I am hot for you in every way. And turn around, let me see you. Wanna free you with my rhythm. I know you can't get enough when I turn up with my rhythm. Your body's poetry, sing to me. I want to let me see your rhythm tonight. I wanna feel you with my music. Let me see your rhythm tonight. Your body's poetry, sing to me. I want to let me see your rhythm tonight. I wanna feel you with my music. Let me see your rhythm tonight. Got it started, it'll never end. Feel my rhythm in your system. This is heaven. I'm your only friend. Feel the beat in your chest, reaching chest like an animal. Free the beast from its cage, free the rage like an animal. Your body's poetry, sing to me. I want to let me see your rhythm tonight. I wanna feel you with my music. Let me see your rhythm tonight. Your body's poetry, sing to me. I want to let me see your rhythm tonight. I wanna feel you with my music. Let me see your rhythm tonight. body for me. Your body's poetry. Move your body for me. Your body's poetry. I want to feel rhythm tonight. I wanna feel you. Your body's poetry. I want to feel rhythm tonight. I wanna feel standing in a crowded room and I can't see your face. Put your arms around me, tell me everything's okay. In my mind, I'm running around a cold and empty space. Just put your arms around me, tell me everything's okay. Break my bones, but you won't see me fall. Oh, the rising tide will rise against them all. Oh, darling, hold my hand. Oh, won't you hold my hand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own anymore. Won't you understand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. I'm ready for this. There's no denying. I'm ready for this. You stop me falling. I'm ready for this. I need you holding. I'm ready for this. So darling, hold my hand. Soul is like a melting pot when you're not next to me. Tell me that you got me and you're never gonna leave. Trying to find a moment where I can find relief. Please tell me that you got me and you're never gonna leave. Break my bones, but you won't see me fall. Oh, the rising tide will rise against them all. Oh, darling, hold my hand. Oh, won't you hold my hand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own anymore. Won't you understand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. I'm ready for this. There's no denying. I'm ready for this. You stop me falling. I'm ready for this. I need you holding. I'm ready for this. So darling, hold my hand. Don't wanna know that feeling when I'm all alone. So please don't make me wait, 'cause I don't wanna break. No, I don't wanna fall. When you're next to me, content I'm not afraid to be. You don't make me wait, and never let me break. You never let me fall. Darling, hold my hand. 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone anymore. Don't understand. 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. I'm ready for this. There's no denying. I'm I probably shouldn't say this, should keep it all inside, but maybe I'm just wasted enough to speak my mind. I've been wrestling with the darkness, searching for a light switch. Tell me, can you help me get through? I've been trying to find a reason, I'm drowning in the deep end. Can you tell me what I should do? I wanna feel high on a Sunday morning. I wanna feel like it's all brand new. I wanna feel strong when I feel like falling. I wanna feel everything you do. I wanna feel like it's all brand new. I wanna feel everything you do. Show me how you do it. I can see the light that's in your eyes. Tell me when the truth is. How the hell did you not lose your mind? I've been wrestling with the darkness, searching for a light switch. Tell me, can you help me get through? Been trying to find a reason, drowning in the deep end. Can you tell me what I should?
All right, you're back.
Welcome back. I show 1232. Look at this. Give everybody a round of applause. Woo, woo. That's fantastic.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Fired up, ready to go, Laura.
All right, fired up, ready to go. All right, so we are, so as promised, I'm going to be sharing with you one of no hyperbole here. This was one of the most transformational things, one of the most life-changing things I was ever discovered. And you know, I was trained by someone in this understanding that I'm about to share with you, and I had already been a coach at that point for over 20 years, and had been doing, you know, what I thought was good work and making the difference with people. And because I'm you know, always looking for how do I develop myself, how do, you know, impacting human performance, I'm kind of a nerd about that. So luckily worked with a pretty amazing coach who shared this with me, and so I'm going to share with you with no more preamble. All right, so it's one of these things that once you see it, you can't unsee it. You know, you remember those what do they call them, hidden eye or something like that? What do they call those? You know, hidden pictures or something. You look at it, and you can't see it, and then all of a sudden you see the thing, and you're like, oh my god, that was right there. You know, it's like the banana in the Highlights magazine. You remember that when you were a kid? You had to find the banana or find the different thing. So we as human beings have an innocent misunderstanding about how our human psychology works. And this is no one's fault. So when I say innocent misunderstanding, I mean completely. It is no one's fault. This is the kind of paradigm shift that is similar to when people thought the world was flat. You know, all those years ago, humans looked out and they, as far as the eye could see, the world was flat. And so the stories that got handed down from generation to generation, people got born into a world that the world was flat. It wasn't flat, but the understanding at that time was it was flat. And life was designed for a flat earth. You know, I mean, imagine the jobs that were popular then, right? Like the lookouts on the ships were highly sought after. Like you could be a good lookout, right? Keep us from falling off the earth, right? Anchor salesmen and people who made anchors were making a lot of money because, so ships didn't fall off the earth. So there was a whole world that got created around that misunderstanding. Another misunderstanding that wasn't that long ago, really, in the scheme of things, was that illness was caused by evil spirits. And there was a whole bunch of ways of living that were consistent with that, right? The people had rituals and beliefs about how to keep evil spirits from entering their home. If someone was sick, there were ways of dealing with the evil spirits that took hold of them. It was a whole culture, it was a whole life. And then germs were discovered. And the person who discovered germs thought, Eureka, we're going to save so many lives. We're going to keep people from, dying from these illnesses. It's not evil spirits at all. And he was killed in the streets because it was considered sacrilege. It was like that he was calling people's religion into question. So when new paradigms get discovered, it's not always, greeted with a parade. People aren't, necessarily, it's not always, doesn't appear like good news at first. So what I'm about to share with you is, it's been around for a long, long time. But the reality is that we have a whole world that's built around the old way of seeing things. So the way that we've been conditioned to think that how life occurs for us is that, I'm going to call it outside in. Okay, so this might be helpful. So I'm just going to. So outside in. So what that means is stuff happens out here in the world and it affects us. So getting a traffic jam, right? And you're like, son of a gun, I'm in a hurry, right? Or snowstorm. I got a training to go to today. Son of a, fight with your spouse, significant other. Children won't cooperate. Employees who are annoying, not showing up, right? All this stuff is happening. And and the way it looks to us, how it occurs, is that stuff is creating our reaction. So it's coming at us. That life is occurring outside of us, and we are reacting to it. We are getting impacted by it. So if my husband, says he's gonna, do the laundry and he doesn't do that, and I'm like mad about it, it's him, right? Or if, like I said, an employee said they were going to show up on shift or volunteer to do such and such and they don't do it, that is what causes the stress. You with me? This is the way we understand life, right? And some of you are like, yeah, duh. Me too. That's the way it looked to me. But I'd like you to consider something. There's been a misunderstanding about how the brain works. We've actually been trained to think, or conditioned to think is better said, that our mind is like a camera, that it's taking pictures of what's happening. Whatever's happening out there, it's taking pictures of or taking in, or, there's a reality out there and we're taking it in. But the brain doesn't actually work that way. The brain actually works more like a projector, almost exactly like a projector. And so this understanding is actually not true. The way life actually is inside out. So what do I mean by that? We are always in a state of mind of one way or another. You could be in a peaceful state of mind, you could be in a stressful state of mind. You could be experiencing angry thoughts, or you could be experiencing happy thoughts. 100% of the time. No exceptions. No exceptions. 100% of the time, the state of mind that we're in, or the thinking, another way of saying it is, the thinking that looks real to us in the moment, we are projecting onto the world. We are projecting onto what's happening. So that's what inside out means. It means inside, metaphorically speaking, inside our thinking, inside our head, inside, we are having thoughts, feelings, sensations, and those thoughts, feelings, and sensations, we are projecting out onto the world. So we've all had this experience. How many people here are parents? Anybody? How many people here have a significant other? How many people here have a cat or a dog? Right? So you have a relationship with anybody. Okay, I'm just trying to cover all bases. But I'm going to talk about parents for a second. If you're not a parent, think about your significant other or your pet or somebody you love. Parents I've worked with, they'll be like, oh, these children, I'm so blessed. These children, they're awesome. Look at how angelic they look when they're sleeping. Oh, these children. And then 5 minutes later, they're like, why did I have kids? Anybody? Right? Or you couldn't wait to become a leader or a supervisor or the position you're in. And then 5 minutes later, you're like, what was I thinking? So back to the children. Do you really think your children change that much in 5 minutes? Do we really think that other people change that much? No. We are always 100% of the time experiencing our moment by moment thinking. So if you're in a stressed out or you're having stressful thinking, then what happens is that gets projected onto the world, onto our children, onto our peeps. And they look annoying or they look frustrating or they look whatever, however they look through the lens of your thinking, of our thinking. So another way of saying that is imagine your thinking and your feelings, your state of mind, you could say, are like goggles. They're not like glasses. They are like goggles. When you look through goggles, what is it that you see? You see distortion. So it's not that our thinking is wrong. It's not that it's not valid or invalid. It's not about that. It's recognizing that our thoughts, exactly as Martin's saying, our thoughts are creating our feelings. Outside us never creates our feelings. Our brains do not work that way. We cannot experience anything outside of us. Our brains don't work that way. This has been known for generations, but the neuroscience is now backing it up, and now it's being taken more, more seriously. Like, oh, okay, not just some woo-woo thing that this, person said. No, this is true. Our brain works a particular way. We can only ever experience our thinking, our moment by moment thinking. So here's the good news about this. People who, I say people, me, any of us who are experiencing thoughts. Let's say you feel insecure as a leader, or you feel insecure as a human. I mean, most people have some place where they feel insecure. When you start to understand this, you start to see, oh, my insecurity doesn't come from past stuff that happened to me. That's outside in. My insecure feelings actually come from my insecure thoughts. And here's the very good news about thinking. It moves. It changes. Moment by moment by moment. Our thinking is constantly in motion. It's only because we keep focusing on that which we're familiar with, that what we're used to. We take our awareness and we put it on that it looks like, oh no, this is true about me. I'm insecure. Or no, this is true about me. I'm shy. Or no, this is true about me. Consider the possibility that you're not insecure. You have thoughts that look real to you, and those are insecure thoughts. And it's a habitual pattern of thinking that has you experience being insecure. I can't tell you how good this news is. Because whoever you think you have been, whatever has happened to you, or whatever sort of, I want to say this in a very kind and respectful way, because we all do it, right? Whatever character I created about who I am, who Lisa Geruzzi is not true. It's thought created. And the cool thing about thought, it doesn't take, much to change it. Once you understand how thought works, the way that thought works is it moves. Anybody here besides me ever gone into another room and been like, okay, I know I needed something. What the hell did I come in here for? I'm seeing even the young people laughing at that, right? It's not about age. It's about that's how brains work. See, our brain does certain things, right? It controls our everything. I say controls everything. And when we see that our thoughts, we do not control the thoughts that come into our head. If we did, we would not think the thoughts we think. I promise you. We don't control the thoughts that come in. We have one choice as far as I can tell. This is my experience. So you have to look for yourself and see. When you have a thought or you recognize, oh, I'm feeling insecure, or I'm feeling anxious, or I'm feeling tired, or I'm feeling whatever you're feeling, that is only ever pointing to the thoughts that you're having in that moment. Doesn't make them invalid, doesn't make them wrong. It's just noticing it's not the situation. It's not the situation you're in. It's the lens or the goggles that you're viewing the situation. The feelings are giving you your thinking is giving you your feelings. So when you're having those insecure feelings, when you're having that time, when you feel anxious or any of those things, it's pointing you towards your thinking. And left to its own devices, your thinking will pass. You don't have to do anything about it. You don't have to focus on it or try to think positive thoughts. Ugh. That's a lot of work. It's easier than that. It's so much easier than that. All it takes is to see your thoughts as the source of your feelings and then put your attention on something else. Because the other misconception, and this one blew my mind, the other misunderstanding we have is that who we are is not our thinking. Who we are as human beings is not our thinking. No one ever tells us that. Right? We have all these thoughts, we have all these beliefs, we have all these opinions about who we are and who we're not, and who that person is and who that, and we think that's who we are. That's not who we are. Who we are is the space that our thoughts occur inside of. So again, I'm going to bring up children. Because children, the beauty of little children, it's like seeing human beings in their natural state before they get contaminated by all the conditioning. And if you watch little children, especially before they are able to have concepts and very little language, you'll see the natural state of human beings. Feelings come and go. They don't get too, worked up about it. They might cry or whatever, but again, this is before they have too much language. It comes and goes. But if you've ever held a newborn baby, or if you've ever held a very young child, if you've ever seen one, there's one thing you get present to in that moment. I'd love to hear from you in the chat. In that moment, when you're in the presence of a very, very young child, what are you present to? Anybody? Nobody? Just the kiddo, yeah. There's just this light, right? A lot of parents will say, when they're, their new parents will say things like, I didn't even know I could love this much. Because you're present to that love and that space, the miracle of life. Yeah, you're just present. Well, where do we think that goes as we grow up? Human beings, we think that disappears. No. That energy, that life force is within everyone. Every one of us has that light within us. And what happens is thoughts cover it up. It's kind of like clouds in the sky, on a very, very cloudy day, a snowy day, some of you are experiencing, you can't see the sun, but you're not worried because you know it's still there, right? Still know it's there. Well, that's what I want you to consider and leave this conversation with, is that light that we're all born with, that love, whatever you want to call it, possibility, whatever you want to call it, each of us is born with that life energy, and it doesn't go anywhere, but it does get covered up because of this misunderstanding that we think who we are is a compilation of the stuff that's happened to us, and our thoughts are who we are, and that's a misunderstanding. How life actually works, how the human experience actually works, is this: inside out. The light we have within us can shine outside. Whatever state of mind we're in, we're projecting onto the world. And when you can start to see that, you can start to question some of the most firmly held beliefs that we have. And one we'd like you to start questioning is, what does it mean to be a leader? Because we all have these preconceived notions about leadership. Can you hear me now? The Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Hold on, we're going to change the batteries out. You on?
Say it again.
How about now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. New batteries. Apparently they go out quick. All right, good. So can you guys tell me, is this resonating with you? Are you seeing the power in this? Does it feel like I'm full of beans? 100%? Yeah, very important. We talk about this so early in the training because everything we do is built on this foundation and this understanding. See, if we built it on this understanding, which isn't true, so it would be terrible to build it on that, but that's what most people are building their courses on, and leadership and everything. It's like how to deal with jerks, or what to do when you're stressed, and all those kinds of things. Now, again, I'm not saying that stuff doesn't happen. Okay, I'm not saying that there aren't things that happen, but the thing that's amazed me in the 10 years that we've had the academy, and even before that, and working with the EMTs and paramedics when Robbie and I first started working together, is the space that people could get into in the worst conditions. You've all had the experience. You go into a really serious call, and the mind goes blank. Like, not blank in a bad way, but like quiet. In that state of quiet, what needs to be done, you do. Have you ever noticed that? And sometimes you leave the call and you go, I don't even know how I knew to do that. Like, that was way above my training, right? But that's the beauty of this work, is when you start to understand, oh, in those situations when I was at my absolute best performance, I wasn't thinking. I was in the absence of thought. In that moment, the knowledge that I needed, combined with this responsive intelligence that we all are, worked together powerfully. And I was able to respond moment by moment. Imagine if you can recreate that in your day-to-day experience of being a leader. Not the necessarily that high level of, energy that's required, but that clarity and peace of mind, that space to actually respond to the world in front of you instead of, as Robbie was talking about, reacting. That's what this understanding makes available. I mean, we could do a whole program. As a matter of fact, I do whole leadership programs just on this topic. But we wanted to give you enough of it today so that you could start to see throughout this training, how do you already think about leadership? And how does that get in the way? And when you can start to see all of your thoughts, the ones that have you feel uncomfortable or no confidence or questioning yourself, like all of that is not who you are. Those are thoughts that are just coming through your brain like clouds in the sky. And when you start to identify those thoughts as just clouds in the sky, one of the coaches I was working with last summer said to me, he goes, think of your thoughts like a skunk. Like, when you ever smell a skunk? And I'm like, yeah, I lived in the country for a long time. He said, well, when you smell a skunk, do you go looking for it? I was like, no, you go the other way. He goes, yeah, think of your thoughts that way. Like, you don't have to find the thought that got you upset. Just know it's your thinking. There's just no doubt it's your thinking 100% of the time. Now, all of us are going to think they're exceptional. Clients I work with often will say, well, you haven't met my mother. Or you haven't met this curmudgeon that I work with, right? If you met Joe, you would be like, oh no, he's the exception. No, there's no exceptions. And you're going to get caught up in your thinking, because that's what it means to be human. That's what it means to be human, is to get caught up in our thinking. But the power of this is that you can let go of that thinking anytime. The second you see it, the second you become aware of it, you're no longer it. It's no longer clouds covering the sun. The sun reemerges. And in that moment, you can choose something else. And that is the ultimate freedom. The ultimate freedom is to be able to see yourself distinct from your thinking. So if you had any kind of an aha or something, can I see some emojis, emoji paddles? I'd love to see where you're at. I would love to hear from one or two people just to get a sense of what you've heard and if there's any questions. So who would like to share? If you either wave at me or raise your hand, we'll unmute you. Just give me somebody. Don't leave me hanging here. Anything you see, it could also be a question like, all right, Jennifer Baker. All right, you're being unmuted as we speak. Jennifer.
Hey, so a big aha moment for me was I kept those negative thoughts that people had, or preconceived notions that people had of our leadership prior to me being in leadership. And I kept going, okay, well, they did it this way. I have to fix this. Oh, I'm not making their standards. I'm failing at this. I'm failing at that. I'm not doing good. So now I have to know that maybe I'm not always failing. It's just my mind playing tricks on me.
Yeah, it's like it's noticing it. Sometimes our brain will give us good information, but a lot of times it's just, again, it's a distortion. It's a distortion. Think of your thoughts as goggles, right? It's how you're seeing the world as goggles. It's distorting reality. So at least being willing to question it, wonder about it. Is that true? Right? We're going to go through an exercise in just a couple minutes and relate all this to communication in particular, but this is going to be a theme throughout the whole training, to just keep being willing to stand in, maybe what I've thought about certain things isn't true. Ellen has her hand up. I'm going to get Ellen unmuted. Ellen Fleming. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, hi Lisa, and thanks for everything that you're saying. I think it's very meaningful and important. It's interesting to me. When you really kind of think about our own cognitive bias, the logical fallacies that some of us, get sucked into, and also, our personalities. I found it very revealing to understand that I have my own cognitive bias, and I need to be aware of what those may be, and also my personality. It's interesting when people learn, if you do Myers-Briggs or some other kind of personality test, just how different people are. And thinking of myself, because we're personally focused for this day, it's very revealing when you learn about yourself and why you're seeing things through your goggles the way that you do, in your strengths. If you take those, I noticed the strengths finder was in the materials, and when you learn your strengths, they can almost be uncanny when you get results. And the point being is that, to your point of everything that you're saying, you learn some things about yourself that are those aha moments where you're like, oh, that explains why I react in that way to this or that. And that helps you understand and gauge how you may react to a similar situation or a different situation. And then you can, be aware, having that awareness, you might be able to change your path or your reactions to your thoughts or even your behavior to be more effective. And so I appreciate everything that you're saying, because I've been studying those things as well. And it really does so much to leadership and just personal interaction in general.
Yeah. And I thank you so much, Ellen, for that whole share, because I think it just points to, like, when you discover the way you've been seeing the world, and you start to say, oh, well, that's why that looks like that, and that's why that person sees it differently, right? Because they have different goggles on, and neither of us are seeing the thing. None of us are seeing what's actually happening, because our brains can't see it any other way, right? The best we can do is be present, like we are in those moments of the zone, you might call it, when we're on a call, or when when you're really engaged in something you love, and there's those moments of just complete peace, right? And that's personality less. There's no personality in those moments, right? We all have habitual patterns of thinking, but when we start to understand that, even those are fluid, right? Because no one's one way all of the time, right? I mean, I'm one of the most outgoing people I know, and yet there are situations I don't want to be in. I'm just not comfortable. So so we tend to label each other and label ourselves in ways that don't serve us, rather than starting to see, like, oh, like, I have ways of thinking that prevent me from seeing the world as it is. Right. So thank you, Ellen, and thank you also, Jennifer, for sharing. So, there's a famous quote, and I never say this name well. Anais Nin. He said, "We don't see things as they are. We see them as we are." And that, to me, is just so telling, because it just underlines what we've been talking about. And then I talked about, this power of state of mind, and think about it. If you were, if you were going to have surgery, do you want, you have two surgeons, both with the same level of training, and one is stressed and, high strung, and the other has a peace of mind, right? Who's got clarity, got a real presence. Which surgeon are you going to choose, right? Of course, you're going to choose the surgeon that has a clear state of mind because they're going to outperform every time. And we see it in sports, we see it all over the place. But we don't talk about this as leaders. Like how do you create space for high performance for yourself? Well, it can't be on top of your thinking. It can't be on top of the past. That's not creating. Creating is actually noticing that leadership is a verb. It's a moment by moment creation. It's something that we get to invent and create. And that's one of the things we're going to be talking about a little bit later. So does anybody have any, before we move on to we're going to take this conversation and talk about it in terms of communication specifically, because we believe and we have seen that communication is really the foundation of effective leadership and transformational leadership. Ellen, do you have your hand up? Do you have a question or did you not put it down from before? Ellen, can you unmute Ellen? There we go. You're unmuted.
Sorry about that, Lisa. I didn't put my hand down.
Okay, great. Got it. Not a problem. Any questions before we move on? If you have any yeah, buts, or what ifs about this, I just invite you to kind of set them to the side and just see if you can allow this way of thinking and understanding to kind of percolate. This is the kind of conversation that, like I said, I mean, I've seen it change lots more times than I can count with people who have really mistaken themselves to be a particular way and then see the freedom to actually be able to create themselves. So, all right. So next we're going to move into talking about it's another aspect of this and inside this mindset of a leader. And it's also the basis for communication. And so what we want you to do right now is to make this real for yourself. So everybody got a journal, hopefully, or you have hopefully a paper to take notes. We're going to ask you to think about a situation that is right now in your experience, somehow in your, as a leader, if possible, in your professional life that is challenging or frustrating, or you feel stuck, like I don't know how to move forward. I've tried so many different things, nothing seems to work. We want you to pick one of those things. You're not going to have to share this, okay? This is completely private for you. We're not going to put you in, breakout groups and share about this. This is for you. But what we want you to do is think about that situation, and we're going to give you a couple of minutes to write the story of the situation. Okay, so here's what the story of the situation, what I mean by that. In your mind, what is the reason it is the way it is? What is your perspective on it? What's your take on it? Like you have this situation, if this person would only do da 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 da, if the reason it is this way, like you want to write the story of it. Now don't take 14 hours. This is just a quick exercise. But what we're going to have you do is write this situation out, and there's going to be an opportunity for you to have a breakthrough today, right now, in that situation. Okay, so I'm gonna be quiet for a few moments while you do this exercise. Say it again. We're gonna give you some work music, some relaxing music while you do this. So just again, write the story of it, why it is the way it is, what do you think needs to happen in order for it to change, who's at fault, anything you want to say about the challenging, stuck situation that you're in, okay? And remember, you don't have to share it, but we do want you to be authentic and honest about it, okay? And be as detailed as you can in the short amount of time. another 30 seconds, a minute. Just write it out. We'll get back together. All right. Go ahead and wrap that up. We're going to move on with this exercise. You can take that slide right off. Fantastic. Okay. So this exercise is sort of taking, like I said, what we talked about in the inside out understanding of life and focusing it specifically on the areas of communication. Because as you know, for us over the last 10, 15 years, we've really seen that the source of effective leadership is communicating effectively. And when we have all these ways of thinking that are in the way, it's really hard to be curious and listen. So, so just leave your story for now. We're going to come back to that, okay? And we're going to give you a framework, you could say, on how to sort of get to the next level with this. So we would like you to consider that in any given moment of time, there's actually two worlds that are happening not quite simultaneously. There's like a, let's call it a nanosecond between. In any moment in time, there's data happening. You could call it facts, data or facts, right? So right now, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. I see names on the screen. I'm talking. I have a mic on. I have a marker in my hand. Like there's stuff actually happening. We'll call that the facts in life. Like there's always facts. There's always something happening. Yes? Like a nanosecond later. It's not even that long. There's our assessment. Or you could call this interpretation about what's happening. So something happens and boom, we have an assessment about it, an interpretation, a story, you could say, about what happened. Now, where do you think our assessments and interpretation comes from? If you were listening, you know the answer to this. This is our past. Yeah, our thoughts, exactly. Our thoughts are a function of our past. They all come from our past. It's all past based. Our experiences, yes, Alyssa. So something is happening in this moment, and where our assessments and experiences coming from are the past. So as I was saying in the last conversation, goggles about what's happening. Always past based. So can you see the problem here with communication? Somebody says something. What happens next? Interpretation about the something. And then doesn't stop there. Then what happens? It influences the next what happens. Yes? So something happens. Instantly we have an assessment and interpretation about that, whether it's somebody speaking or whether it's the person driving in front of us, right? We are meaning-making machines, human beings. And communication is everything, and everything is communication. because what is our brain is always doing is interpreting the world, and that's what communication is all about. It's trying to understand what's being communicated. So our definition of communication, we say everything's communication. Somebody cuts you off while you're driving, they pull in front of you, and what are they communicating? Right? Sometimes there's hand gestures involved, but we're not going to talk about that. Right? Somebody's consistently late to shift. What are they communicating? Right? Somebody is late to a meeting, or somebody is always doing, other people's jobs, right? We're always communicating because our brains are constantly interpreting what's happening in life. Make sense? So something happens, then we have an assessment about it. That assessment then shapes what happens next because we have goggles on now. We're not seeing what happened. We're seeing it through the lens or the goggles of our past. So what that means is that this starts to look differently. And then it's a vicious circle. And what we then end up with, if we lived in life like there was data and assessment, there would not be a problem. But this is not how we live. We haven't been trained to. We live like this right here is the truth. We live like it's true. Innocently, but it's how we live, right? It's not, Fred is stubborn. Oh, that's my opinion. No. Fred is stubborn. So I'm going to share a really brief story with you of a company that I worked with, where I think it'll illustrate this point really quickly. So I was working at a bus company. I was brought in to do supervisory training and leadership training. And so we were going through, I didn't teach about the inside out understanding then because it was a few years ago, but I was teaching this part. And one of the foremen said, Lisa, this is all well and good. I didn't really believe that part. But I got this guy, Joe, and he is so lazy. And I need you to teach me how to communicate with this guy so that I can get him to do stuff because he's always so lazy. Anybody else have a lazy Joe or somebody else like that? Yeah. So
Head nods.
Yeah, there was a lot of head nods there. So the thing about that was, I said, oh, this is awesome. Where does Joe is lazy go on this chart? What do you think he said? Put it in the chat. Where do you think he said? When I said, where does Joe is lazy? Where does that go? He said data. That's right. So for him, Joe is lazy. This is true. This is a fact. Now we can see, because we've been in this training for a little bit. Oh no. This is an interpretation. This goes over here. He didn't see that. So I asked him, I said, okay, because if you ever want to know what the facts are, think of it this way, because our brain is really good at messing with us. You want to know what the facts actually are. Think in terms of if you were recording life on your phone or whatever, you're recording a video of life. What would you be seeing and hearing on that video? That is what that is the fact. So I said to the foreman, I said, okay, if I followed Joe around and I said, what would I be seeing and hearing on the video that would lead me to the conclusion that Joe is lazy? And he said, oh, he's always late. He never helps anybody else. Oh, and he's constantly punching out early or right on time. So in this foreman's view, being late, not helping other people and punching out on time, he added those things together, and that gave him the story or the conclusion lazy? Everybody tracking me right here? Okay. So again, you could fill in the blank here with whoever is your story, whatever story you just wrote about. So he was adamant that this was true. And I was telling him, you know, that this was an interpretation, but he wasn't. It was getting to the end of the training. Long story short, I said, okay, here is your job, because this was a 3-part training. I said, next week when we come back together, your job is to come back. I want to know how many times Joe is actually late. I want to know how many times he leaves early. And I also want you to keep track of every single time you see Joe helping somebody else. If you come back with that data, then maybe I'll buy that Joe is lazy. Maybe I'll buy he's the one exception. Well, this foreman was very motivated to make me wrong. So we left. Next week comes by. I'm standing in the front of the room, sort of getting things ready. And the foreman comes up to me and he goes, Lisa, what'd you do to Joe? I said, I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? I don't even know who Joe is. He said, I said, why? He's helping everyone. What did you do? I said, I didn't do anything. Now, what do you think happened? I gave this foreman the, I can't see them anymore. I have the ATM up there. I gave this foreman very specific instructions. Get me facts. I want to know how many times he's late, how many times he leaves early, and I want to know, listen to this, how many times you see him helping somebody else. Now he comes back and he says, oh, everybody, he's helping everybody. Exactly, Brady. He looked for objective evidence and saw things he hadn't expected. I told his brain what to look for, because you can't see not. You can't see the absence of something. The brain can't see it. So if the foreman believed that Joe never helps anybody, that's what he's going to see. That's the lens he sees life through. But by directing his brain to actually look for the opposite, that's what he saw. So he was actually willing to give up this perspective. Now, there were still problems. Joe left early quite frequently. And he was frequently right on time, like under the wire. And in this particular, much like EMS, there was a transition. You had to, the mechanics had to tell the next mechanic what to work on to get the buses on the road. So they were really expected to come in 15 minutes early, and Joe almost never made that. So that was an actual issue. Those were facts. Now we could go to work on, once we got the assessment out of the way, we could actually look at the objective facts. So my next bit of coaching to him was, because there was one more session, I said to the foreman, listen, I want you to go to Joe and say something like, listen, Joe, I see sometimes you're late and sometimes you're on time. What can I do to help you to be on time more of the time? Because the truth was, this guy was a brilliant mechanic, so they didn't want to lose him. He was an excellent mechanic. So week goes by, he comes back, and the foreman says to me, you're not going to believe this. I'm like, oh no, what now? He says, he goes, Joe's wife has breast cancer. And that's the problem. He's not lazy at all. And I'm over here going, I want to say I told you so badly, but I did it. I'm a trained professional. But I said, well, what did you say? And the foreman said, oh, I got mad at him. I was like, oh God, we got a lot more work to do here. But the reason he got mad was because he said he never told me. He couldn't have been honest with me. But the thing is in the environment of Joe is lazy, when your supervisor is riding your butt all the time, when you're picked on, why would you come forth and say, I got a problem? All Joe wanted was to keep his health insurance because his wife was sick. And this changed not only the life of the foreman and Joe's life, but all the foremen who were in this particular training. because they saw that they all had it. And where they were communicating from was here. Can you see that? The foreman was not communicating from the facts. He was communicating from his interpretation of the facts. And doing that skews your ability to see what's actually happening. So what I need you to do right now, and we're going to give you about a minute and a half, you're going to go back to your story and you're going to circle what you see is data. Just going to put a circle. So you're going to go through your story. And remember, how do you tell if it's a fact? It's something you could see or hear if you were recording the situation, if you had a video recording, okay? So you're going to circle all the things in your story that are facts. Go ahead and do that now. It's going to give you a minute. All right, so we're back. So I want to hear from somebody. What did you notice in looking for circling the data? So who'd be willing to, you don't have to share what the story is or anything. I just want to hear what you saw in that. Who would like to share? Who is going to go share? Kyle? Oh, you're unmuted now.
I noticed more on the assessment side than the data side.
Yeah. Anybody else notice that? Not a lot of circles? Yeah. Yeah, that's good news to see that, right? Did that open anything up for you, Kyle, in noticing that?
I think it just reaffirmed that I need to focus more on data, create fewer stories, and just really focus on the solutions.
Yes. So great, Kyle. Yeah. And if you actually, the reason we have you do this exercise versus just telling you that, right, is so you can actually see it for yourself. Now, again, the assessments that you have, whatever they are, again, and we're not talking, we could say they're valid. They're valid from your point of view. They're valid given the past you have. Doesn't make them true. They're valid, but that doesn't make them true. And when you're operating as if they're true, it's naturally going to skew the communication, because instead of dealing with what's happening, you're dealing with it through the lens.
I'd like to just jump in.
Yes.
And, when I first saw this, I think it was a great opportunity. And I've heard a lot of people when we present to say, yeah, but, people still have to show up on time. And I think a great tool for your leadership toolbox is how to handle those situations. And, the phrase, it doesn't work when, I think is a great tool as a leader, it doesn't work when you're late. What can I do to support you?
Yeah.
Because we're not talking about glazing over the things that don't work.
No, thank you for mentioning
But
that.
I think it's a great idea to stay in the data. I love the comments. Jennifer, I need to get out of my head and focus more on the data. Rocky says, yep, not a lot of data in the story.
Yeah. And I'm so glad you said that, because I almost forgot a very important part of the story, which is Joe was late a lot and he did punch out early a lot, but it wasn't being addressed. So the coaching to the foreman was, how do you deal with those facts? How do you support? Because it doesn't work. Like you said, it doesn't work when you're late, right? It doesn't work. How can we help you be on time, right? And one of the reasons we're going to do laser coaching tomorrow, these are the kinds of situations. Like, you're dealing with the facts. You don't want to just put frosting on dog food and go, okay, he's a good guy. His wife has cancer. We're just going to let him show up when he wants. No, there was still a business to run. There was still things to do. I mean, they were able to give his family a lot of help, which was great. But there's still work to do, and that needs to get done. And that's where coaching is helpful. Because when you can come from an objective perspective, which a coach has, we can help you to see it differently and actually impact behavior. Because that's what you want to do as a leader, is impact the behavior of the people you lead. Have them perform at their peak.
And not have the mind running the show, right? Not have to listen to the internal narrator. I mean, the quote, like, you don't have to believe every thought you think.
Right.
And it can be so hard. And I love that phrase, your mind can be going, and it's your thoughts are like clouds on a windy day, right? Give it time. It'll pass. Just like weather in New York. Give it 5 minutes and it'll change.
Right. If you don't like the weather in upstate New York, just wait 5 minutes. Yeah. It'll change. All right. We're going to, just to underline this point, we're going to show a very brief video. Okay. So in a moment, we're going to, it's only about 2 minutes long, but it illustrates something. So it'll actually take this a little bit deeper. All right. So I appreciate the comments in the chat. That helps me to see that, it's so different than live training, where usually people are like interacting. And so thank you for those of you who are doing that. Okay. When the video starts playing, could you just, if you could hear it okay, just put a yes in the chat. Everybody doesn't have to, but if we can just hear from people. Here we go.
Today we're going to play a game specifically designed to test your spatial awareness. Meet the Brain Games Double Dutch team. Now, what does jumping rope have to do with the brain? Well, Double Dutch requires off-the-chart spatial awareness. And today, these kids are going to help us test yours. For this game, all you have to do is keep track of the number of times that either of the girls in green jumps. You'll count each time one of them lands a jump, like this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As you can see, these jumpers are pretty quick on their feet, so you're going to have to pay attention to keep up. When the whistle blows, start counting. Ready? Go. So, how many jumps did the green team make? Did you say 38? If so, you agreed with 40% of our test audience. Now, some of you may be onto us, but for those of you who aren't, did you happen to notice anything else going on during the Double Dutch? Maybe a giant chicken strolling right through the middle of the set and doing a funky chicken dance? Now, some of you may have missed that funky chicken, but many of you probably saw it, and that's okay, because the chicken was just there to distract you too. Here's the real question. What color was the wall behind the Double Dutch game? Here's a hint. It wasn't the same color at the end as it was when they started jumping. The back wall was changing color the entire time, from bright blue to bright red. Nearly everyone misses it. But why? It turns out there's far too much information coming in through the eyes at any given moment for the brain to fully process all of it. As a result, the brain has to act like a spotlight, focusing our attention on some parts of the scene but not others. Now, most of you were probably paying attention to the jumpers, and some of you may have suspected that something strange was going to happen, and so you saw the chicken. But you probably weren't paying attention to the back wall. And what we don't pay attention to, we don't see. And hey, for those of you who managed to catch everything so far, did you notice that we also swapped the rope turners out halfway through? Gotcha.
All right, what'd you think of that? Pretty cool, huh? So that was really to show that, you know, as the EMS leader, there's always so many things coming at us. And when we're not present to how much thinking we have, it so gets in the way. We don't see even the most basic things in front of us. And none of us can see everything. And that's the good news. Because when you know that, that allows you to be more curious. See, if you can assume that you don't know, or you didn't see everything, that's what you want to assume. You go into a conversation, you go into a meeting, you go into resolve something, you go into create something. You want to be clear that there's so much you're not seeing. There's so much you don't know. And that way you can go into it with open eyes, like really curious, and have a willingness to be wrong about your perception. So what Mark Twain is attributed with the quote, "It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so." And I love that quote because he's really pointing to this. So I want you to just take a moment and just think about 3 to 5 people that you work with. You know, maybe they're colleagues, maybe they're subordinates, maybe they're volunteers, right? 3 to 5 people. So just, you know, write their names or, you know, just their initials, it doesn't matter, their first name. And then right next to that name, I want you to write the 1 to 3 word description of them. Like what comes to mind just the second you think of them. So in this case, it was Joe is lazy. It could be Sally's a superstar. I want you to just write that down, just the first thing that comes to mind. Now I want you to think, how does that label, how does that interpretation influence how you speak to them and how you interact with them? Because even if you think someone's awesome, I mean, I worked in a company where this woman ended up leaving and they were devastated because she was such a superstar. And when they did her exit interview, they were shocked that the reason she was leaving was because she felt so neglected. Because she was perceived as a superstar, they had all their attention on the problems and the leaders that and the people in positions that weren't doing well. So she felt completely neglected, like nobody even knew she was there or not there. So she went to work for a company that really was going to value her. So that, you know, Sally is a superstar also influenced that communication and the way they interacted with her. So again, we do these kinds of exercises because we want you to experience for yourself. We want you to see this in your own life, not just a story about Joe and that foreman and what a, you know, jackass that foreman was. No, that's us. That's all of us, all the time. But if we as leaders can be aware of that, we can start to be mindful of what our brain is doing, then we don't have to get overrun by it. So there's one more piece of this, so we can go to full view of me. There's one more piece of this that I want to take it to another level. You guys okay with that? If we go, everybody with me, go to the next level of this. And we're going to break right around 2 o'clock, so stay with me. I know I said the B word. You should never say the B word until you're ready to go, but stay with me. So, sorry, I have to get to the right. There we go. So we're going to talk about something. You know, Robbie mentioned this really early on about the possibility of leadership is to take ownership. Right. Today's actually the overview title of today is owning your impact. Right. And so we want to rock your world a little bit here about what the way we've been trained, if you will, or conditioned, the way we've sort of been pickled to think about something that we don't really think a lot about. Okay, so I'm saying I hate when I say so many words. We're going to talk about responsibility. All right, so I do need the slide up now. Okay, so we're going to use this example. So we have car A and car B driving down the road. And car A pulls in, veers into B's lane, and there's an accident. No injuries, for the record. See, being mindful of my audience. No injuries, for the record. What is the cause of the accident? So just put it in the chat. What is the cause of the accident? A and B are going down the road. A goes into B's lane. There's an accident. You could say more factual, B hits car A. Yeah, car A is the cause. Okay, good. So now we're just going to hold that for a second. See, now there's some assessments coming in. Car A not looking before merging. Yeah, so easy to put the interpretation in there. It's okay. So, okay. A is in the wrong. Okay, good to know, Laura. Now let's take a look. So we're going to widen the frame a little bit. So that's not blood on the road. That is a pothole. Okay, so we widen the frame a little bit and we see, oh, car A hit the pothole, went into B's lane, B hit A. What's the cause of the accident? The pothole, right? Yeah, exactly, Jennifer. Now we're going to widen the frame just a little bit more. Now we see, oh, there's a truck up ahead. A huge piece of equipment fell off the truck, hit the road, caused the pothole. Now, what is the cause of the accident? So after the accident, we say, oh, okay, the equipment falling off the road or the truck, right? So now we're going to interview the driver. We're going to say, driver, what happened that this huge piece of equipment fell off and caused this pothole? And the driver said, oh, my baby was in the emergency room last night with breathing difficulties. I'm overtired. I must not have tied it down correctly. So what is the cause of the accident now? The baby, right? No. What's the point? Exactly, Alec. It's the baby or lack of sleep, right? The point is cause and effect. We'd like you to consider the possibility, okay? So just don't, see if you can hear this neutrally. We'd like you to consider that cause and effect are actually an assessment. You put it right on me now, then you take the slides out. Would you be willing to consider that cause and effect is completely subject to interpretation? It is an assessment. Everything is an effect. Life is effect, 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 effect. There's no cause in reality. There's always something that came before. When you understand this, you start to see that, oh, there is no cause and effect in reality. It's an interpretation. It's another way of saying it's a thought, right? Cause and effect is a thought-created reality. It's not true. So if that's the case, what does this have to do with communication and also leadership? Well, consider you can actually make a declaration. You can take on like a stand, like a speech act, declaring that you are 100% responsible. Not that it's true that you're 100% responsible. By taking that interpretation on, it gives you so much more ability to influence your surroundings. Now, I want to be clear, it's not true that you're 100% responsible. It's an interpretation that empowers you as a leader. See, I'm going to take it back to communication for a second. If I am of the mind that I am the traditional sort of approach to communication is it's kind of 50-50. You know, I'm going to say some stuff, but your job is to listen, and then your job is to interpret it correctly, and my job is to say some more stuff, and you know, I'm supposed to listen to you, and it's kind of a 50-50 street. Would you agree? That's the way we think about communication. What happens if a communication doesn't go well? Well, it's them, right? They weren't listening, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that. Or we can only have impact on 50% of it. But when you take the case, when you take the stand, when you declare that you are 100% responsible for your communication or for your effectiveness as a leader, then you have the reins. You have your hands on the dial, so to speak. When you start to see that, it gives you a different way to operate in life. This isn't about thinking, and positive thinking and all that. No, everything we've talked about so far leads us to this moment. We're not our thoughts. Leadership is a creation. The world doesn't live over here in our interpretation. The world, there's facts that are happening. There's no such thing as cause and effect. So standing in who we are is not our thinking. We can create who we are as a leader. And we're going to do more about that. How we communicate, we can create. And when you take on 100% responsibility, it gives you freedom. Because if I say to Joe, hey, Joe, I need you to do A, B, and C, and Joe does X, Y, and Z, I can be pissed at him, or I can say, how did I communicate that that's what he got? In what way did I not get my point across? So I can now come back to Joe and go, hey, Joe, I said A, B, and C. You did X, Y, and Z. Can you tell me what happened? How did that get, what was the confusion? Where was I unclear? How can I help with this? Rather than accusing him, right? Rather than assuming that they just didn't want to, or they're being stubborn or whatever. Like, we assume people hear what we meant, but most of the time people don't. And after lunch, we're going to talk about a really powerful conversation about how do you influence others? How do you impact people powerfully? But it starts with being willing to be 100% responsible for how you communicate. And, again, you can expand this out to being 100% responsible for how you lead. So Douglas Noel Adams, who's an author, had a great quote. He says, when you blame others, you give up your power to change. You actually become the victim when you blame others. Being responsible is a choice. Taking on being 100% responsibility is a choice. It's not a have to. It makes you be responsible. And I love that. I love that spelling of responsible. You're responsible. If you're not being responsible, then if you're not taking on being responsible, then what has to happen is you're just dealing with the effects. And nobody likes that. The last quote that I said, sure, it's again, Douglas Noel Adams. When you blame others, oh, it's on the screen, you give up your power to change.
I'm just going to chime in here.
Yeah, please. I'm
Anyway.
reading this. Is it okay to read the direct messages?
So we've got a lot of great comments in the chat, and I made sure Lisa was up here front and center because this whole idea of mindset, the inside out thinking, data versus assessment, they're such critical pieces of this puzzle as a leader, and to wrap your head around. And Amy, if you can click on the other computer just forward, the idea of this 100% responsibility, I mentioned it earlier. It's just a great tool for a leader's toolbox. Anyone here deal with QI, QA, right? Protocol issues, right? These are all areas where we look at, often QI, QA is seen as like the blame game, Monday quarterbacking, right? Imagine taking 100% responsibility and that, we have control over and influence over the policies that were created, or maybe over the protocols that were created. The system was created in such that it created that result, and unfortunately it was that poor soul that got stuck in that challenge, right? So when you see it as a systems problem, you see it as the ability to take 100% responsibility, like getting curious. Well, geez, how was it? What was your thought process? What was the thinking behind it when you're asking the provider, rather than them coming into the office and it being like, that feeling if you've ever been pulled into the office, you know what I'm talking about? So yeah, I see a lot of hands up there. So imagine if you had somebody, if you got pulled into the office and they asked, well, geez, I'm really curious, like, how did that call go for you? And you get curious about the mindset behind it. And you start to look for ways to be responsible as a leader and as an organization to see, wow, how can we change that so it doesn't happen again? How can we create structures and processes or a procedure, or take responsibility that, the training, the way it was rolled out, it wasn't the greatest training. So maybe we can roll out a new training to create a new result. So that's what I really love about that 100% responsibility part.
Yeah. Using just culture helps reveal the facts. That's
Absolutely,
exactly
Ellen.
right. So I just want to give you a brief preview of what we're going to be talking about right after lunch, because one of the things that we find that leaders really, really want is the ability to influence others. Yes? You could influence others positively. Wouldn't that be great? And that is the intention of communication, really, is to be able to get your point across in such a way that it's not only heard, but it might actually sink in, right? So the next section right after lunch is what we sometimes refer to as getting your point across, but my favorite title is Influence Without Arm Twisting. And one of the bonuses for being a part of this is an audio program that I did a number of years ago. It was a keynote speech. I used to do a lot of speeches.
It's on your dashboard on the right side, and I've listened to it at least 15 times. Every time I listen to it, I pull another nugget out of it. It's a great way to influence others, especially if you're in an organization where you're not in a position of leadership. We believe leadership can happen at any level. Much easier if you have buy-in from the top levels, but certainly that audio is such a great key to influencing others.
Yeah. So a lot of the stuff that's in there we're not going to share because you have access to that. But there's some key elements that actually aren't in that audio that I want to make sure to cover. And that audio is about an hour long, and I'm eager to hear people's reaction to it. So we're going to be talking about this getting your point across, and the thing that it isn't getting your point across isn't getting your way. That's the misconception that a lot of people have, is that, oh, if I get my point across, then I'm going to get my way. No, that's not what this is about. The days of command and control have wreaked havoc on organizations, not just in EMS, but that old-fashioned traditional leadership of do it my way or the highway has just wreaked havoc on organizations, has killed cultures and repelled people.
And it has its place in the life or death situations.
Exactly.
The 1% of the calls that we deal with, that where you do have to give somebody an order, you do have to tell somebody to stop before they do something that's going to hurt someone. But it's the 99 or the 98% of the issues that, unfortunately, to every hammer is a nail, right? If you only have one tool, a way to deal with situations, then you're going to use that tool on everyone, and you're just going to drive people out of your organization or drive them into the ground.
Right. It's also getting your point across is not manipulation or coercion. This is not about making people do things. it's not about force, right? You want to get your point across. You want there to be fertile ground over there for people to hear what you're saying. And this is the one that a lot of people struggle with, is it's not about fixing or changing people. This is about bringing out the best in people, right? The title of my book, one of my books, is called Bringing Out the Best in People, and it's all about communication. We actually have it as one of the prizes for the leaders, the leaderboard. You know, when you start to see all of what we're teaching, you start to see that your assessments are preventing you from seeing the genius around you. We all are, because we're looking through such a limited lens that we're missing the genius around us. So what getting your point across actually is, our definition anyway, is to be heard and understood so that your point of view is considered and perhaps adopted. Okay, so I'm going to say that again.
You want to do something?
Getting your point across. This is what we say it is. Oh, she's so good, Amy. Being heard and understood so that your point of view is considered and perhaps adopted. Now, again, as a leader, what you want folks to do is to adopt your point of view a lot of times. But if you're coming at it like they should adopt you, what you have to say, like they must, chances are they won't. Anybody here like to be told what to do?
No hands.
No hands are going up. Love to be told what to do. Love it when people who weren't on scene start to tell you what you should have done. Anybody? Anybody? No. But we innocently do that a lot of the time because we want to help, but we shoot ourselves in the foot. We're like tripping our own selves up because we're not coming from a place of understanding, listening to understand, right? So we're gonna, right after lunch, we're gonna break in 2 minutes. Right after lunch, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna ask you to share with us what you
discoveries.
Some discoveries. We're gonna take a few minutes of that. Then we're gonna finish this conversation, influence without arm twisting, or at least get through as much as we can. And then we have a special guest coming who will announce after lunch.
I just confirmed, so she's all set.
Oh,
so.
good. She's from Canada. She's not flying in for this. She's gonna,
It makes it so much easier sometimes.
I know. She's brilliant. She's been
Brilliant.
a part of our summits. Every summit we've done. We've done 4 total summits, and she's been a part of all of them. And she's our most sought after. Like, people are like, is she coming back? Is she coming back? So we'll announce that right after lunch. We're just teasing you. All right. So it's 2. We're calling it 2. Please be back ready to go at 2:45. Hydrate, stretch. Don't work if you can get away with it. Don't check your emails. Keep yourself in the training if you're able to. Okay, that was too preachy, but try to stay as much as you can. Stay in this conversation because it will. If you give it space, it will open up even more things as we move forward.
It's great to see all your smiling faces out there.
Love you guys, thank you so much.
We'll see you in 45 minutes.
2:45. Well, Eastern.
All right. Everybody had a good lunch. 2:45. We're gonna check our microphones. Let's check yours. There we go.
Now, like that Verizon commercial so long ago.
All right.
All right, so now we are going to hear from you. We want to know, what are you seeing so far? So, what maybe surprised you, or what reinforced something that you, or mostly we want to hear like what's new and fresh. Like, what is something that's clicking or resonating and you want to hear more about, or
And maybe that story you wrote this morning about the situation you're dealing with. We asked you to circle the facts and identify the facts, and we did go over data versus assessment. We went over 100% responsibility and really how our minds work. So really curious to hear who would like to share.
Who wants to go first? There might be points involved. I'm not sure. Not in charge of the points. I'm learning that I need out of my head and listen. Oh, that's good, Jennifer. That old song, out of my head.
Rocky said the last session was very informative. Great, Rocky.
We can unmute you if you'd like to share. Just raise your hand and we'd love to hear from you.
Kevin.
Okay, Kevin, you are going to be unmuted. Kevin? Perfect. Where are you?
Yeah, I've really appreciated the information so far, but I can't help, I'm a new commander, so I'm in a new leadership position, and I can't help but think we have some of those employees that have been here 30 years, and we've got a group of new employees, a new academy of about 6 people, and they can't help but focus on that one person who's very negative and is truthfully just, without any other words, just an a-hole and a bully, and we're aware of it, but does enough to get by and is present. But each one of the new employees who have a great outlook come to my office, sit down, and I try to tell them that they're positive and they're a good part of our positive culture, and that's going to weigh that one negative person, but they all can't help but focus on that and trying to give them the tools to deal with, in the end, just one coworker on their shift who just brings down the whole room. So I think it's hard to try to figure out resources to help them cope with that one person that no matter what is really just against about everything.
Kevin, I hear you and certainly have dealt with those situations. It was pretty rocked probably 10, 11 years ago, confronting a bully, confronting somebody that, he only had one tool in his toolbox, and that was to force their way through every situation. And I was taking it so personally, and I think until actually Lisa gave me advice that, to hammer everything's a nail, and that all he knows is to force his way through that situation. And I think in that moment, I started to get some like empathy for his situation. Like, wow, he's a supervisor in this organization, and that it was kind of sad. Like, wow, that's whole his world, and that's how he deals with all these situations. And I was taking it so personally. And then I had other people that were giving me that, like you, were reinforcing the fact that they appreciated the work that I do, that they appreciated who I was in the organization. And I think that really helped me. That kind of helped prop me up a little until I really had the tools to deal with that person and not take it so personally. And it's a challenge, but I think you're doing the right thing. Is reinforcing with those people, making sure they have the tools in their toolbox to deal with multiple different situations and a difficult boss or supervisor.
And I'm sure everybody on here has had, at least one person in their organization. But two things I would just add to what you say, if it's okay.
Yeah.
One is that we're going to be talking later about this too, and in the next after our fabulous guest speaker, we're going to be talking more about influence without arm twisting. But I would highly recommend that you listen to the influence without arm twisting and you let the new people listen to it, because that will help them to find ways to actually focus on a different kind of conversation rather than just reacting to the negativity.
Yeah.
Right? It'll help them to gain some proactive tools. Because if we look at that person and think, oh, they'll never change, or they're always that way, we're putting them in a box. They are the way they are. They may be the majority of the time, but there's also times when they're not that way. Just like Joe wasn't lazy, but he looked lazy given the lens, right? So I'm not saying that this person isn't negative and isn't a bully. I'm not trying to put frosting on dog food, sorry. But when we put people in a box, it also puts us in a box. Now we only have one way to respond. And the intention of this whole 3 days is about questioning our responses and creating our responses. And I think that the influence without arm twisting, I'm not trying to, because it's me talking in it, I'm just saying that there's things in there that could really open up ideas.
I think it's great. And especially when you're walking on eggshells around that person, because that's how they are. That's who they are. And then every time you interact with them, that's who you see every time. It's that difficult person. So no matter what attitude they come in with, they're going to show up as what? In the chat.
Yeah.
Difficult. Yeah. Right. And it's a challenge. And I had other people that, made some comments about that supervisor and how much that person cared about the organization. And I started to see, the way in which they complain or the way in which they see the world is that, wow, they really must care about the organization and the providers. They just don't have the tools or the willingness to learn a new tool. So great question. Great.
Thank you for sharing that. Stay tuned, Kevin, because there's a lot more to come on that. So.
And I think our next speaker is also going to give you some brilliant ideas on some mindfulness practices that will keep you from reacting to that person, because as somebody said in the comments, emotional contagion is definitely real.
We have time for one more person before we introduce our guest surprise speaker. Do we have one more
share from earlier, something that was a little light bulb moment, or maybe you're starting to see that story you wrote out as it might not be so, it might not be that way. It's possible that we've been adding our assessments to and our interpretations to the story. Hand up from Brady. We're unmuting
Is this our
you.
Alaska Brady?
Yeah, Brady's not actually in this building, but
Patty.
yes. Patty. I appreciate getting your point across does not necessarily mean getting your way, and I think not only anybody really recognizing that, so people don't just keep talking and talking and talking and talking until they kind of force people to change their way or tune out. So, and then getting at the source of what makes somebody want to be push all the time. What are they really missing? And sometimes it's just a little recognition and being valued, feeling valued.
Absolutely.
And it costs nothing, right? To say
Yes.
thank you. I had a boss that used to tell me, I don't need to say thank you. Every 2 weeks we're even, they get a paycheck. How do you think that really landed with other people? So people who feel appreciated will go way above and beyond what's
Yeah.
expected of them.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that tomorrow in terms of how to, when we're talking about how to develop others and how appreciation is so part of that.
I love the comment in the chat, Janine,
Yeah,
Jenny.
Jeannie.
Sorry. That just to not judge a book by its cover and remember to do a self check prior to addressing the issues, right? To try to check our stories, our interpretations. We're going to talk about this in the coaching mindset tomorrow about how to do that even more.
Yeah, very good. And one thing also, Patty, that you mentioned that I just want to say is when we listen to understand, right? So if someone's being negative, if somebody's being pushy or whatever, fill in the blank, we can slow down enough to say, what's going on? Like, get curious. What's going on? What am I missing? That's what you said, Patty. It's so brilliant. It's like, what am I missing? And sometimes, and I remember you having this experience when we first started working together, like just listening, allow somebody to relax enough that the veneer, that negativity and all that
too.
kind of softens, and you start to see who the person really is. And so, I just think that was such a great thing, Patty, that you said. I just wanted to point that out. So
I think we can go ahead and introduce our guest speaker. I want to thank her from joining in from Canada, the brilliant Wendy Lund. And Wendy, we're going to unmute you. We're going to make you a co-host in here in just a moment. Wendy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, brilliant. So Wendy,
hear me with all the horns honking up here in Canada?
And we're excited to see you. You've been a part of every EMS Leadership Summit and the Safety Summit that we've done. And it's just great to see you. Wendy's background as a nurse educator for over 30 years. And then in the last, it was probably 5 years ago, getting your master's degree in mindfulness studies. And that's when we first connected. And I'm just a huge fan of Wendy's work and her work with Reach for Resiliency. And we were able to co-author some articles together for EMS One magazine. So it's great to have Wendy.
We're big fans of Wendy. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, ditto. I'm a big fan of yours. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
And I think I have 3 or 4 hours, right? I'm only kidding. I know I'm down to 30 minutes.
And then we're going to have some time for Q&A. So we're going to let Wendy run through her content, and then we'll take questions. So if something she says you want a question, or just make a note of it, and we'll try to get as many questions in as we can in that 15 minutes.
You need to give me permission to share my screen.
I'm working on it.
Going to go take care of that right now.
And I just need the PIN and your visa number. That would be great too.
You should be able to share now.
Now? No. Worst case, Robbie, you have my PowerPoint. You can be my my slide turner.
You go ahead and start, and we'll get that up and running.
Oh, wait, because the first slide's got a video in it, or the second or third, I think. So.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Well, luckily, our wonderful participants have been very patient with us as we are navigating our first live virtual event. Maybe as Robbie's working this out, maybe you could share a little bit about how you came to do this. I mean, I love your story about how, why you started your business, which is called wealth management, but it's WELLTH, which is amazing.
So yeah, for 32 years, I was a college professor at Centennial College here in Toronto. 22 of them, I taught the entire science program to paramedic students. At Centennial, we have a 2 and a 4 year paramedic program with the University of Toronto, and I taught the anatomy, physiology, and pathophysiology. Because I was a nurse coming into that program and the only female, as you know, culturally, there was a lot of, they know what they're getting into, because I became increasingly curious and concerned about when were we teaching first responders how to navigate and engage with trauma skillfully on a call? And the answer, as you know, is there's no curriculum. And I'm going to talk to you today about self-care, and this notion of self-care in the curriculum was lip service. It was self-care, and every year I would advocate, why are we making students do ride-outs over the Christmas break? They need to work for tuition, and they're not really technically in school. And they were like, well, they're going to have to work every Christmas for the rest of their lives, so they might as well start now. And I'm like, actually, I think we should give them the break and let them, you know, have a break and make some money. And so I had a lot of resistance and some very smart people I worked with, and they challenged me to really get the research. And so that's why I went back and did this master's in mindfulness. And my thesis investigated the experience of trauma in paramedics specifically. And along that way, I really built a case, and I'm going to share with you one of the models to help you reframe how you see health and well-being, because you're steeped in one system. And I want you to know that that's only half the picture. And so this pandemic has also highlighted the need to really look at an alternative way, the other half of the system that we don't focus on. And I want to weave in that. So as I did my thesis, after 32 years of being a teacher, I retired early, although let's be clear, I'm old. And then launched this company, Wealth Management, and trademarked one of the only proactive programs called Reach for Resiliency that's based on the 3 theories. Because if there's one thing I know about first responders in the medical community, they want evidence, right? They want to know, is it working? How do we make this work? And you're so steeped in the medical system and that framework, I don't want you to dismiss it. I want to add on to that. And I hope today when I talk to you about and share what that model is, you can go research it and then start to ask yourself the question, what am I doing to cultivate my own well-being as an embodied leader? So if you're just going to, talk about self-care or well-being without embodying it and practicing it so that you understand truly what the barriers and the facilitators are to being well in the 3rd year of this pandemic, especially. So when we think about retention and attrition rates across the board, we need leaders who really embody the ups and downs of resiliency and how to cultivate well-being. So let me see, I still haven't got sharing capacity. So if you want to share the screen and be my page turner, I will just keep talking till I get some slides. Are you guys okay with me talking? Because I can talk for...
We have your slides up now, I believe.
Oh, there they are. Okay. If you want to put that on presenting mode, and then I'll just lead you through the slides. And you'll need your volume up for the 2nd or 3rd slide. There's a video. So next slide there. So I want to just really emphasize self-care and give you a little bit of resources at the end, because 30 minutes is not a long time for me to really inspire you. So I'm going to give you some books to read and some resources that are completely free that you can follow through on. So I want to talk to you today a little bit about the mindset and introduce that scientogenic model and bump it up against the one you know and work in, and then really talk about what mindfulness is and maybe what it's not. So if you've got some questions at the end, because a lot of people have myths and misperceptions, I can tell you, I am not about the hippy dippy version of mindfulness. I researched it for first responders because I know you haven't got time en route to a call or in a crisis situation to sit in kumbaya and, hum a little chant to feel a little better. There are 1,000 ways to cultivate presence that matter biologically and psychologically for your well-being and those you lead. And then I'm going to leave you with a bit of a challenge for this idea of cultivating your own well-being and self-care and looking at 1% of your day, because in North America, we're all about all or nothing. I'm either expert in this or I won't do any of it. And I'm here to say, you don't need to drop everything you're doing, because I know you're busy and you're stressed. So let's start with 1% or 0.5% of your day until we cultivate habits that stick. because you know that when people have bad habits that you lead, it just becomes habituated. Like you spoke about that person who's always negative. They've habituated a frame of mind and a perspective in their life that it comes so naturally that that's how they present to the world. So in order to change our neuroplastic ways in our brain, we need to interrupt that. So I think the next slide there is just a little bit of review. I've also sent Robbie a PDF notes of this so that you can review it on your own after, so you can relax and not take notes. You'll have a full set of this. So I want to share this video, and you're welcome to share it. The creator of this is a professor from the University of Toronto, and he's happy for anybody to share it. I think it's a great video you could use for onboarding new staff, when you're talking to somebody in a meeting, and for yourself to refresh. And so my question to you as you watch this for 2 or 3 minutes is, what does this video say to you when you think about employee well-being or your own well-being? So Robbie, if you could go to the next slide and hit play, we'll just watch this video and we'll come back and have a little discussion about it.
Dominoes. But what you may not know is that a domino can knock over another domino, which is about 1.5 times larger. So what I have here is a chain of dominoes. Each one is 1.5 times larger than the previous one. And the smallest domino is about 5 millimeters high and 1 millimeter thick. And I will carefully place it. And there are 13 dominoes. And the largest domino, it weighs about 100 pounds and is more than 1 meter tall. Boom. That was 13 dominoes. If I had 29 dominoes, the last domino would be as tall as the Empire State Building. What's the physics going on here? Well, every time you stand up a domino, you lift it against gravity. And that stores some of gravitational potential energy in the domino. And you only have to put a little bit of push to get it to that tipping point. And then you get all that energy back again when it falls over. And that's more than enough energy to knock over the next domino, which releases even more energy. So it turns out the amplification in this series of 13 dominoes is about 2 billion. So we put in a little tiny bit of energy at the beginning, and we get 2 billion times as much out at the end. But of course, we put all that energy in by lifting these dominoes and standing them up again. You trigger it, and more energy comes out. More and more energy is released each step.
All right. Okay, so the reflection for that video was to ask you, what does that mean to you when you think about your well-being, the well-being of the resiliency of your culture, of your organization? What does that mean to you? What are some thoughts? I just need a few. You can come on camera with me or chat it in, whatever you're comfortable with. I'm a teacher. I can wait patiently or call one of you out. James, any thoughts?
And James, you're muted. Not really.
Anything about the small little domino leading to the large one that would be the size of the Empire State Building, how you define health and well-being? I haven't got my glasses on. The smallest thing that someone can do can turn into something big, a small amount of energy. So often what I get when I show this video and talk about, when you think about your health and well-being, many people will come back and say, well, if we don't take care of the small things that are, problematic, then they become bigger problems. So people look at it from this sort of negative, or I want to say a pathogenic viewpoint of how that even lands on you. But I also want to invite you to think about the opposite side. So as we talk about self-care and well-being and redefining health, health is more than the absence of disease. So it's also true as a leader and yourself as a person that the smallest little changes incrementally that move you towards your best potential are as impactful as the small domino that creates problems. And now we've got a crisis sort of going on in our personal lives or in our organizations. So keeping in mind that domino, that you don't need to be at the back end where it's as tall as an Empire State, just start with 1 or 2 minutes of a practice that I'm going to introduce or invite you to do on your own. Next slide. So this model of salutogenesis, if you haven't heard of it, I bumped my thesis up against it. I hadn't heard of it till I read it. A medical sociologist by the name of Aaron Antonovsky created this model back in the 1970s. He was doing a qualitative research on menopausal women in North America at the time. And when he went to do his analysis, he noticed that there was a cohort of his participants that were Holocaust survivors. And he separated their data and compared it to the rest of the North American women. And what he found was the women who had been through this horrific event in their life did not have complaints about menopause like all the other women did. They didn't see it as abnormal. They didn't see it as a problem. And he wondered, why is it that these people that have been through great adversity have this differing view on this time of life? And so he was challenging the researchers of the day, the health promotion researchers, to say, are you really health promoting? Or are you still stuck in the medical model, the pathogenic model, which is really about eliminating disease, right? That's what we do as first responders. You come in with a complaint, we try to make it not get any worse, we try to reduce the symptoms, and we treat, and then we get out. That's our healthcare system, which for me is a misnomer. It's really just a disease care system. If it was a healthcare system, I would show up at the hospital and go, you know, I heard this gal, Wendy, talk last year, and then I started to do stuff, and now I'm at 7 out of a 10, but I just can't get to a 10. Could you refer me to somebody here so that I can reach my best potential? Imagine where they would send me if I showed up in the healthcare system with that. So it's not about reaching my best potential, this healthcare system. It's about managing disease and symptoms and trying to prevent them. And subtly, and because you work in that field, you reinforce that your idea is, I am perfectly well until I'm not. And I'm trying to teach people, you need to work towards creating your health and well-being, resiliency of the individual as you as a leader and the organization just aren't there for the taking until they're no longer there. And so the next slide you can go to, there are assumptions in both models, the pathogenic and the salutogenic perspective. So they're opposing models. And I'm not suggesting you need to pick one and ignore the other. I'm saying to bring them both together in your life, in how you lead and how you work. So that, of course, we want to prevent illness and manage symptoms, but we need to keep asking ourselves, what am I doing to cause my well-being? And in the slide there, the second last point on each one is highlighted for the assumption of where we are as human beings. In the pathogenic medical model, the assumption is you and the system are perfectly fine until it's not. Under the salutogenic model, it mirrors the second law of thermodynamics, which says when you have many systems working together, like this body of ours, over time, it's more likely for things to get messed up. And so we need to be introducing strategies and cultivating practices, hygiene practices for our mental well-being, our joy well-being, our purpose, so that they continue to serve us. Because if I said, do you expect this body of yours to do as well 30 years from now as it does today? You would all say no. Why don't we believe that about our mental well-being? Or people will be overweight, not exercise, eat like crap, but they haven't got a diagnosis of diabetes, so they just assume they're healthy. Or because I haven't been told I have PTSD, I'm therefore well. And I want to say, not quite so much. So I really want to encourage first responders, especially, to understand that we need to cultivate and cause our well-being and our resiliency. Next slide. And that in my other model that I look at, I really looked at Viktor Frankl and logotherapy. His work, if you don't know his book, you need to read Man's Search for Meaning. But he reminds us that this being human is all about 3 dimensions. So our body, our mind, and our spirit. Spirit has nothing to do with religion. Spirit, under that system of logotherapy, has to do with your humor, your creativity, your joy, your passions, your hobbies, the things that make you uniquely you, and tapping into those, especially when things aren't right. So when we think about self-care and the embodied leadership, as you're navigating your own well-being and those you lead, remember, they also have these 3 dimensions. But we so often in North America stick to this mind, right? You might eat well, maybe you exercise a little bit, but that's it. You just kind of do it and say, I'm done. And we drag our bodies along for this ride, right? You show up at work and you spend all your time in your prefrontal cortex problem solving, navigating, putting out fires, attending crisis. But there's more to you, and that it gets translated into the body. And so developing somatic intelligence, which is really this concept of embodied leadership, that you don't just bring your thinking skills to the table, you bring your whole authentic self, which means bring your spirit to what your leadership style is. Bring your mind fully with presence, noticing your mind, how it's working, and how you're interacting, say, with that negative Nelly you guys just talked about. Next slide. So mindfulness, you might wonder, I spent 4 years getting this master's. How do you spend 4 years on this definition? Mindfulness by John Kabat-Zinn, by definition, is paying attention on purpose in this moment in a particular way, non-judgmentally. And my gosh, the hardest part of that is non-judgmentally. But let me just tell you, if you're curious about mindfulness, we're not talking about suspending your judgment as a leader and your ability to critically discern and make decisions. We're talking about noticing what goes on in your mind and noticing the judgments that get in the way of you being a fully embodied leader, of you being compassionate to somebody in the moment, which doesn't mean rolling over and being a doormat. And sometimes as a leader, that means setting a firm boundary with a blanket of compassion around it. Like, hey, hate to do this, but we're going to have to look at it this way, and then negotiating maybe different terms with somebody. So mindfulness is powerful. And I didn't give you a definition of meditation because meditation is a single use or tool. And as first responders, I never lead a group of people I don't know into a closed eye meditation. When you carry trauma, as you do as a first responder, I think the worst thing you can do is ask people to close their eyes and be with these wildly crazy, busy minds of ours without any understanding of the tools. If trauma bubbles up, if a really powerful bad call memory comes up, what do you do with that? So teaching people window of tolerance and how to get grounded and come in and out of a meditation, but you don't need to even do a meditation to benefit from mindfulness. Next slide. So mindfulness has been researched in, I don't know, maybe 7 years ago, there were at least 30,000 studies published. There's probably double or triple that. Just about every single domain of every single field has been researched with mindfulness. And while we don't have enough maybe RCTs and critical tools to actually measure brain and mind, most of the research is very clear that practicing mindfulness yields better results in terms of compassion, leadership, connecting, mental well-being, and resilience. But let me give you this, it's not about mindfulness. Anybody who tells you that mindfulness is about, just Zen and feeling happy and cultivating gratitude, although those are powerful, is not the full picture. That's mindfulness. Mindfulness actually is really difficult work. It asks us to show up in these difficult times and moments and be with the difficulty, but navigate it with skill instead of just reacting. And as a leader, mindfulness will teach you to respond instead of being amygdala hijacked for a bunch of reasons in your past that might be really good for you, but not really good for the person on the receiving end. Next slide. Trying to keep up with you here. So the next slide shows you just if we looked at sort of where mindfulness fits in any thought process, it's really about creating this metaphorical and real space and time, which might only be 1 or 2 seconds. But when you practice mindfulness over and over again, you create this capacity, something called metacognition and meta-emotion, where you become an observer or a witness to your experience and not simply the subject. Because often in trauma and moments of difficult moments when you're leading, you can get caught up in the emotion and the circus of the moment. But mindfulness allows you to create this space where you watch yourself and the experience and create enough space that you can interject a new skill. You can get away from the amygdala and the lower centers of the brain, come up to the prefrontal cortex and access the knowledge and the skills that maybe somebody like me can teach you. And now I can respond in a different way that contributes to the well-being of myself and the person I might be leading in a moment. And so we move from the stimulus to reaction, where we can be very habituated in how we react, to moving from a stimulus or an interaction to becoming more responsive in a moment, which gives us an opportunity to change who we are in a moment and learn and grow so that we just don't use the same tactics over and over throughout the years. Next slide. So the goal of mindfulness is something called equanimity. It's not about happiness. You should never chase happiness and joy as a goal. The research is clear. It doesn't work that way. But if your goal is to find peace in your mind when everything else around you is a crazy shit show of stuff going on, mindfulness is about, can I maybe feel that circus going on? I might get lit up, and then I can quickly shift and start to calm my own nervous system and then move from fight or flight back to something more soothing and exemplify that in my interactions as a leader. And this isn't just a skill or a badge you get. It's an ongoing self-reflective practice. You know, how did I do? What could I try next? Could I take a break? Could I invite the person I'm with to stop and take 3 breaths with me? Because we know in the research, it takes 20 seconds to go from an amygdala where it starts to get lit up and gets hijacked with strong emotions to get to this prefrontal cortex where your resiliency and your good leadership skills are. So sometimes we need to buy 20 seconds worth of time just to be like, okay, before I hit the send on that email, before I open my mouth and blast this person, can I just be grounded? And you might just say, I'm just going to take a second here to breathe. Even if you don't invite the person in front of you, you doing that as a leader unconsciously invites the person to pause, even if they've not practiced mindfulness. So it can be powerful. Next slide. One of the most exciting parts of the mindfulness research that's emerging is this fairly new division in science called epigenetics. And so we've often heard you are what you eat. I just want to share, you are what you think. And so we estimate about 60,000 thoughts a day. Of course, you can't monitor them all, but did you know that of those 60,000 thoughts, 85% of them are the same old thoughts you had yesterday that you're recycling? And about 80% of them are negative. So we're threat detecting negative bias built as a brain. And so honor that biology. You don't have to let yourself critical. Why am I so negative all the time? You're built that way for survival. And so the idea of mindfulness and gratitude practice and self-compassion is not to ignore this fight or flight or survival need that you should have, but I don't need you to practice being stressed, right? Nobody needs more practice than that because it comes quite naturally. But we do need to practice the soothing centers and parts of our brain so that we can bring them online a little bit quicker. So as a leader, you want to remember you are what you think and how you lead. So if you lead from an embodied place where you're bringing your body, your mind, your heart into what you do, which again doesn't bring pushover, it just means you act with sort of kindness and compassion. Maybe as a rule, 80-20%. I told my students on my last lecture, come up with whatever ratio works for you. 80% of the time, I'm going to work at being a kind, decent, compassionate human being. I'm going to make space for 20% of you that I just can't tolerate. So that you're not perfect monk here. You're not asking to be this perfection. You won't always nail it, but the goal is, can I commit to a leadership style that continuously sharpens my own capacity to be the leader that really helps those I'm leading also understand self-care, compassion, and working with an air of kindness. So epigenetics, you think that what is going on here is separate from here, but everything you're thinking contributes to your overall mood, which is being secreted by biological markers, which is bathing every cell, which is picked up by that cell membrane and dictating towards the genes, which ones get expressed. That's why it might matter to you to start practicing, oh, maybe I will start thinking about what's going on in my mind and what my mood is. Because if you want to leave your job and retire healthy and not have a heart attack, did you know that anger and depression and anxiety are independent risk factors for cardiovascular disease? For many years when I grew up in the healthcare, we knew that they were comorbidities for things like an acute MI, but they're now independent risk factors. So cultivating your presence and your mental well-being matters for your own selves because they're listening. Next slide. So I've already mentioned this. We're trying to go from a stress reaction to a stress response and stop engaging the amygdala and more skillfully access our prefrontal cortex. Self-care, which I'm going to introduce to you shortly, is about tapping into sort of that soothing side of our brain so that it becomes more habituated in your everyday experience, which will bleed out into your leadership skills. Next slide. Mindfulness globally will help you with attention and emotional control and self-awareness. We're really good at people, and I'm sure as leaders, at taking everybody else's inventory, right? If you've got a life partner at home or kids, how easy is it for us to say, you know, you really should be doing this. You should be doing that. If you only did this, I'd be having a better time. So we're really good at checking in on everybody else's inventory, but mindfulness invites this leadership to, or leaders to really check in with your own stuff. What can you be doing? Because the truth is you can't control anybody. If there's one thing leadership should have taught you is that, right? Changing people exactly, but mentoring them and role modeling for them is possible. Next slide. So self-care for me is an act of compassion to the self. It's an act of self-gratitude. It's an act of being present and using practices that cultivate your mental health hygiene. So I want to look at the brand of self-care, because I have a bit of a problem with it. So of course, self-care can look like this, or next slide. So taking a bubble bath, people think about, or maybe going out with your friends and partying. And we know binge drinking and addiction is a problem in first responders. And so on their couple of days off, they might binge with their friends. I think if you go back a slide, yes, Netflix. So if you're on the TV with your remote and you're binging with a beer in your hand, again, I don't want to be judgmental. Of course, there's nothing wrong with any of those happening at any given time. But if you habituate that as your self-care practice, you're really just avoiding some of the hard work, because self-care also includes this. Next slide. It means, next slide. It means taking care of things like finances. And as a leader, maybe it's doing your budget review, the things you really don't enjoy doing. Self-care can mean stepping up to the plate and getting those things off your plate because they nag you, right? The 2 years it took me to write my thesis, every day, every moment, I felt like somebody was, poking at me. You need to be writing. You need to be writing. And it was a huge stressor on me until I got it done. And so self-care can mean tackle the things that are work kind of related that you don't want to do, but you know that when you get them done, you will be able to free up mental and cognitive energy to do other things. Next slide. So self-care can also look like having tough conversations with people at work, getting therapy, having that awareness to know that you need a little bit of support. Next slide. Self-care can also look like, decluttering your home, getting that closet, taking out the garbage. And here's a little tip that I teach in my mindfulness: action before motivation. So if you're trying to get motivated to do something first, that is the opposite actual for how psychology actually works. We know that when you start any activity, it begets more motivation. It propels us further into it. So if you've ever looked at a corner in your room and you're like, and then 4 weeks later, you're like, okay, I'm just going to clean it up. And you start picking up one thing. And before you know it, 20 minutes later, this task you've been looking at for 3 weeks is done. And so it's the action, it's the thinking about things that can really wear on our mental well-being. So self-care is not just bubble baths and having a drink with our friends. Self-care should include the things you need to be doing that look like work. Next slide. So the tip of the iceberg effect, I kind of made this up. I don't really have a reference for you, but when I think of the pathogenic model, which you work in and you've been trained in, which is important for people that are unwell, and I think of the salutogenic model, and I think of self-care, what we see on top is the pathogenic version of self-care. It's when I do things only because I can no longer ignore it. So if you're going to a therapist because you've been depressed for 2 years, that's a pathogenic version of self-care. You're only doing it because you can no longer tolerate it. But below that is this wealth of opportunity and an invitation to take the salutogenic perspective about self-care, which means, what can I do that moves me towards my best potential? And that doesn't mean I need to be disease-free or diagnosis-free. You can have PTSD and turn towards the salutogenic perspective, which says, I have PTSD and depression. What's my best potential here? I don't just want to move to the pathogenic and say, how do I manage my symptoms and my pharmacology and my therapy? That's one part of the pie for sure. But we need to ask more often, what are the things I need to do that create my sense of joy, my sense of stress tolerance? What am I doing today to thank my future self to get me to that isn't just about relieving symptoms or managing symptoms. You can have both perspectives. So start to see that iceberg in terms of yourself and those you lead. And if you're only attending to putting out fires and managing crisis or pathology, you're missing the opportunity to cultivate resiliency and well-being from the psychogenic perspective. Next slide. So I've got a couple of, I can't see because the slide's so small, but I think I broke down to body, mind, spirit. You can, I'm looking at the time. I'll let you go through, but there are suggestions under each of these psychogenic invitations. I'm also going to leave you with a 25-hour course that's on my website for any first responder, loved one, or family member. There's no upsell, no BS. I don't even collect your email. You can just go in and take content and use it and share it with others, and some books to read. But you just need to start small and start with, like, what are your passions? So if I say body scan, you're like, what? Then check it out. And here's the thing I've learned in my mindfulness practice. If you're like, I would never do that. Everything I've learned in my mindfulness practice is the things I resisted the most were the things I actually needed to do the most. And so, fair warning, if you find yourself like, I would never do that, just remember what I just said and do it anyway, within your window of tolerance, so as long as you're feeling safe inside that. So go through those. I'm going to leave you my email, and Robbie will have it if you have any questions about those, but I wanted to give you a bit of a roadmap for what to do. The next slide. So the 1% challenge. Look at your day. I'm just putting on the slide that if most of us have a day that starts at 6 in the morning and you go to bed on average at 10 p.m., I think Robbie's going to change the slide. Then we look at the number of, no, back one to the yellow. If we look at breaking down your day, if we say 6 in the morning till 10 at night, there's 16 hours times 60 minutes. 1% of your day turns out to be 9.6 minutes. So if what I'm saying is like, Wendy, I haven't got time for another thing, you can stack these 10 minutes on things you already habituate. For example, while you're brushing your teeth, you can take that 3 minutes to layer on a mindfulness practice so that you don't need to separate and carve out more. So scaffolding habits on what's already habituated, and things like transmuting your commute. It should be sacred space when you go to work and come home to work that you adopt a transitioning tradition. You have 5 well planned out things I do to take off this uniform, metaphorically and physically, a ritual that helps me shift from work mode back to my life mode. Because especially your new onboarding people, some of them come so gung-ho, but I always talk to my students that you need to let go of this job at the end of the day, because it will eat you alive if you're on with the uniform all day long. You have to turn off that fight or flight and that hypervigilant threat that we need during the job. So challenge yourself to 1%. Next slide. This is a great equation if you're mathematically or analytically inclined. So when we look at suffering, we look at pain, P times resistance equals suffering. The P from a Buddhist-born point of view is, but even take away the Buddhism, pain is inevitable. Nobody knows that like a first responder. You can't avoid life and the pain that comes with it, all the adversity, the things like the pandemic. There are things we just cannot control. So while we cannot do anything about the P, we do have full control over the R, which doesn't mean it's easy, but here's where mindfulness practice can help you. If you have like let's give the pandemic 100 units on the P, and I match that with an R personally, I bring to this pandemic for the last 2 years, I'm angry, I'm isolated, I'm pissed off, I have to wear a mask, and you match the resistance to this pandemic equally, now we have 100 times 100 and a really strong suffering. If I can learn to cultivate practices in a mental health hygiene or a spiritual health hygiene practice and a body that helps me cultivate stress tolerance and change my relationship with the pandemic, I can soften that R. So even if I go from 100 times 50, I'm suffering half as much. If I can get that down to 10 instead of 100, I'm way down. And so we can either lower resistance by changing how we interact with the adversity, or do things like self-care, gratitude, generosity that bolster our stress response. So it lessens naturally the R. And so that's how, when you're building a plan for yourself to do a mindfulness practice or start to work on cultivating your best potential, look at that R, like what would make me feel better about it? And for some people, it's cultivating just acceptance. I can't change the pandemic. And if you've been watching Canada, I can't necessarily change the leaders and the responses. That we can learn to practice acceptance, like trusting impermanence. This won't be the same forever. Next slide. So I will leave this in the notes, but wealth management you can go to wealthmanagement.ca and click on this course that says Content and Conversations for Public Health and Safety. You just click on it, enter your email. You'll never hear from me again. Check your junk folder, and you have 25 hours. Rob and Lisa are in there, but so are other fire, police, medics, psychologists, lots of stuff from me, many presentations I've given. So the Illinois Firefighter Police or peer support team, you'll find tons of resources in there to get you going. So please access that. If you're on Instagram, I hate social media, but I have a tiny Instagram account, wealth_management. I do daily breath work videos that I create on my own that are 1 minute. There are a bunch of 3-minute breath work videos. I post daily snapshots of readings that are important to get you into reading and changing and opening up your mind, as well as little videos I post called Minute Mindfulness, sort of disseminating what I know on how to build it. So you are welcome to also join that. Next page. If you're a reader or if you're not a reader, get back to reading. If there's one thing I learned in this thesis, and as much as it's hard to read, because our tolerance to stay with attention is decreasing because of the time we spend on social media. Literally, we've shaved off 4 seconds of our attention span in the last 6 years because we are so used to flipping our attention on social media that now it becomes harder to read. But you don't need to read the whole book. You just need to read a couple of pages. So a habit for me every morning is what I do on Instagram called Wealthy Reads. Open up a book or an article and read 1 or 2 pages. That counts as your 1%. It's a mindfulness practice. It's cultivating knowledge. It's allowing new information into your mind so that you can think differently about how you do business with yourself and with those you interact with. These are some books I took a picture of today that I believe every leader should read. And so if you're looking for authors, if you don't like me or resonate, as a service, I wish we had access to a book club. You could start one as a leader and say, we're going to do a book. Does anybody want to do a book club with me? And start to have these discussions, which open it up, because the book takes the pressure off you having that, right? It's not you saying you should do this. It's like, oh, look what Wendy said about this. What do you think? How does that fit into our organization? So reading for me is a powerful way to strengthen your resiliency skills, especially as a leader, and understand how to operationalize things like gratitude as a leader, because it can feel really weird because nobody taught you as a first responder about those things, I'm pretty sure. Next slide. So the contact information for me will be there. You're welcome to email, reach out to Robbie. He knows how to get a hold of me. DM me through Instagram. My email address is there. Happy to connect always. And now I'm pretty good for time, a little over late, but any thoughts, next slide, or questions or reflections, please jump on and talk to me.
If you have a question or want to make a comment, it's
Can you tell why we love Wendy, by the way?
Thank you, Wendy. That was fantastic. I was taking pictures of the screen as it was going by. So
I've got my
who
notebook.
has a question for Wendy and or a comment or something you saw? We saw some comments.
They're insightful.
Yeah.
Bring your microphone next to your mouth.
You could write mean things about me. I haven't got my glasses on, so I won't even see them.
Ellen says, thank you. Looking forward to visiting. So sorry about the little hiccup there with the tech, but it happens.
It's okay. We're
Wendy.
Can you hear me now? Somebody, okay. So
I love that action before motivation. I wrote that down.
Martin, can we get Martin unmuted?
And you are unmuted, Martin.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
That was great.
Thank you.
So I want to hear what you think about the benefits of having a consistent morning routine.
To me, it's a must have. So I was the kind of person that would get up and be at the college at 6 in the morning and go until I found mindfulness. And now I must have, like, if I can, a full hour minimum. It sets the day and it sets the stage, which is part of that mental health. And so even if you don't want to do a meditation, and the thing about the brain is it seeks novelty. So come up with 1,000 different things you can do. If you make coffee every morning, pretty sure most of you do, make that a mindfulness practice, which means don't have the news going on in the back, do it in silence, pay attention to the water, pay attention to the aromas, and offer gratitude. And do your whole morning routine that way, where you're listening to maybe ambient music instead of nonstop songs, podcasts, news, because what happens is we no longer can tolerate the noise in our own head. And so we overload our senses with so much busyness that we don't have to be with ourselves. So morning practices and that commute, if you put on a uniform to go to work, I tell students when I can get them, I teach first year students my program. I'm like, every button that you put on in the morning, in silence with gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's not thank you from a hippy dippy. When I say thank you and I give, thanks that I have this privilege of putting on this uniform, I'm releasing the hormones for that. But if I'm busy blessing out, I cannot cognitively be busy stressing out. And that's the magic, right? Because you can wake up and let your alarm clock off and go, oh my God, I have so much I need to do today, and start the stress wheel cycle going and fall back into that habituated stress response. If your only nice, calm moment is 10 minutes in the morning, then take it. And then have one at night. And so it can be super busy all day long, but that transition tradition on the way to work and on the way home, which might just mean you open up the window and you sit in your car for 5 minutes while it warms up. You stop at a lake on the way home or a favorite tree you noticed, and just notice it and take 5 breaths. The smallest little changes you can do, 1%, will eventually, like that domino, create these huge waves where you're like, man, I feel better. Like, I want more of that. And it becomes this sort of rolling thing that this stuff works. I found mindfulness through a series of really big, difficult moments, which is how most people fall into a mindfulness practice. But I try to invite people come into the pool before you're drowning. Like, come in and wait around and see how it works. Because we wait from that pathogenic model. We just assume we are unlimited resources of resiliency until we're diagnosed with PTSD.
Right. And that was another thing I was going to ask, how you differentiate your morning routine from your evening routine.
However you want. So I can give you a bunch of lists, but it's when you really tap into what do I enjoy doing. So if it's reading, or if you're a worrywart, what is really good to do at night is maybe if you do a to-do list, maybe you have a worry chair, which means your bed should be a sanctuary. No phones, make that a habit. Phone is off by the time your pillow gets there. You can keep a rock on your pillow or something. I give all my students in workshops a rock. And I'm like, because the hardest thing about mindfulness is not the mindfulness practice, it's remembering to do it, because we're already so habituated. But if you put something on top of your pillow, like a rock or something, and then before you go to bed, you're like, oh, right, Wendy wanted me to do gratitude practice. So I'm just going to think, because the research is clear, a little bit of gratitude right before you sleep increases REM. And again, if you go to bed stressing tomorrow, now I'm lighting up these, prefrontal cortexes, and I'm thinking when biologically I need to be shutting down that reticular activating system. So whatever you like, and if you want a worry chair, then sit in a chair and write out your worries and your to-do list, then fold it up, and then off you go, and then get to your nighttime routine. Breathing, a shaking dance. If you haven't got a playlist for shaking or dancing, get one and put it on. Like, if I'm pissed off, I've got a couple of songs that are really good rocking songs, and I will just put them on and with a closed door and just belt it out and move my body. Because you need to finish the stress response. You need to move that energy physically through the body. If you think of animals after they get up after a fight, or they've been injected with they get up and they shake it off. And so even a shaking meditation where you just stand and shake your body, shake it out, you might think it looks ridiculous because you haven't done it, but biologically and psychologically, it can matter. It can move the rest of the stress response through the body. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And I have a morning routine. And then once I get those 5 things checked off in the morning, I start my day off with a sense of accomplishment.
And if you're a leader and you have a practice, then we should stop sharing our worst case scenarios and start sharing what we do to get grounded. So when you onboard new employees, share what those transitioning traditions are that have worked for you. I don't need to do what you do. I just need to share some examples, and people are like, oh, okay, that doesn't really fit for me, but I can do this. So, and get everybody talking about that, because first responders love to share when things go wrong, right? Share what works. So as a leader, what you found helpful. Do you want to share some of your 5?
Yeah, my Power 5 is what I call it. I don't know if you've heard of that before, but it's just 5 minutes in the morning. 5 minutes of breathing, 5 minutes of gratitude, 1 minute of gratitude, 1 minute of power pose, 1 minute of writing 5 topics that I need to get accomplished for the day. And yeah, I think that was the 5.
Yeah, you can power pose in your mind. If you don't know Amy Cuddy, go to her TED Talk. So even in your mind on the way to a call, you can tell new recruits, just power pose in your mind. We did it at the college, every student between their OSCEs. It was just a norm at the college. Students, you'd see all my paramedic students in uniforms in their OSCE testing. They would just, in between OSCEs, be power posing. Because I'm like, why not? Why wouldn't you use the science? So that's great.
Everyone else has their own power pose, you know.
Great, good for you.
Yeah, you can do it however you want it, but yeah, it seems to be working.
Add my Instagram account because I do breathing every night.
I don't do social media.
Don't join, but if you're on, if you need to be prompted, every night I post a brand new video for 1 minute.
Maybe I'll look under my wife's account. I'll check you out.
There you go. Anybody else want to share?
Wendy, I just wanted to share something real quick. It's Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to share, you know this, but I don't always share about it publicly, but 2 years ago, April 9th, my husband had a brain bleed, and he's fine, pretty much. I mean, he's sort of dealing with stuff, but as you might imagine, that was a pretty awful, it was the height of the pandemic. You know, he was in ICU for 4 weeks. He was in rehab for a couple weeks. His father died in the midst of it. I mean, it was just a shit show. It doesn't even cover it.
Mm-hmm.
And we were figuring out how to navigate it all. And coincidentally, I got to interview Wendy for our summit that year. I'm gonna get emotional. Sorry.
Okay.
The Human comes out, and I was doing my best, and there were places where I was awesome, and there were all the stuff that I learned and everything, and then there were places where like, oh no, this is not happening. And I just remember 2 things you said to me that have really helped me, and I always make sure I watch your even if I'm not interviewing you, I watch it. But the 2 things you said to me was that you coached paramedics and EMTs and first responders that as they leave the call to feel their feet in their shoes, to feel your feet in your shoes. And I don't know why that stuck with me, Wendy, but it did. And I started every day when I'm walking my dog, and I still do it to this day. When I'm walking my dog, I don't talk on the phone. I just feel my feet in my shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the simplest thing, but it returns me to presence every time.
Mm-hmm.
And I've used it with my husband. I've used it with other people. It's so powerful to just feel your body in wherever you are. And that was one thing. And then the other thing you taught me was about, what are the 5 things you see? What are the 5 things or the 4 things you hear? So, I mean, people know, well, I did that with my husband because he was really struggling, and it always works. It's the most amazing thing because it brings you present. So I wanted to acknowledge you publicly for everything you've been doing for EMS and for people and that you care so much and so deeply about this. But personally, I just really want to thank you for being such a amazing light over these last 2 years, and the support and help you've given to me, and just been incredible. So I highly recommend for folks to take advantage of those the course or
Free
the
resources,
the
yeah.
resources, the free resources.
We've also loaded the slides from Wendy's presentation onto the dashboard. So if you go back to the dashboard, you can download those.
That's great. That's great.
Wendy, thanks so much for being here, being with our group.
Thank you for having me. It's always a privilege. So I wish you all well. And with any luck, Canada will open up. Yay, truckers. And we can get out because Ontario, I don't know if you know, is the most locked down place on the planet. We are day 460 almost. It's awful up here. So fingers crossed, pray for Canada.
Sending love. We have some people from Canada joining us for the 3 days. So our love to our friends in Canada. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Well, thank you, Wendy. And folks, again, day one is all about leadership as a level of self-care. And we couldn't think of a better speaker to talk about self-care than Wendy, bringing her expertise and the science behind it, which is what we love to hear.
Well, and it's so easy to as a leader, our focus is out, right? Like, okay, we're a leader, so I'm leading people. So the focus is out, and why we're spending so much time on day one, focusing on each of us, right? Because the foundation is it's got to be set, and everything we've talked about and what Wendy so brilliantly shared, it really reinforces that we need to look here first, right? We need to look at ourselves and what do we need and how do we be our best selves before we can have all of our attention outside of us.
Great. All right. I know I've got my notes. I hope everybody was able to take notes here. So we're excited about having Wendy in, and I guess we're going to continue our where we left off around communication, being responsible, the influence of that arm twisting model of communication.
Yeah, so we just have one module to go through, and then before we switch gears and move on to the next. So that's it. Okay, good. So I love these chairs, Robbie. Thank you for getting us these chairs. And how about our fleeces? We match.
Right.
I used to worry all the time about what's I going to wear? How is I going to look on camera?
And anyone in this room knows, like, or maybe doesn't know, realize how nice it is. You just have a uniform usually.
I'm not used to
think
that.
about that.
In my corporate world, I do not have a uniform. All right. So
I think where we left off was talking about what getting your point across is not.
Yes.
And so
well, actually, we left off on what it means, the definition.
Yeah.
Right. So being heard and understood so that your point of view is considered and perhaps adopted. So this next piece is really dovetails beautifully with what Wendy talked about, which is who are you being? Who are you being as a leader? See, we don't often think about who we're being, but who we are being communicates as much as what you're saying. So as you can see from this image, right, like this person's body language and facial expression and all of it instantly communicates something, right? Like that is so powerful, but we don't think about how we communicate. How we think about what we say sometimes. Hopefully after today, you're going to think a lot more about how you listen. But everything you do and say communicates. We often aren't paying attention to what's our face saying, right? Just because we don't have a mirror. I know I used to coach salespeople a lot, and I would tell them, put a mirror on your desk. You're sitting there making call after call. Put a mirror on your desk, because if you could see what your face looks like, you start to identify. Oh, like I am like sounding miserable, and I'm looking miserable too, right? So, when we talk about being, we're talking about what's getting communicated before language, or sometimes it's in addition to language. And being is really, we pay attention to that more than language. I like the example of if you've ever, talked to somebody like a friend or a significant other, and you ask them, hey, how you doing? And they go, I'm fine. Right? Are the words what you listen to in that scenario? No. It's the tone. It's who they're being. So we have to be mindful as leaders about who we are being, because everything you do and say communicates. And what our intention here is having people who attend this training be the kind of leader that people want to follow. Like, what would that mean to you? I'm sure if you look back over your experience with other leaders, there were ways of being that they had, that they could say anything to you and you would hear it as positive feedback, or you would hear it as helpful, even if it was tough what they were saying to you, because of who they were being. Wendy talked about this kindness and compassion. We have this old model that looks at that like it's weak, and frankly, it's BS. It's easy to be shitty. It is. It's easy to be angry and frustrated. That's easy. Who do you have to be kind and compassionate? And you can set boundaries with kindness. You can be compassionate. You can say anything to people when you have a connection. And that's really what we're interested in. We're interested in you having the kind of connection with people that you can have the freedom to say what needs to be said in ways that truly make a difference. So we're going to talk about just a couple of ways of being. There are many, kind, compassionate, those are all ways of being. But here's a few that are very helpful, especially when it comes to communication. And especially when it comes to influencing others. Clarity versus confusion. Clarity is remembering that how it works is inside out, right? I can't get it off. It's not the outside in. So if you're having all this thinking and you think it's coming from something outside of you, whether it's a person, a place, or a situation, to gain clarity, you have to be mindful of the fact that all your feelings and all your sensations are only ever pointing to one thing, and that's your thinking or your state of mind. 100% of the time. When you're in that clarity, communication is so much easier. If you're struggling to communicate, use one of the practices either that Wendy talked about or that you have to get present, to get out of your thinking and into what's actually happening in front of you. And confusion is thinking anything other than your thoughts are creating your experience. If you're thinking that your thoughts are, your experience is coming from something other than your thinking, that's confusion. So the second piece about influence without arm twisting is thinking about how are they listening? How are the person or people that you're talking to, how are they listening? Because how we think about people is like they're this, open book, but everybody has so much going on all the time. And if you're just trying to add something more knowledge into their filing cabinet, it's no wonder people don't listen. It's no wonder they lose sight of what you're talking about, because there's so much going on in their own heads, right? Everything we've talked about today applies to the people we lead, right? They're humans too. So we're going to go over a few ways that people listen. Now, we all listen uniquely because we all have our own paths. And when we listen, we're listening, as we talked about, through the filters of our past, right? Through the assessments and interpretations. Everybody's always listening from here. And we don't always know exactly how they're listening. But there's some general ways that people listen that when we understand them, it helps us to frame our conversation in more powerful and influential ways. So the first one is, I don't know if you've ever heard the expression that everybody listens to their own radio station, the WIIFM. Has anybody ever heard that expression? Do you know what it stands for? You can stick it in the chat. Anybody know what it stands for? Or you can raise your hand, we'll unmute you. WIIFM. Well, it stands for what's in it for me. I heard a speaker say that one time, and it was a little more cynical than I like to be. But what I realized in exploring this and seeing it for myself is it's true. We always listen from that point of view, but not because it's bad, but because we can't listen through any other way. We can only listen through our own perspective. We can't listen. Whose perspective should I listen through? I can't understand anyone else's. But people listen through their concerns. So if you're interacting with somebody, keep in mind that they're listening through their own concerns. They want to know, how does what you're saying affect me? How does it concern me? And they want to know, where do I fit into this? Whatever you're communicating, how do I fit in? How does this connect to what I'm thinking about? So people are trying to interpret and figure out what we're saying all the time. Every one of you, that's what you're doing. That's why we ask the question at the very beginning, what do you want to get out of the training? Why? Why do we ask this? Because we want to speak to your listening. We're going to keep talking about the things that you care most about, because that's what you're here trying to figure out, is how to get this stuff done. Well, you want to keep that in mind for your people that you're talking to. What do they care about? What are their concerns? Like from a place, not from your assessment of it, but from a genuine, authentic desire to connect with people, to care about them and discover what's important to them. Because if you don't know, you're assuming. And you know what they say about assuming, right? It's not good. Assuming is not good. It's coming from your past and bringing that to this moment. People also listen for agreement. You know, they want to know, is what you're saying in alignment with what I think is true? When we listen from agree or disagree, it's a very challenging way to communicate. That's why we talk about listening so early in this training. Because if you listen to this, like whether you agree or disagree with it, you are going to get so little out of it. Because the filter filters out everything that doesn't coincide with what you think is right or what you believe. Now, I'm going to tell you a secret. This is one of Robbie's favorite secrets. Once I tell you this cat's out of the bag, you're going to hear it throughout the rest of this training. But it's a really good secret. And the secret is when you want to unhook, so to speak, the knee-jerk response of people listening from agree or disagree, if you have a concern that they're listening that way, and most of the time they are, insert the word consider prior to whatever you're going to say. So you've probably heard me say it a number of times. So consider that people listen from their concerns, right? That's different than saying people listen from their concerns, right? It softens it enough that it actually takes the brain out of the amygdala into the prefrontal cortex. Mostly questions do that. The amygdala is a very fight or flight, and it doesn't respond. When you pose a question that requires something other than a yes, no, it creates transition into the prefrontal cortex. So, you know, a lot of times I get pushback on this. Like, I'm not going to ask my people to consider, being on time. Clearly, that's not what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is, if I come to you and say, hey, when you're late, it affects the entire team, right? You're going to hear that, and if you disagree with it, you're going to go find evidence for it's not true. Now, if I say, would you be willing to consider that when you're late, it affects the entire team? It shifts the listening. And that's all you're out to. You're not out to get them to agree with you. You're out, remember, influencing people is not about getting your way. It's about shifting it so that they hear what you said and it's being considered. And by understanding that people are listening from agree or disagree, then when you pose your whatever you want to say from a place of, hey, I'd like you to consider or consider the possibility. It takes everything from a threat to a more to a different place. Does that make sense? Another way so I just gave you a big secret there. I'll tell you that one was worth the price of admission, I promise you.
I'm going to just say that it's that was like the number one tool that I used through influencing people again above me in a position of leadership. So a great tool. It just puts people off the defense and really gets them to put themselves in your shoes. So such a great tool.
You on camera?
No.
Me, I love the camera. All right. So the next thing is another way that people listen is from a place of right wrong, right? There's only one thing human beings love more than being right, and that's proving other people wrong. We all love to be right, right? Because we got prizes, and knowledge is so revered that being right somehow we think we're going to get points for that, and so there's a lot attached to being right. But we'd like you to consider this. Who's right and who's wrong in this picture, in this graphic? Put it in the chat if you think one is right over the other. Of course not. They're both right. That's right. They're both right. But is that how we live in life? Is that how we communicate? Is that how we most of the time address people? Right? I don't want to point anyone out, but we talked earlier about the younger generation, and we all kind of nod our heads, and that's us being right. Right? That's us saying 4 when they see 3. We haven't been trained to see things from others' point of view. We have lived in this right wrong paradigm for so long that when we have an opinion, when we are so sure, we try to get other people on board and we push them away. That's why companies have retention problems, not just EMS. You can argue all day long over 3 or 4. Who's right? Who's wrong? They're both right. So when we start seeing people who have different work ethics or different ways of viewing things, they're not wrong. That's how they see things. Completely different from how we see things. And so what we want to do is we have to understand that we have a perspective on virtually everything, and so does everyone else. And all of our interpretations, as I said before, are coming from the past. They're coming from our own experiences. They're not coming from truth. This is another one that I love. How many people see a vase? If you see a vase, raise your hand. How many people see 2 faces? Yeah, it's both, right? It's both. So, back to what Einstein said, you can't solve a problem from the same level of thinking that created it. You have to learn to see the world anew. So we need to step back. If we want to influence people, we have to understand their listening, how they are seeing things. And we want to speak to that listening. We want to know what their concerns are, what's important to them. Because if we know that, then we can actually communicate more effectively. And sometimes we hear from people and they say, oh, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for that. Okay, well, you get the results you got then. Because if you put this in the front end, you save yourself so much time in the back end. I mean, there's all this research on the costs of miscommunication. If you look at healthcare, the costs are lives, not just money, right? There's so much. It costs so much in miscommunication. By simply understanding the power of perspective, you can wipe out so much misunderstanding. And I love this quote. It's mine, actually. Maybe that's why I love it. For a second, I thought it was somebody else's. It's mine. Consider that you have to give people a reason to listen to you. And just because you're talking is not a good enough reason. And I've been a trainer a long time, and I've been a coach a long time, and people pay me a lot of money to coach them. And still, sometimes they don't listen to me. Thank you. Because I'm not giving them a reason to listen. I can blame them and say, oh, they're not showing up powerfully. They don't want it. They're resistant. They're this or that. No. I got to look over here and go, they're not getting value. They're not getting value. They're not listening. So we have to get better at understanding what people need and want and get curious enough to alter how we say and do things. That's one of the main reasons ways that we're gonna solve the recruitment and retention problem. You wanna do this one? People always do things that what? Oh, no, we don't need that. Just the quote. I'm sorry. I threw you right under the bus. I'm sorry. Do you agree with this? People always do things that make sense?
Yeah, I see a lot of head shakes now. Right. To them.
What if we add that?
Right. Somehow that, especially again when we're dealing with those QA, QI situations like we talked about earlier, it's how are we looking at the situation, right? It made sense to them. It made sense in their training that they did it that way. So if we can come from a place of understanding to try to understand how did they come to that conclusion, we can see where we need to improve our protocols, our training, our policies.
Exactly. Because no one can do anything unless it makes sense to them. That's just how it works. We act consistent with the way life occurs to us. So if somebody is doing something, we want to get curious about how come that made sense to them. Like, isn't that interesting? The way they connected the dots, that made total sense to them. The next thing we're going to just touch on, because what we want to leave you with before we take a break is how to, especially in that situation that you wrote about that was so challenging, we want to give you a way to go back and, after this training is over and deal with that situation. Hopefully you had an aha to see, oh, there was so much data. I'm sorry, not much data and so much assessment. No wonder this thing is a struggle. No wonder it's a challenge, right? So now we want to come full circle and actually say, okay, how do you now have a conversation for change? How do you have the kind of conversation that will move that thing forward? So we call this speaking to create. And the thing is that all language is creative. Buckminster Fuller said, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, you build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And we're going to talk a lot more about this on tomorrow and on Friday. But when it comes to communication, we need to focus on what works instead of fighting the way we see it. And as I said, all language is creative, whether it's positive or negative. And everything that was created by a human being was once only a thought. So we create these whole worlds. We create these whole personalities of other people. We create our own personalities. It's all thought created. If you get that, you can see that the solution is easy because everything is thought thin. It's thought thin. There aren't these big barriers that we put in place. It's ways of thinking that we have that look like barriers. So no matter how long this challenge that you wrote about, this difficult situation, whatever it was that the situation was that you put in this, that you did for this exercise, no matter how long it's been around, it doesn't have to be an arduous, difficult process to change. When you see that it's thought thin, it allows you to have more capacity to change it. And we say you need to start with the end in mind. So what does that mean? Well, first, you have to ask yourself, how do you want it to turn out? How do you want the situation to turn out? Get in your mind's eye. What would be the perfect solution? Not the solution you think you can get, but if you could have it be any way you wanted, how would you want it to be? And focus on what you want versus what you don't want. I want him to stop being blah, blah, blah. I want her to not do this, this, and this. No. Focus on what you want. I want this person to be an engaged member of the team. I want this person to stop being negative. That's the wrong way. I want this person to be more positive. See what I did
More
right there?
engaged. Yeah, I want this person to be more engaged.
Yeah, exactly. Focus on what you want. State it in the affirmative and ask yourself, if I got this result, would I want it? Is this what I really, really want? Is there something more? Am I limiting myself? What are you not saying? What do you really want that you just don't think you can have? And then you design the conversation to get the desired result. Now, I'm going to have a little caveat to this. Being present is more important than anything else. Because you can design a conversation and be too attached to it, and then when it goes off, be like, oh God, it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, right? What's more important than that is to be present in the moment, to give the person you're listening, to honor them with your listening, coming from a neutral mindset. But think about, what questions do you need to ask, right? Coming from curiosity. What information do you need to have ahead of time? Where, there's things you're going to, hopefully you've seen from this work we've done, there's so much information you don't have. There's so much data that your brain is preventing you from seeing. When I use the Joe is lazy example from the bus company, the reason that the foreman couldn't see Joe helping everybody else was because he wasn't looking for that. Once his brain started looking for it, he saw it. And that changed everything. You do not have all the facts. And how can you create a safe space to discuss the situation? That's super important. If you've had a trying relationship with this person, if there's a rift between you in some way, or people, whatever the situation is, how can you create safety? All right, so we're going to do just a brief exercise. And what you're going to do is you're going to go back to the situation that you talked about, or that you wrote about. I'm going to go back to that slide in a second. And you're going to use the questions on the slide to just design a conversation, just to begin to think about, how could you have a conversation with the person or people in the situation? Because everything can get resolved in communication. Absolutely everything. So I'm going to switch back to this slide, and we're going to give you about 3 minutes. We'll give you 3 minutes just on your own. We're not going to break into breakouts. We'll be doing some breakouts later today, but for this, we're just going to have you do that. A few moments.
Thanks, we're back on.
Okay, you can turn the slides off.
All right, so we're just gonna ask for people to share anything that came up for them. You don't have to share about the specific situation, of course, but anything you're seeing from that exercise. Any yeah buts? Yeah, this sounds great, but you don't know, Joe.
Oh, no, he was just saying Joe. Sorry, Amy. Let's get some hands up. Who would like to share something that opened up for you about, you don't have to share the situation, just something that opened up.
Ellen, I think Ellen's unmuted.
Ellen, you're up.
Oh, hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just thinking about team dynamics and, having the courage, I think, and the desire to want to recognize when there's problems with communication among either a colleague or with a team, especially in the team dynamic. That's actually my situation. I won't get into the details, but what I think about is when I answer these questions is, do people really understand what the problem is? Do they recognize that, hey, if we're not actively listening and we're constantly interrupting each other, does the team or does an individual understand that communication is breaking down and you're missing important information and important messages among each other? Do they really understand this? So those are the questions that I would want to ask them, if they would understand, and then if they would be considerate of, if they would consider taking a more attentive approach to the team conversation, and by being an active listener, by not interrupting. And I think that sometimes, to have a safe place to have that conversation is really just the way that you respectfully approach someone or your team, maybe at the beginning in a positive and upbeat manner. Just say, hey, our time is very valuable, and our perspectives are very valuable. And I think for us to get the best, most beneficial out of the meeting, or out of whatever it is we're trying to do, that we owe it to each other to have that active listening and being attentive. And I think sometimes it's just hard for people to do that. It feels like a confrontation, and it doesn't have to be. It's just setting the stage and being bold enough to say, hey, everybody, hang on. Can we just get off to a good start? Let's remind each other to listen to each other, not to interrupt, and really take in what that other person's saying, so that you're getting their perspective and really being considerate of that person's perspective. Though that to me is really beneficial for a lot of meetings that take place, whether one-on-one or with a team.
Yeah, Ellen, you're making such great points, and I love that you're really talking about modeling how you want people to treat and interact with each other. The way you phrased it even was so taking 100% responsibility. I just want to acknowledge that, because it can be easy to go, well, I understand this, but they don't understand, and of course, it's natural, because we haven't been thinking this way. What's it been? How many hours? 5 hours so far today, right? So you got to give yourself some grace, everybody, to kind of get your head around this, and your heart around this, and your build that muscle in it. But it is about how we model it, right? Being willing to say, oh, I just interrupted you. I apologize. Let me slow down. Let me hear what you have to say, right? Just doing that. Catching when you're doing, right? Catching when you're jumping to conclusions. You know what? I just realized I was assuming some stuff. Let me back up. You go ahead and say what you need to say, right? Just you taking on those kinds of things and having the courage, Ellen, which is what you said so powerfully, like having the courage to show, I'm working on my leadership. I'm working on how to be a better communicator. I want us all to do that, right? That's a modeling, and that speaks, because everything you do and say communicates. Everything. So That's great, Ellen. Thank you so much.
It also reminds me, I was reading a book recently, and they just gave this great tip of, and not that we're talking about engineering a conversation here, but being authentic in those conversations. And have you ever told anyone in your organization or gone up to somebody and, you know, just said to them, you know, I really appreciate, I'm really glad that you work here. I'm really glad that you're a part of this organization with no alternative agenda or and I need this, this, and this. But it's
Right,
like
right.
authentically finding someone and just acknowledging them for being there. I mean, the gift that could be not only in listening for them, but also just going to them and showing your appreciation for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take 2 more questions and then we're going to go on to the next thing. So I don't know who was first. I can see Alyssa, ALYSSA.
We've got Alyssa unmuted.
And then
Yes,
after
I think
that
I'm
will
just
be
gonna.
Sean.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think
not
I'm just
going
gonna kind of bounce back off of Ellen. I don't know. It sounds like we're in pretty similar situations because a lot of the questions that I was finding I was writing down were pretty comparable. I think my main focus would be trying to approach conversations in a way to avoid defensive mechanisms from the employees or volunteers. They tend to do a lot of deflecting and accusations. There's a lack of taking responsibility for themselves and their actions. And I think having a good approach to a calm and understanding and welcoming environment would make a big difference. And I also think focusing on what the ultimate outcome is and making that a goal and making it clear at the beginning of a conversation would also be beneficial to the group.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Really, really great. Good for you. I thought I saw one more. Shauna is a Sean or Shauna? I can't remember. Despite having my glasses on, I can't read.
Whereabouts?
I don't see her hand anymore.
Okay.
Sorry. All right. Well, we are going to take a break. We have right now 4:25 Eastern time. So we are going to come back, take a stretch break and bio break and get some water. And we're going to come back and jump into the next part of the, so let's come back in 15 minutes.
Okay.
So that would be at 20 of, not do math on my own. So, all right, so 15 minutes. Please set a timer and be back on time so we can start on time. Thanks. Great work, everyone. Hooray. Whenever you're ready. Welcome back,
It's
everyone.
40 past the hour. And I've just gone ahead and shared the handouts through Zoom, another neat little feature they've added. They are in the dashboard, and you might get points if you download them from the dashboard. But just make sure you've got those. You're going to need them for an exercise in a little while.
Does everybody know how to download from the chat? You just go to the chat where
The PDF should be right there. Or again, go back to your dashboard. On the right side, you'll see where you can just download the PDF. Pretty simple PDF. You're just going to need it later, even if it's on your screen to read from.
yeah.
Good.
Yeah. And
Put the slides back.
yeah, that's great. All right, welcome back. We appreciate you coming back on time. We love when people keep their agreements. So we are going to move on to the next part of the day. For some of you, if you participated in the webinar, some of this might sound familiar. We touched on this at the on the webinar, but we're going to go deeper here. So if that listening of I know this already or I've seen this before comes up, we just want to handle that and say what we're going to talk about is different than that webinar, and we're going to go deeper here. So without any further ado, should I just keep going? Okay. So this is another example of a transformational exercise. So what we want you to do is to fill in the blank when you see here, I would be more successful or effective as a leader if I what? And then you put something in the blank. Whatever it is, it's fine. You don't have to share it, but we would love it if you put it in the chat. Yeah, it's good to see what people have to say. Yeah, the very first thing that comes to mind, better listener. Yeah. Yep. Didn't jump into solve mode right away. Yeah, me too, Sean. Yeah, we get that one a lot. Focused. If I was more focused. Yeah, these are great. Now, my next question is, how long have you known this about yourself? So, some of you may have just came to the conclusion today, like in seeing this. But yes, Jennifer said forever. Yeah. So for most people, when we ask this question, it's something they've known. They've not the first time they thought this, right? So we're going to come back to this in just a moment. So we want you to pretend something with us, okay? So just bear with me during this next section. What I'm about to say is not really happening, but we want you to just imagine this with us. Just imagine that for reasons we do not know, that 30 days from today, we all had to be in a baseball throwing contest. We didn't have any choice in the matter. We have to be in a baseball throwing contest. And we're not going to work for the next 30 days. Again, this isn't true, but we're not going to work for the next 30 days in this pretend scenario. What we're going to do is we're going to train. We're going to spend the next 30 days training how to throw a baseball, because how we rank in this baseball throwing contest is going to determine how much money we make, whether we can pay our bills or not, whether we can feed our kids or not. Like, our whole livelihood is dependent on how well we rank in this baseball throwing contest. Okay? So has everybody got that scenario? Now, in order to make this better for us, we are going to bring in the best baseball throwing coaches in the world, and they're going to work with us for the next 30 days to help us so that we can rank high on this baseball throwing contest, and we'll be able to pay our bills and stuff. So the baseball coaches, the baseball throwing coaches are going to come to us and ask us one question. Are you ready? The question is, which arm do you want to train with? Which arm do you want to train with? So given the high stakes of that situation, which arm would you choose? You would use your right arm, right, Austin? Yeah. Anybody else? You use not your right arm,
Yeah, I
but your
see
dominant arm.
strongest arm. Yep.
Yeah, your
dominant arm.
strongest arm.
Right, everything's on the line.
Everything's on the line. You're going to use what? Your strong arm. Because we intuitively know that if we worked on our strong arm, in my case, my right arm, for 30 days with somebody who really, really knew how to throw a baseball, we'd have a way better shot than if we spent 30 days on our non-dominant arm. If we spent 30 days on our weak arm, would it improve? Yes. Would it be more difficult? Absolutely. And it would never get as good as if we worked on our right arm, or I'm sorry, our dominant arm for that amount of time. Yeah, we know that, right? Now, we're going to go back to this question. When we talk about throwing a baseball, we automatically think about our strength. Of course, everything's on the line. When we ask this question, what do we put in the blank? Is it a strength or is it a weakness?
Yeah, our weakness.
Our weakness,
Negative.
a negative. Exactly. Why is that? Well, it's not your fault. We live in a world that tells us everything we've been conditioned to think is, I want to get better at something. I got to focus on my weaknesses. I don't know about you. When I was in school, I was really great at reading, wasn't so great at math. Guess what I had to do? Spent a ton of time on math. Because we live in a world that tells us, focus on your weaknesses, your strengths will take care of themselves. It's just not true. Again, misunderstandings. Our conditioning often is based on a misunderstanding. Now that we know how the brain works more, we know more, not totally, that's for sure. The more we realize how the brain works, we see that working on weaknesses actually, and you're not going to like this, makes us weaker. When we work on weaknesses, because of our neural pathways, and I don't want to put anyone to sleep, I'm fascinated with neuroscience, by the way, but because of the way our brain works, the neural pathways for our weaknesses, they're not as smooth. They don't work as well as the neural pathways for our strengths. So when we are, in our example, using our weak arm, we're actually making our brain work so hard that it takes so much energy, it takes away from our ability to learn. So if you have a weakness that you've been hyper focused on and you're frustrated because you're not getting better at it, consider it's because the way that we learn and the way that it works is the opposite way. Our philosophy, and we're not the only ones, but the whole strengths world, the philosophy is master your strengths and make your weaknesses irrelevant. Or another way of saying it is master your strength and manage or hire for your weaknesses.
I think it's a great opportunity as a leader to think about the team that you're putting together. And you may have heard me say this before, it's finding people with complementary strengths rather than having to assume like I have to be a certain way or I have to do everything myself. Anyone else in that boat? You know, as EMTs and paramedics, we tend to be a little more type A. We tend to have less resources and have to do everything ourselves. Again, it doesn't translate well to leading an organization. And what we say is build a bunch of leaders, right? Create a team of people with complementary strengths so that your weaknesses become irrelevant. And it's more about creating what you want rather than the weakness, which is focusing on fixing and problem solving. And who's had enough of that, right? All have enough problems to solve in our organizations, I'm sure.
Yeah. And it goes back to what you said before, when we're in this problem solving mode, which again, the way that we've been conditioned, we're in this problem solving mode. To a hammer, everything's a nail. So what we learn is everything is a problem to be solved. And so our life as leaders, just in general, even as parents, as partners, everything becomes a problem to solve. And that tends to ignite the amygdala. Wendy talked about the amygdala hijack. When everything is a problem to solve, it's a perceived threat.
Yeah.
And all human beings need is a perception of threat. We don't need an actual threat in order for our amygdala to light up and take over. If you've ever heard the term amygdala hijack, I think Wendy referenced it. It's the amygdala goes, whoop, something's wrong here.
And it doesn't have to be a real threat. It's the perceived threat. If you've ever been in a meeting or a conversation with somebody and they've gone off the handle, off the deep end, whatever you want to call it, and there is no reasoning with them in the moment, the only thing that's likely going to bring that person off of their amygdala hijack, off of that high, that stress response, is time. I think it's a good time that we take a few minutes. Let's take a few minutes and give it a little time. So
yeah, and Wendy talked about the 20 seconds. That's shorter than I had heard, but I trust her research because I haven't looked into it in a while. But yeah, and another, sometimes you can help with the way you ask questions, but the surefire way to do it is to leave it alone, right? Because we know thoughts pass, thoughts and feelings pass. So I don't want to go too far into the brain science, but we did want to connect it to the fact that another reason why, not only is it because it takes more energy to figure out your weaknesses, and we don't have the same level of learning. It's also the fact that when we focus on our weaknesses or the weaknesses of others, it can throw people into this amygdala response, this fight or flight. So they've left the conversation and they're still present, standing there, but they've left the conversation.
I love the chat right now. Jennifer, yes. Teamwork and move forward, right? Don't dwell on the past, negativity in the past. It's so hard. It's so easy to dwell on the past and the negativity. And Ellen, for sure, I love that strategic triaging of projects. Like we all need to think about how.
I'm taking that term right now. Write that down. Thank you, Ellen.
How we're handling that workload.
But the other thing is that typically, and look for yourself in your own experience. You don't have to believe me, and you certainly don't, have to believe every word I say. Although I actually consider what we're saying. We actually to not agree or disagree, as we said before, but to actually consider it and actually take it under consideration. Because the truth is, I've been studying this thing for more than 30 years. But if you start to recognize that one of the reasons we focus on weaknesses is because we don't know what our strengths are. And because I asked you what your weaknesses were, chances are you could write a dissertation on that. You could write a whole, legal pad.
But if we asked you what your strengths were, you'd be thinking, oh, I'm good with people.
Exactly.
Unless, I'm curious, just raise your hand. Who has taken Strengths Finder? That's one of them. Or the VIA character strengths. I see Rob. I see Sean.
Michael, I don't know if that's a question or.
All right. So on the dashboard, we put some links into the Strengths Finder. It's a great resource. You can get the Strengths Finder book, and it's a self-assessment with a code to really highlight what your strengths are. And there's the VIA characters assessment. That's a free assessment, but I think Strengths Finder is by Gallup, and it's about $16 to $20 US.
Yeah. No, I just want to say something because I love those assessments, and I'm not a huge fan of assessments in general because I think they put us in the the box that sometimes, and again, I'm not saying they're
The
bad.
assessment box, data versus assessment.
Yeah, like they put us in this box, like, oh, I think it's good as a tool. It's good information. It rather than looking at it like, oh, this is a fact, right? It's a tendency. The truth is we have a neuroplasticity of the brain is phenomenal. It's not that you can't change a weakness. If you wanted to, you could become. I'm right-handed. I could become left-handed. but it just would take so much more work. Our weaknesses and strengths, from the best neuroscience that's out there, basically is saying that by high school, middle school to high school, our strengths and weaknesses are pretty much laid out for us. Now, doesn't mean that you can't change them, doesn't mean you can't learn, doesn't mean you can't get better at stuff. Okay, I'm not saying that. But I'm a fan of the grease slide. I'm a fan of, riding the horse in the direction it's going. Why fight with, things are going in that direction? The other thing about strengths and weaknesses is we narrow it down to something we're good at versus something we're not good at. And that's not necessarily true. A strength is something that when you're engaged in it, you have more energy and the learning is fast. A weakness is something that when you're engaged in it, you feel weaker, you feel tired. It's usually the thing that goes to the next page of your list every day. Like, yeah, I'm going to get to that, right? What we're out to help people see is use the lens of strengths and see, are there other ways to accomplish things rather than focusing on fixing my weaknesses? How can I leverage my strengths? How can I use my strengths more effectively rather than focusing on them 99% of the time? So weakness equals laundry. Oh my God, Jennifer, you're killing me.
What did Wendy say?
Ironing for me.
Take action. And
yeah. So there are these assessments, and they're great. And in a little while, we're going to give you a chance to do an exercise that will help you to highlight your strengths, and we're going to get into that in a couple of minutes. But before we do that, we wanted to just show you a little bit of research that's been done. Not so much talking about your own strengths, but as a leader, what does it mean to focus on the strengths or focus on what's working versus the always focusing on the problem? So this might feel like a little bit of a pivot, but it's a really important thing to keep in mind as you lead.
So I had mentioned this before. The Gallup organization has done research on employee engagement and human engagement since the late 80s. And I mentioned earlier that 50% of people have left a job to get away from a bad manager or left an organization or considered it, which is just kind of astounding. So we believe retention and leadership is completely linked. They go hand in hand. That who you are as a leader, whether it's positive or negative, affects the retention of an organization, which again is why we're focusing on retention first. We're talking about developing yourself first before diving into the tactics and strategies of recruiting people into the organization.
So we're going to look at one question that it's essential for effective leadership, and that is, what are you focusing on? Because there are always things that are working in your organization and things that aren't working. And you have a choice about what you focus on. Doesn't mean you ignore the things that aren't working. It means you don't have to focus on them 90% of the time. What if your focus shifted?
And Gallup has done this research around engagement and looking at where organizations spend their energy and where their focus is. So this is in both for-profit and nonprofit healthcare organizations. And they found that engaged personnel of an organization, generally you can split and triage your organization into three sections, right? You've got the the top 29 to 30% of your organization. They're high performers, they're the go-getters of your organization, the model staff, the model volunteers of your organization. You've got the bottom 22% or 20% of an organization who are actively disengaged, right? You could give them a desk made out of gold and they complain because it's too heavy, right? Anybody have any of those people in their organizations? I see some head nods going on. And then you've got the people in the middle. So it's really interesting to think about the people in the middle that they say they can get pulled in either direction. And where do we focus most of our time as leaders? I'm just curious in the chat. Where does most of our time, energy, and effort and direction get spent on? We focused on the disengaged, right? Absolutely, the actively disengaged folks. And people can get pulled in either direction. So just thinking about as leader, where are we focusing our time and energy? Are we focusing always on the bottom 20 or 22%, or are we focusing on the high performers? Because we will get more of what we focus on for sure. And again, the focus is on focusing on the strengths of an organization, what's working in your organization, right? That's what you want more of.
And one of the other points, we're going to talk about retention more tomorrow, but I think it's important to highlight here is one of the other things Gallup did a ton of research on is engagement. And there's two things that are at the heart of engagement. Like they've created a survey.
Yep.
And two of them that I think are important to mention here. One is, do I get to use my strengths every day? That is one of the top questions that will determine whether somebody feels engaged or disengaged. Are they able to use their strengths? And to me, that's incredibly eye-opening. Like we have these disengaged workforces, and we think it's because whatever reason, whatever reason you think it is. But what if the number one reason is because they don't feel like they're a contribution because they're focusing on what's wrong with them versus focusing on how could their strengths make the organization better.
And most leaders are focused on creating policies and procedures around what? The mistakes, the low performers, the bottom 20%. And again, your people in the middle are going to get dragged down in that direction. So just consider where you're spending most of your time, energy, and effort on. Are you spending 100% of your time dealing with the problems, dealing with the folks in the bottom 20%? Or could you shift that a little and spend some time focusing on and acknowledging the high performers and getting more of that?
Yeah, and even creating structures and strategies, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, and also on Friday. But I mean, hopefully this is eye-opening for folks, right? So it's not only about looking for what your strengths are, but how can you help the people around you? I didn't mention the second thing, which is acknowledgement. So feeling valued in terms of being able to use your strengths, but the second thing, one of the second highest things is feeling acknowledged and appreciated. Now, this is across industries. It's not, I've met a lot of people in, paramedics, people in pre-hospital care, and they're like, oh, I'm not doing this for the glory. Of course not. You're certainly not doing it for the money, but all human beings, I'll probably be overstating it, but all human beings want to feel acknowledged and a part of something. We actually have a biological need to connect. That is a true statement. We have a biological need to feel connected because we evolved in tribes, right? And so when someone in your organization is being focused, again, innocently focused on what's wrong, what they're not doing well, let's fix those weaknesses, right? Couple that with not being acknowledged, that leads to disconnection. And when somebody feels disconnected, are they bringing their best self? Not happening. So this little shift in, like Robbie said so well, just a little shift and how are we making our top performers and that 50 to 51% in the middle, how are we helping them to do more of what they want to do?
I think it plays well into tomorrow's conversation around coaching, having those one-on-one coaching conversations
Absolutely.
as well. Yeah.
Anything else for you?
No.
All right.
So I love this quote. It's out of a great book, Care, that we've discovered the key to safe organizations. It's teaching people and then reminding them over and over again that we've recognized, respected, and selected them for their talents. That makes them valuable. In fact, it makes them essential and irreplaceable. That's it. That's the whole key to a safe organization, and it affects everything an organization does. So when people feel valued, again, they feel acknowledged, appreciated, they're going to go way beyond expectations, what's expected of them.
So we're going to ask you just for a moment to think about the best leader you've ever experienced, and what was it about them that made it so great? And just think of a 1 to 3 word description and just put that right in the chat. I'm going to hear from you. Like, what do you see or anything?
Think back over your career, an example that comes to mind of somebody that was a great leader that stood out to you. Knowing that they cared. They were a great coach. That's great. Empathetic, empathy, compassion.
Open-minded,
caring,
consistent.
Respected staff input.
Yeah.
engagement, inspired. They live by example, approachable, personal. It's great.
Yeah, we're going to come back to this more and more because what you saw in that leader, what resonated with you, consider that's because it's in you.
Right.
That's what's important to you. And that means that you're not admiring it because they're doing it, you're admiring it because it connects to you. That's in you already. That's one of the indicators of a strength. And so we're going to do an exercise. Actually, do you want to? We're a little early, but you want to go put people together. So we're going to do exercise right now.
This is breakouts in 2.
Right. First, there's a self-reflective part.
Okay.
So we just want you to take a few moments. This is one of the ways that you can find out what your strengths are. I personally, again, I have nothing against, well, I have something against some assessments, to be honest. I don't want to lie to you. But I really do respect the Gallup's work and their assessments, and the VIA's pretty good too. So I don't want to dismiss them. But knowing what I know about how the brain works, it's so easy to get attached to those descriptions. You know, I can't tell you the number of people I've coached, executives that come to me, and I'm going to forget the letters because I'm dyslexic, but they will have done the Myers-Briggs, and they'll be like, I'm a PTSJ. And I'm like, okay. You know, and that becomes the reason for everything. And I know, Ellen, those letters are wrong probably, but whatever it is, right? It's like that then becomes the reason for everything. And I just think whenever we relate to something like that, like it's, you know, it's in stone, it just doesn't give us the freedom that I think it was meant to. So what we're going to have you do is we're actually going to have you look and see for yourself, what were some of the high point experiences that you've had? Because just like I said, when we asked you to put those things in the chat, what resonates with you says something about you more than it says about them, or as much as it says about them. Yeah. So, you know, thinking back over the fact that our mind is a projector, not a camera, right? Whatever you loved about someone else or whatever resonated with you, that was you projecting and that you connecting with that. So that means it's coming from you. So we're going to ask you to just take out a piece of paper or use your journal that you got. And I'm going to read this to you, and I'll read it a couple times because I did not put it on a slide, which is bad, but not the worst thing, right? So I'm going to read this, and you can can't follow along. Reflect back over your life, both personal and professional, and make a list of what you would be considered to be a high point experience of leadership. So we want you to think about your life, personal and professional, and look for times or situations when you provided leadership and you felt accomplished, engaged, satisfied, fulfilled, maybe proud of yourself, any of those things, any combination of those, okay? So you're looking back over your life, both personal and professional. We're asking you from high school, from after high school on, because we want to focus on the strengths. And anything prior to that aren't likely necessarily strengths. So look for times again when you provided leadership and you felt accomplished, engaged, satisfied, fulfilled, maybe proud of yourself or your achievement. All you need to include on the list are just a few words that describe the experience so you remember what it was. So it could be the time I fundraised for XYZ company, or the time I pulled together a whole project. You know, it doesn't have to be incredibly descriptive. Remember, leadership is not a title or an official role, it's a verb. So it could be a situation where you provided leadership and you didn't have a title. Remember, do not edit yourself while making the list. If you think of it, write it down. And we're looking for a minimum of 5 high point experiences. 10 would be awesome, but 5 is sufficient for the next part of the exercise. And Robbie, in all of his brilliance, put this in the chat. Amy, in all of her brilliance, put this in the chat. See, got to have complementary strengths around you. So we're just going to give you a couple minutes, and you just want to list out 5 to 10 where you provided leadership. This is about you. Take about another 30 seconds. I'll see if you can nice. Right. I'm assuming. Everybody have at least 5. If you have at least 5, you can just give me a thumbs up or use your emoji paddle. Awesome. Okay, so in a moment, if you can, just for a moment, because we're about to go into a breakout room and we need to know who's actually here and whose camera is just off. So if you could just turn on for a moment so we can see who's actually here. Thank you, thank you. Okay, awesome sauce. Awesome, looks like just about everybody. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the directions. Robbie might pipe in. Is my mic not working again? Jeez. They keep turning it up, honestly. I don't know what is the problem. Might have to return this mic after this event. I can't believe I'm not talking loud enough because I'm a big mouth. Okay, enough about me. So what we're going to do is we're going to split up into pairs. And you're going to need your handout for this. And what we're going to do is something called appreciative interviews. So what's going to happen is you're going to go into a room, with just 2 people, mostly, I think. And before we send you off, if you get in a room and you're with a person that's not unmuting, they might not be there, come back to this main room and we'll pair you with someone else, or we'll put you in with 2 other people and we'll adjust the time. Okay? So here's what's going to happen. Ideally, everybody's going to be with just one person. And the person with the longest hair is going to go first. And what that means is you're going to be the interviewer. Okay? So the longest hair, you're going to be the interviewer. If you can't tell who's got longer hair, just eeny meeny. It's fine. So you're the interviewer, and your job is to interview your partner using the interview in the handout. Okay, and we're asking you to follow that for a reason, because these questions were designed to help you discover what your strengths are. Okay, so you could take, light notes. You don't really need, you're not going to have to introduce this person or anything. After you interview them, we're going to switch, and then the person with the shorter hair is going to go interview the other person, right? So each person is going to have a chance to interview each other. It's page 4 and 5 of the handout. Now, after the interviews are done, you're going to have a chance to debrief with your partner and just see if they noticed anything, right? Did they hear anything, like any themes between the stories? Did they hear anything jump out at them as maybe a strength of yours? Anything that, don't worry about it. Are you telling them the right thing? Okay. All we want you to do is do the interview, be present, be in the room, in the conversation. Don't be in your head, but please do follow the interview protocol. Okay. So let me just see here. Yeah, if you don't have a partner. Before that, I want to just go over a couple quick things before we go. One is just a couple tips. So use the interview guide. Did you say 3 and 4? 3 and 4. There's no need to keep notes, as I said, but you want to listen neutrally. Just listen. But if you have a question, you can ask. Like, can you say more about that? Or I'm curious. What else did you see in that? Right. So you're interviewing. You're there to just listen and learn. The biggest thing is the person who's being interviewed will have a chance to think differently about their strengths, and some things will come out of that. And okay, so I don't have the interview in front of me. I apologize. Can anybody, do you have any questions? So I believe the first question is about a leader you experienced. A best example of leadership from someone else. Is that right, Robin? Yeah, so you're first going to share a story about the best example of leadership from someone else. Then the next question, you're going to talk about yourself. And is it 2 stories or 1, Robbie? The next interview. Yeah, so the next question is when you provided leadership. Okay, so you want to take one of the examples that you did the self-reflective. You just want to pick one of those and tell that story to your partner. Okay? Anything else on there that I should highlight? Yeah. We're going to give you 8 minutes each. If you could just turn your camera on right now, if you don't have it on, so we can pair you up. And then if you need to turn it off after that, you can. We just want to make sure we don't. Angie, Tracy, and Sandra, are you there? Andrew and Tracy, or Angie and Tracy, can you just give us a thumbs up? Sorry, Tracy Braithwaite. James Schrock, do we have him? Okay. Just give us a minute, folks. I'm sorry. We just want to make sure that you get paired up with a person. If for some reason Tracy is there, okay, good. So if you get, by any chance you get with somebody, just come back to the big room. Okay? So 8 minutes each. So it'll be a total of 16 minutes, and that includes the debrief. Okay? So we will see you in. We'll bring you back. You don't have to worry about that. Okay? Anything else, Robbie? Does anybody have any questions about what I have, what, any of the directions? So much easier when we're in the same room. Any questions? Okay, I think we can go ahead. Sean, if you need to come back to the room, if you don't have someone in that, just come right back and we'll pair you up. Okay?
Okay, is anyone here? Yep, here. You guys are all in the same room, right? Sean, do you by chance remember what they asked? So we're supposed to do this assistant or appreciative interview, but when she was reading what was on the appreciative interview, that's not what I'm seeing on it. But basically, it's just to reflect on a leadership experience when something went really well. What happened, what was involved, and what was it about the person or the situation that made that example stand out for you? Hi, guys. Hey, my kids are in my background too. It's all good. I keep having to go off screen because my kids are just like, I want to sit in your lap.
I don't really have anything to speak of.
Haven't
I've been
had
kind of in and out on this. I had an interview earlier, so I've been in and out on this training today.
I think Angie also stepped away, so I can talk about her being a good leadership in the ambulance. There's a few times where she's been able to step in and then kind of gather people back and make us, not make us, but help us to find purpose.
Kind of bring together.
Yep. I guess Anna and Sandra have stepped away too.
Yeah, Angie just texted, so I'm just going to reply to her.
Sure. There she is.
Sorry, guys. I literally am driving around to pick kids up and drop them off at class stuff. So
You're just fine. You're just in with Tracy and myself and you, so I think we're good. So, worked out well. What?
We needed Katie, Harmony, and Emily in there.
Right? Looks like we have some new people jumping in now.
Oh, it was just Robbie. I just wanted to make sure you two were all set. 3.
Yes, we are good. Thank you so much.
Where's my Irish?
Yeah.
So,
bring your dance stuff too. Or your cheer stuff. I told you not to.
So,
Distance here, and I'm just gonna say. I don't know what to talk about. I just, well, point.
And wherever you can, not physically invade your personal space. Perhaps we can discuss our career goals right behind.
hey, girl. So gross.
Okay. So probably the leaders that stand out the most to me are those who, I think it was Angie earlier said that are genuine, or that I get the feeling from that that they actually care about what they're doing, that they're in, that they believe in what they're teaching. They believe in what they're trying, the message that they're trying to get across to us. So if somebody's standing there and telling me how great it is to be the president of whatever, and truly they hate it and they don't want to be there and they don't want to be in the position that they're in, I typically can pick up on that kind of stuff. It kind of comes through for me. So agreed. Very good point. What kind of qualities do you like in a leader?
I don't know. I'm a terrible at these kind of things.
You just get shy because he has tons of the moment is really hard for me. I am a person who, like, I need time to think it through, plan it out, and come to the table with stuff. Spur of the moment is a little bit rough on me, so I feel your pain.
Never been a good participant in breakout meetings.
Yeah. A good leader for kind of quality. One of the things I think I see in you, Tracy, that I think makes you a good leader is that I feel like you genuinely care about the ambulance service. You genuinely care about, our goal as a whole. And so that's something that I see in you.
So, yeah, I mean,
Leadership qualities, name them.
like I said, I'm terrible at it. Why do you just do it?
Don't you know that as his wife, that's your job to speak with him? Yes, it's true.
Yep.
Yep, that's how it goes. Maybe he likes strong leaders. Because I see that the people he likes in other parts of his life, like in hockey, they're go-getters and strong. Anyways, and then he also appreciates people who are good speakers because he feels like he is not a good speaker. Like right now, he doesn't want to talk. He has. He'll tell me. Kind of relate to that though. Like I think we look to others to fill, to kind of fill our voids, to kind of fill the areas that where we don't feel strong. But I know even in my friendships, I look for people who are better at the things that than I am. Yes.
Yeah.
There's still 7 minutes of us trying to talk about this. We're just fine. Angie, do you want to say like what some of your strengths or some of the things that you appreciate in a leader?
So is that the first thing we're supposed to talk about? Like a leader that has
look back
impacted
over
us
your
lately?
personal and professional life and share the best example of leadership that you have ever experienced. What happened? Who was involved? And what was it about the person or the situation that made the example stand out for you?
So I think you kind of touched on this already. Like I did say genuine on my like a little blip on the chat feed because that is one big thing that always stands out to me is when you can feel that people actually care about, like you said, what they're doing, but also like what you're doing and what's important to you as a person, because everybody has obviously different needs and things are, prioritized differently with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people that just are good at knowing that and accepting that. And so I have, I'm not going to say who it is, but I have specific people right now that I look up to as a leader because of those things. Like they're able to kind of take a step back from what they think is the priority and let your priority be your priority instead of their priority.
Yeah.
Even if they have an agenda, you know, they're still willing to do the education and do whatever they need to do to get their agenda filled, but kind of in a way that makes it worth my time too, because it's meeting my needs as well.
So maybe a shared agenda or a shared overall purpose, maybe not an agenda, but an overall purpose, when you can find connection between that person and what your purpose is, that helps you feel connected to them. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's hard. It's like, I was trying to think back through, people who have been leaders. So about 8 years ago, I owned my own adoption agency for 7 years. And my best friend at the time was she was a psychiatrist, and she was my partner and she passed away with cancer, which is kind of what made me close my agency, because I lost my person. But I think back to what some of the strengths were and some of the things that I really appreciated with her, and what made us such a great team, and why did we work so well together. And some of the things that come to mind in that are that we both genuinely cared about our job. We genuinely cared about what we were doing. We believed in it. Our mantra was changing lives, building futures, and bringing peace. And we literally did every single adoption that we ever did. We based it on that mantra. And we asked ourselves in each one of those situations, were we meeting each one of those bullet points in our mantra? And I genuinely knew that Lee cared. She cared about the birth moms. She cared about me. She cared about our coordinators. She cared about everybody who worked in our agency. She had a genuine connection and love for the people that she worked with. And I think that is huge. When you can find genuine things about each person that you can appreciate, even if there's a whole list of things you don't care for about that person, if you put those things aside and focus on the things you love about them. And she was a great example of that for me. And she taught me a lot about that. And I feel like that's something I've been able to incorporate not only with people that I work with, but in my family, patients that I work with. I can have the craziest patient, or somebody who's just really, really, a frequent flyer, whatever it is, and I can still find value in that person, and I can still find a connection to them and a love for them, a genuine love. I know that sounds weird, but a genuine love for that person, and understand that they have a need and that I'm there to meet that need in the moment.
Awesome. I think that's a huge benefit to being, I'm not saying this right, I think that's a big, a good way to show leadership skills is showing that you do understand that people have wants, needs, and desires just like you. They are not the same, likely, but they're still there, and they're not any less important. It sounds like you do a good job of that. Thanks. Cool. What, Trace?
Then unfortunately I don't.
He does.
Unless he's being a gallery.
Who's next?
Yeah.
What we got left? Minute.
A minute left.
I think we've all three gone, so I think
I haven't really.
Well, go.
you
Well,
kind of did.
The only thing about leadership that I can think of is being honest. Honesty always. You know,
Super key.
and don't exaggerate just to exaggerate. I know
Drama is not fun.
that bugs me.
I think that's huge too, with like just the genuine, like being like, yeah, don't exaggerate things.
Yeah.
It's always nice to know that someone will tell you when you need to improve. Be kind about it, but still help you, you know where you need to improve and be better, without dragging you down or like making you feel like you're terrible.
What Hannah does to me all the time.
I don't even believe that. Thank you. I know enough about her to know better than that.
He knows I tease.
Yeah. It's good that you have that quality in your relationship. Humor fixes most things. So.
All right, I guess we're going now. Those two.
Well, it was interesting that all of us from the same location or
Ended up
in the
together
same
at
location.
well.
Yeah, I wonder what this into the rest of them.
All right, there we go. Everyone's back.
Ta-da! Magical.
So we'd like to hear from you and ask what was that experience like? Just reflecting on your high point experiences of a leader. Anything you discovered in your interviews by focusing on that?
Could have used more time. I know we never quite know when we're doing this virtually how much time to give. When we're in the room, we can kind of sense it. So thank you for that feedback.
Kyle, great discussion.
If you want to share anything, we'll unmute you, and we'd love to hear what was the experience like of what was the experience like, Ellen Fleming?
Sorry, we'll unmute Ellen.
Just give us a second to unmute Ellen. Perfect. You are unmuted, Ellen.
Well, hey, everybody. This was a great little exercise. I got to meet Martin, and I think I have a new EMS friend. And interestingly, Martin and I, we were talking about something really important. And we've both been in EMS for a really long time. And one of the things that really stood out for us is that when we thought about a leader that really impacted us, it really came back to a humble person that crossed our path professionally, who left a great imprint, whether it was their caring ways, their high standards, their behaviors that you want to emulate. And instead of, you're thinking of like high level people or people with, tons of degrees or titles, these were humble, everyday people that impacted us. And it was because of the things that they taught us foundationally. We discovered that we had a common perspective on having a person like that being very influential as a leader to us. So I thought that was very telling.
Yes, that's so great. Thank you so much. We have Michael. Sorry.
You're fine.
You owe me a Coke.
So I think I had Suzanne with me. I think we pretty much mirrored what Ellen had. It was more of a person that was understanding, knowledgeable, open, acted like a human being, was able to go and talk to anyone. It didn't matter what their rank was. They were, this guy was the second in command at the company and was able to go and talk with the lowest people. He didn't care who they were. He'd go sit on the couch and have a good conversation with them. But I agree, it was more of how the person acted and how they treated those around them that really seemed to resonate with us.
Yeah, it's great. And Michael, if you don't mind me asking, what was the experience of like not just that question, but like interviewing? Did you say Suzanne? No, who are you?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. What was that like? Like just sharing your high point and hearing their high point. What was that like for you?
It was kind of eye-opening to know that someone had the similar experiences that I did with similar people. I mean, Suzanne and I have never met each other. We're probably from two different parts of the country, and the same traits and qualities were what drew us to the people that we chose.
That's great.
That's great.
Michael, where are you from?
I am from Maine.
Maine. And Suzanne, if you want to type in the chat, I'd love to do that.
Great. Thank you, Michael.
And Austin, I think is.
Thank you.
So I also met a new EMS friend, Mary Claire. We talked and we actually had a similar experience. We talked about both of us had experienced an event where there was a clinical care issue. And that clinical care issue, we worked for agencies that provided an environment that allowed us to be honest if there was a mistake made or a clinical care issue that was made. And then we were able to be a part of the team to identify the root cause of that issue and then develop policy or training around that to help teach the other crews and prevent those things from happening again. And I think that with that, we also have both found that in our new and our current roles, we've extended that to our employees within our workforces and feel that it's been a leadership strength, that we both had that experience in the past and now we're able to bring it to our employees now.
So great. That's great. Now, I just want, before we take more sharing, I just want to ask a question. You can pop this in the chat. So you spent the last, 16 minutes, whatever it ended up being, sharing high point experiences of someone else who was a leader and you as a leader. Imagine if you spent that amount of time talking about your worst experiences of leadership. Right. What would be the difference, do you think, in terms of what that interview, what that time together would have been like? We're trying to kind of point to that. You would need more time. But think about that. What do we spend most of our time talking about? What do we spend most of our time focusing on? And yet here you were less than 20 minutes and you connected with another human being over what? Yes, Alyssa said it would have been depressing. Yeah. You're damn right.
Ellen said it would have been a complete waste of time.
Yeah. Like,
wouldn't want to waste that time, yeah.
Yeah, but when you focus on a high point, and for us, a high point is analogous to a strength event. Because when we're at our best, when we, I shouldn't say it that way, let me say it a different way. When we're using a strength, it's a high point experience. So sharing these high point experiences is pointing to your strengths, but it's also, did anybody notice that while you were sharing it, you kind of felt like you were reliving it?
Yeah.
Or when you heard the other person sharing their story, you could tell their energy was like they were reliving it. Did anybody notice that? Yeah, that's the way we are with stories. So if we had spent 20 minutes or so talking about worst experiences, it would have been like, wah, 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 right? Because we're reliving that moment. Now you spend about 20 minutes focusing on what works and a high point and something that really stood out for you. It's like your energy level goes up. And one of the many reasons we want to do this is so that you experience that for yourself. How engaged did you feel in interviewing this person you never met before? Did you feel engaged? Yes. Angie says it gets those good feelings surging through your body again. Exactly. This is how quickly, you know that domino video? We gotta use that. This one switch, honest to God, if you didn't, we're hoping you take tons of stuff from this 3 days. But if you took this one little domino and you started asking appreciative questions of your people, of the people around you, instead of asking, how was your weekend? What was the best part of your weekend? If you start asking questions that allow people to share high point experiences about their work, what was the best part of your shift? What went well this shift? Tell me the best experience of team you felt over the last month. Guess what happens? People start to relive that experience. And so instead of all the crappy stories we swap and share, it shifts everything.
Yeah, and it's the premise. We're not trying to sell books here, but it's the premise of the book that we published 5 years ago. I mean, it's funny, we ended up selling copies of this book from Moose Jaw, Canada to Ireland, UK, Australia. I mean, the message resonated, and they were appreciative questions that can be asked during meetings. So making good of the order the best part of your meetings, right? Sometimes if you've ever had a general meeting, that kind of end of the meeting can be very nebulous and people don't know what to do with it. But if you can, and if you can focus spending like 5, 10, 15 minutes focused on high point experiences, you watch people relive them in the moment and they start to realize what their strengths are and, you know, focus on a vision of the future that we're going to talk about tomorrow. Again, exercises that can be done in a short amount of time to have people leaving on a high note rather than regretting being a part of that meeting. So
yeah, and these interviews you can adapt. I've worked with organizations that use these kinds of interviews to interview new people, to new recruits or new team members, by sharing, asking questions about, tell me the best experience of teamwork you ever had. Tell me about a time where you really took the lead on something and accomplished something. Share a high point story with me. Share the best leader you've ever had. Like those kinds of questions elicit people's stories, and that leads you to their strengths.
Yeah, Brady, it's the book we published, Making Good of the Order, the best part of your meeting. It's on our website. We'll be sure to drop a link. It's I think it's emsleadershipacademy.com/book, and it's there. We just got a whole nother shipment of books because we've got a bunch of orders to fulfill.
And we're giving them away for on the leaderboard. We have some prizes. All right, so we love this part. I mean, we love this whole training, but I have to say, for me, the experience of interviewing someone and sharing your own high point stories, there's just nothing like it. Now, above and beyond, hopefully you having that good experience, we also want you to see that if you look at the 5, if we had more time, we would actually invite you to share those 5 stories of the high point experiences that you had as a leader. But sharing one is sufficient for what we're going to be doing. So if you think about the patterns and themes from your high point experiences, there's certain things that sort of run through all of them. It might be humbleness. It might be, you know what, I work really well on a team. That was one of the things that shocked me the most. It shouldn't have shocked me, but one of the things that when I first discovered my strengths was how important feeling connected and collaborating was. And here I was, a solo entrepreneur. It was no wonder I was struggling, right? So I needed to figure out ways to do more collaborating and connecting with other human beings.
One of my strengths is as an executor. And keep in mind, strength can also become a weakness very quickly, but realizing that somebody who is an executor that can execute on tasks, that can get things done, sometimes I have to like hold myself back and think, okay, is this something we're agreeing on? But again, finding people with complementary strengths. One of your top strengths is winning others over, right?
Yeah.
As you can tell.
Yes, I love to talk to people and find out. That's why I'm a coach. I love to find out about them. I think that's why I'm into human performance. But consider the possibility that you may be more of a novice with your strengths than you know. Again, not a criticism. It's just because we haven't had time or we haven't been taught to focus on our strengths. So most people are a novice. When I first learned, woo is a strength finder's term. When I first learned that winning others over was strength, I didn't think it was. I knew I was good at talking to people, but I didn't feel like it was all that valuable. It was kind of a big fat so what. But as I learned more about it and developed mastery with it, I started to see it was a whole world I could create my business. It was a whole way of just meeting people and sharing with people and learning about people. I could build my coaching practice, and that's exactly what I did almost 20 years ago when I started my coaching business. If I had had to sit and do, cold calls, I'd have been out of business a long time ago. So I was very grateful that I found the strengths work early in my career. So remember that a strength is something that makes you feel stronger. A weakness is something that you feel weaker when you're doing it. Okay, and we're gonna have you begin to start to focus and develop mastery with your talents, and to make your weaknesses less relevant. It doesn't mean that you ignore your weaknesses. It really means that you find people with complementary strengths, or you manage your weaknesses, or you get good enough at it that you can handle it. You could do whatever the thing is. So we're going to come back to these interviews in just a minute, but it is a great picture. Anybody else wouldn't mind being on that hammock right now?
There's a lot of chatter about a snowstorm. So yeah, it's a great picture.
Love that, leaving on a high note. Okay. I love reading the chat, but it distracts me. So
anticipatory principle.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to make the transition. So what you learned so far, or hopefully in the interviews, is a whiff of what your strengths might be by looking at the 5 or 10 high point experiences that you wrote down, and the 2 that you shared, right? Those point to the themes, what were present in all those high point experiences. Those themes point to your strengths. Okay, so leave that for 1 second. We're going to come back to it. So there's a principle of performance that a lot of people don't know about. And it's really important for this aspect of the training. So we just want to go over this principle with you. And this is a performance principle. And that is that our experience of life in this moment, so we talked about how it's thought created, right? That our thinking is giving us our experience in this moment. That was way back at the beginning of today. The other aspect of that is most people think that, and understandably, that our past is what's creating how we're feeling right now. Now, in a way it is, because it's our past thinking, but it's because we project it onto the future. That's what the problem is. See, if we knew, oh, that was the past, and we left it in the past, it wouldn't affect performance. But what happens is our projector mind takes that past thing, because it's trying to protect us, it puts it onto the screen, the blank screen. The future is a blank screen. Everybody here knows no future in reality, right? People are like, what'd she say?
We only have in the moment.
Yeah, there really is. The future is actually a human-made concept. In other words, it's a concept in language. I mean, we've never met anyone from the future, have we? Anybody ever been to the future? When exactly is the future? There's no, Martin has, there's no such thing. Although I spoke with someone from Australia,
could be the future.
Technically they were the future, but not for them. The thing is that because we're projecting the past onto the future, we're responding to the future. It hasn't happened yet. So a couple of examples to kind of make this, the reason we have the gorgeous picture here, which I literally want to just go lie on that hammock. Think about when you've had a vacation planned, right? Let's say in 2 weeks, you're going to get an all expense paid vacation on this lovely beach, wherever the hell that is. And how does that affect the 2 weeks leading up to that? Right? We have this image of the future of this gorgeous beach and this gorgeous hammock and 2 weeks of no bullshit, just having fun, right?
Or even the week leading up to leaving, right? How does your experience of work, how do you experience work, right? Anything can be handled, right?
Yeah, it's like, I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that because I'm going to be in Tahiti in a few days. Tahiti. Anyway, not that I'm jealous at all.
It was Florida.
All right. So, but now think about it. It's towards the end of vacation. You've been on this all expense paid, trip for 2 weeks, and now it's the Sunday before you are you're leaving. You're getting ready to leave.
So you're on that beach.
You're on the beach, having a little umbrella in your beverage, maybe.
And thinking about the countdown to when you have to get on the plane and go back to Snowmageddon, Illinois.
And what in the world is going on? You're enjoying yourself. You're on the beach.
Right. You're in paradise. And what's the feeling in your gut? Anybody in the chat? What does that feel like?
Yeah, it's
Kind of
depressing. Why? Here you are still on the beach.
You're in like paradise, yet you feel that way. Your experience is that way.
Yeah, because the future we're anticipating, that's why it's called the anticipatory principle. The future, what we're anticipating is actually influencing our current reality. Most importantly, it's impacting our actions and performance. So if I am imagining going to speak to my boss, or I'm imagining going to have a team meeting, and I feel like there's going to be conflict, that automatically shapes how I live moment to moment, depending on how I feel about conflict, moment to moment until that meeting happens. See, there's a lot of power in knowing this, because when you know the future doesn't exist in reality, you know that you're projecting onto the future, and if there's nothing in reality in the future, you can create what you want versus what you don't want. It's all made up anyway. No future in reality. But your story about the future, your worry about the future, that's what's impacting you. This is so exciting when you get this, because everything that's led you to this moment in time is awesome. It's gotten you to this place. But back to Einstein's quote, the same level of thinking will not give you different results. If you want to solve a problem at the level you're at now, whatever level of leadership you are at, whatever future you want to create, you can't use the thinking from the past.
And that's why we created this idea of the formula or the framework being creating the future, right? Getting current and future leaders together. So we said early on, set that date, that strategy session to talk about the future in an appreciative way. So you're creating the future you want and the future to live into, which is so much more exciting than all the problems and the BS that everybody deals with.
Yeah, exactly. So the bottom line here is if you have a powerful future to live into, it enhances your performance.
And the whole team.
And the whole team. Yeah. So just Olympic athletes, for a quick example, they in their mind's eye imagine a perfect performance. And by having that perfect performance vision, it impacts how they train. So the next part of this exercise is you are going to have the opportunity to create a powerful future for yourself as a leader. But the distinction is you're going to create this future as if it's happening in this moment. Why? Because there's no future except this moment. So first you're going to do a reflective exercise. So you are going to, I'm going to read something to you. And just want you to listen to my words. And then we're going to give you a few minutes to write down what comes to mind. Okay? And this may be in the handout. I made the handouts. I can't remember what's in the handout. So now that you've begun to discover what your strengths are, you haven't totally figured it out, but you got a whiff of it. We are asking the question, what do you want to do with them? So in in this exercise, you're going to begin the process of creating yourself as a leader, building on the foundation of your strengths. Yeah, so imagine that tonight you go to sleep. And when you awake, it's sometime in the future, 5 years, 10 years. And when you wake up, you discover that you have become the leader capable of making the contribution that you most want to make. As a matter of fact, people are commenting on the amazing difference you have made for those around you in your organization. You are known for your clarity of purpose and ability to powerfully deal with the circumstances and situations that come your way. So imagine that. You wake up. You don't have to worry about the how. All you want to imagine this future. That when you wake up, you discover that you've become the leader that people want to follow. You're capable of making the impact you most want to make. And people are commenting on that. Amazing difference you've made for those around you in the organization. You're known for your clarity of purpose and ability to powerfully deal with the circumstances and situations that come your way. So I'm going to just be quiet for a couple minutes, hard as that is, and I'm going to ask you to describe what does it look like being that leader. What's happening in this future for you?
Enjoying that working music? A couple head nods. Martin's got a thumbs up.
I left the clicker over
Okay.
there, right on the table. All right, so we're going to move on to the next piece. So, actually, before we do that,
Yeah, 5-minute stretch break.
let's take a 5-minute stretch break because we have one more part of the exercise to get through, and we are going to end on time at 7 o'clock. But I think it's good to just get a little stretch break. You guys have been sitting for a while. So just 5 minutes. Set your timer for 5 minutes and
6:09.
6:09. And Austin, I'm not sure if your hand is up because you have a question or if you just didn't put it down. But if you have a question, just say that in the chat. We'll grab your question when we come back. Okay? 5-minute stretch break. Get some water. Is that another kitty, Tracy, or the same one?
I think it's the cat.
Look at that kitty.
How cute.
Hey Siri, set timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, about one more minute. We're going to come back from the break. One more minute.
All right, we bring our video update back, everyone.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So appreciate you all being on time.
We got a chance to stretch.
Absolutely. Hope you're getting water and stretching and using your water bottle and tea and all the good stuff. Okay. So we're in the final stretch. So thanks for hanging out with us. And now you're going to have the opportunity to actually articulate the future you want to create for yourself. So we're going to give you some examples, but just to be clear, you're going to use sort of two things. You're going to think about what your strengths were, like what the themes were, and also the ideal future that you just did that exercise. The statement that you're going to create about who you are as a leader is kind of like the bridge, you could say. It's like, who would you need to be as a leader to produce that future that you just articulated, given your strengths and talents? So I'm going to give you some examples, and
we'll take the slides back or two.
So now that you see the world that you want in the future, who do you have to be to make that future a reality? In this next exercise, you're going to draft a personal leadership statement. We call it a dream statement. It is going to provide you not just with a future that you want to create, a future you want to live into, but it's also going to be the context for you as a leader. Do you remember how we talked about how the future that you're living into gives you your actions today? Well, when you articulate this future and you commit to it, it shapes and influences all the actions that you take. It's like your true north. It's like a guide for you as you're making decisions, as you're interacting with people. You're using your strengths and talents, plus you're building that muscle, and you're creating the future that you want to create.
It's very similar again to the story we shared earlier about creating that statement together of current and future leaders. This is on the individual level. So we're going to talk about maybe what you would do during that strategy session. This relates to who you are and who you see yourself, who you're creating yourself to be as a leader. And if we were to scroll all the way up in the comments, we'd see what people appreciated most about the leaders, right? They showed respect. They were humble. So those elements could be in your leadership statement.
Yeah. And, when you leave this training, you're going to be faced with so many decisions. Your leadership statement can guide you and inform your actions. So, one of the these are examples of leadership statements from people who have attended our trainings in the past and have created statements. And, bold visionary leader causing magic and miracles through collaboration and authentic communication. Like, can you imagine how that would affect how they interact with people, what they ask for, right? What actions they take. Servant leader, discovering what's needed and wanted and providing it. A force for good, being a positive influence on others, creating a fun, collaborative environment where people thrive.
And you'll want to notice here that they didn't just come up with these. These were not their first drafts, right?
No.
A lot of people may come up with, I wanted to be a more visionary leader. I wanted to, have less conflict. So those are little things that we ask people to steer clear of, the mores and the betters. It's who are you? Who do you say you are in the affirmative, and not what do you want less of or more of. But again, this is going to be an activity to do your first draft of that statement, and we'll be here to work through those statements with anybody that wants to share them or feedback, and you'll be able to pair up and do this.
So that's going to be the exactly the process. So first, you're going to take a few minutes on your own and just come up with something. And again, you're not going to necessarily get it perfect the first time. We're not asking you to. We want you to get a few lines together. And again, you want to think in terms of that ideal future you wrote. Who would you have to be as a leader?
And
right?
It's not something it's not something you're sharing with other people either, right? As far as in the general world, in your organization, this is something for you, that North Star for you, that guiding principle for you that you're creating. So
yes. No, thank you for saying that, because sometimes people go, oh, now I got to go tell everybody I'm a bold visionary leader. No, this is for you. This is the future you're creating for yourself. In a moment, we're going to give you a chance to start that, but I want to give you just a little bit of tips or instructions, I would say. So it's important that, as Robbie just said, that you word it in the present tense. You notice these aren't someday I'm going to be a bold visionary leader. You're speaking as if it's happening now, even though if you were to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 on bold visionary leader, if this was your statement, you might be in the 2 or 3 or 5 or 6, right? It's okay. It's not a description. You want it to be a stretch. So your leadership statement should be a stretch, not a description of who you are now. This is who you are growing yourself into on a day-to-day basis. Again, you're describing the leader you have become and the impact on the world. You notice in that third one, a force for good, being a positive influence on others, creating a fun, collaborative environment where people thrive. That's the impact on the world. And then you have to ask yourself, is it what you really, 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 really want? We don't want any shoulds. We don't want any have tos. No burden in this. This really needs to be a creative act. And you want to use descriptive words of what you want, not what you're trying to avoid. So as you were saying, not more assertive, right? That implies the past. So you could say an assertive leader, or you could say a bold visionary leader, right? So we're just going to give you some time, probably about 3 to 4 minutes. You really don't need a lot of time with this. You just want to get something out on paper. Then you're going to have a chance to work with a partner to craft it and language it more succinctly. And we're going to give you a checklist when you're with your partner to kind of go over, like, is it this? Is it worded in the present tense and all that? Don't worry about that right now.
So we'll queue up some working music, and we'll give people 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, let's say 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Because we have the time. So let's do 4 minutes thinking about the future you created and your strengths, or the things that feel like they resonate with you in strengths.
All right, so 4 minutes. All right, that was a quick 4 minutes. I see people writing. That's good.
Good. I'll give you a couple, like 30 seconds to wrap up.
And then we're going to work on breakout rooms.
Yeah.
So we're just going to ask you if you have your camera off, just bring that camera on so we know who is with us. So when we pair folks off, great. Mark, James, see people coming back. Great. Alec, thanks.
Want to make sure we know you there, so pair people off.
There's Jeannie.
All right, so in a moment, in a moment, we're going to split you up into pairs. And if you look in the chat, it says there dream statement and then bullets. Write it in the present tense. Make sure it's a stretch. Describe the leader you have become and the impact. Sorry, and the impact on the world. Is it what you really want? So those are the questions you want to ask each other. So the person with the shortest hair, you're going to go first, and you're going to share the leadership statement you came up with. And then your partner is going to go through that little checklist with you, and you're going to say, oh, yes or no, it's in the present tense. And you're going to work together to make sure that the leadership statement fits those criteria. So if you think of bold visionary leader causing magic and miracles through collaboration and authentic communication, you look at those, is it in the present tense? Yes. Is it a stretch? That's something you're going to have to say yes or no to. If it's a description, be honest and see if you can stretch it. I'm sorry, the chat is covered up. Sorry. Thank you. Is it a description of the leader you've become versus who you are now? And is it what you really want? So the person with the shortest hair is going to go first. The person with the longer hair is going to go through those questions with you. And then you're going to work together and kind of coach each other, coach that person to kind of get the wording more succinct. Then you're going to switch and do the same thing. What did we say? 8 minutes? 15 minutes. I'm sorry. 15 minutes. So you're going to have a total of 15 minutes. So make sure that you both have time. This is really important for the rest of this weekend and for you as a leader. So we want to give you enough time to do this. When we come back, we're going to ask people who maybe want some coaching. Maybe you've done some work on it, but you need some more help. And we're going to do some coaching live to just help you tweak it. And that'll benefit everyone. So we're ready to go to your breakouts. Ready? So exciting to see people stay until the end. We love that. Fantastic. All right. Is everybody back? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right, so we have a few minutes before we need to wrap up. So we want to give you a chance to share your statement. That's one option, or get some coaching from Robbie and I around making sure your statement is as powerful as it can be for you. I want to be clear that the reason we have this particular way in which to write it is because it's what works best. I mean, really, that's just what we have found from not only our work with people, but other people's work with people. So, and it's important that it works for you. So, as long as you feel totally empowered by it, that's really the most important thing. And then we're willing to coach you through, how do you have it be the most impactful? So you can you don't have to share the slide anymore. Oh, actually, never mind. I do need the slide. Okay, so who wants to go first? Who wants to go first? All right, we have Alyssa. Actually, you can turn the slide off. Alyssa Lockwood.
Hello.
Hello, my sing-songy voice has arrived. All right. So first, what was it like for you working on your future?
Kind of eye-opening. I took a lot of things that I knew I was struggling with, before doing this leadership conference, and tried to really apply it to where I would ideally like to see myself in the future. So
great. And would you mind sharing your future?
Sure. So just threw this together. I just said a confident and respected leader, instilling joy and appreciation amongst self and each other while creating a safe and fun environment to help pave the path for future success.
Wow. Can we have that one more time slow?
That's good.
Really
Sure.
good. So listen up for everybody. Just excuse me. I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting. But listen to the criteria that it meets, right? It's in the present tense. It's a stretch, right? It's what you really want. Okay, good. So it's a little slower.
Sure. A confident and respected leader, instilling joy and appreciation amongst self and each other while creating a safe and fun environment to help pave the path for future success.
I got nothing. That's perfect.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, excellent job. Let's have a round of applause. Don't forget, you got your react buttons you can also use. Well done. Anything else you want to share about that? Alyssa, no? Well,
no.
Done. Who was
Thank
your
you.
partner?
Suzanne.
Awesome. You guys did great work together.
Thanks.
Great. It looks like Jeannie has her hand up. And then Jennifer.
Yes, Michael, I did have mask issues. Fighting tangled up my mask. Jeannie, you're off mute.
All right. My statement is visionary focused leader, driving a positive culture and promoting smiles in the workplace.
Spot on.
Short and sweet.
That's awesome. And would you say that's a stretch for you? Where are you, Jeannie? Is that a stretch for you?
The driving a positive culture, that's a struggle and definitely a big thing to accomplish.
All right. Well, cool. Not so much, a struggle. I'm looking to see, do you feel like you're a positive force? Because the statement is spot on. I got no coaching for that. But, I don't know you, so I want to just kind of be sure that it's not a description of who you currently are, but it's actually a stretch for you.
I guess that could be a little better.
Okay, good. So would you read it again, Ms. Slower?
Yep. Visionary, focused leader, driving a positive culture and promoting smiles in the workplace.
I mean, if I were to make a suggestion, I would just ask you to consider the whole positive workplace. Earlier, Wendy alluded to the idea of McMindfulness. She also alludes to the toxic positivity concept of, we're not just here about, like Lisa says, but frosting on dog food. So like this positive culture, we're going to talk tomorrow about more building an organization and team members and how do you change at the level of groups and teams. So maybe put a pin in that and think about a safe or a psychologically safe organization, or an organization where people feel safe and appreciated. Just something to consider, that maybe something different there for the word positive.
Okay. I like the psychologically safe environment. I had never heard of that term until this class. So that's good. That's very good.
Yeah, and that there's so much implication in that, right? And it's kind of a rich way to grow yourself, right? Whereas we talk about positive and negative, it kind of can sound, and I don't think you meant it this way, Jeannie, so please don't hear it in any criticism at all, but it can sound a little bit like a platitude, maybe not a lot of depth, more depth to it. So I like the psychologically safe. I think that was really good coaching because there's so much depth to that.
And I think earlier Austin and Ellen even alluded to the idea of their high point experience, or they had an experience where maybe a mistake was made and the way in which it was handled, that they're still there with that organization. So it's a little hint at what's going to create an organization where that retains people too.
Yeah. Excellent.
For sure. For sure.
But very well worded. Nicely done. And Jennifer?
And Jennifer, you are unmuted.
Hey guys. Okay, so I put it as I am open-minded, willing to listen unbiasedly, and give them the time to find out their answers.
Okay, good. So say it again slower. Everybody goes so fast.
I am open-minded and willing to listen unbiasedly.
Okay, so
and give them time. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm interrupting you. It's terrible. Go. I apologize.
Okay, willing to listen unbiasedly and give them time to find out the answers.
It's good. There's a couple things I would tweak, and it's totally fine. You can leave it the way it is. The I am implies, I would just take the I am out. Okay. Just say it more of a, what was the first? You said I am and then something after that.
Open-minded.
Yeah, so you could say open-minded.
An open-minded, unbiased leader.
Or, or open-minded, unbiased listening, I think you said, right?
Yes.
Yeah, either one. Unbiased listening, unbiased leader.
Who listens off, yeah.
And then I like the part about letting people figure stuff out or something like that.
Give them time to find out the answer.
Yeah, it's like giving people space, like it's a trust in that, right? Like trusting people that the answer's within them. Yeah, that's great.
Good stuff.
Excellent.
Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
And
we have time for two more.
Yeah.
Let's see, we probably can do all three. Ellen, you're unmuted.
Yep.
All right, hi everybody. So here's mine. I actually tried to integrate, since I've done the Strengths Finder test in the past, I've tried to integrate my 5 strengths into my statement. So let's see if you can pick them out. Here it is. A servant leader by example, influential collaborator promoting the highest standards in the industry, contextual and strategic relator of purpose and vision, an emotionally intelligent connector of people and cause.
Wow, you got all 5 of your signature strengths in there.
I did. I tried to get them all in there. Hey, focusing on my strengths.
Yeah, it's very good. 2 things I would say. One is, so when you do the Strengths Finder, it tells you basically who you are as your strengths now, right? So You just want to make sure it's a stretch, right? Not a description of who you are, but a stretch.
And I heard that stretch in the voice for the industry or
Oh, yeah.
voice in the industry. Is that correct, Ellen?
Yes.
Can you read it one more time, a little bit slower?
A servant leader by example, influential collaborator, promoting the highest standards in the industry, contextual and strategic relator of purpose and vision, and emotionally intelligent connector of people and cause.
Yeah, there it is. Yep, I heard it.
Great.
Yeah, well done. Really well done.
Thank you. Any suggestions?
Again, as long as it stretches you into that new future that you're living into.
Yeah.
Again, it serves as the bridge into the future that you're standing in. That imagine it earlier. We did the exercise. Imagine you're standing in the future 5 years from now. If anything were possible, what would it be? This is the statement that bridges
Yeah.
who you are now to who you are in that moment, and then that hopefully that compels and draws you forward.
Exactly, because again, it's the strength. I think the strength finder, the way that you worded it is quite good. You just want to know, maybe have for yourself like I don't want to complicate it, but what came to mind was sort of on a scale of 1 to 10 or novice to mastery, kind of like, where are you? Like, get that for yourself. Like, where are you? And how would you know that you moved along that scale? Like, how would you know you were more masterful with it, right?
Great. Okay.
And I think it's important what you said, which is to look at the ideal future. That I keep looking down there because you're there. Sorry, the ideal future that you wrote earlier on, looking to see, holding up that ideal future with this statement and saying, if this is who I was being, most of the time, would this future get realized? And that's really for everyone. You want to look at the statement you made and say, if I was doing this most of the time, none of us are perfect. If I was doing this most of the time, would that be sufficient to realize that ideal future that I wrote that I wanted, the description of the ideal future? Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well done. So we're going to just take 2 more, and then we're going to wrap up. So Mary Claire, you're unmuted. And then Michael, you'll go after that.
Hello, everyone. So mine is calming leader in stressful situations, foster creative and compassionate environment with employees, a good listener and open to suggestions.
The only thing, and again, it's up to you, but bringing in stressful situations brings in the past.
Okay.
Could you just read it again? Yeah, but line by line, okay? So read a line and then let me give you feedback and then we'll go to the next line, okay?
Calming leader in stressful situations.
Yeah. So I might say something like a calming leader or a calming presence.
Okay.
And take out the stressful situations.
Yeah, it wasn't
calming presence.
Okay. In all situations.
Yeah, or in yeah, you could do that in all situations.
Okay. And then foster creative and compassionate environment with employees.
Maybe who fosters.
Yeah, who fosters, yeah. And I would say take out employees. You don't need that, do you? Because it's just in wherever you are, right? Yeah. You know, with employees, with other leaders, right. Wherever you collaborate, right? So read that line again with the tweaks.
Who fosters creative and compassionate environment.
Perfect. Could say who fosters an environment of. Either way is fine.
Creativity and compassion.
Yeah, either way is fine. Yeah. And then the last line?
A good listener and is open to suggestions.
I'm hung up on the word good because it might even limit you to being like, we're good listeners, but like if it's something that stretches you, it's a leader who listens or a leader who values the opinions of others or
Yeah, I got hung up on good too.
Yeah.
Because you hear something like good, it just automatically brings back the opposite, right? You can't help it. It's like the way language works. So go ahead.
Michael suggested effective listener.
Oh, good.
Yeah, an effective listener.
Yeah. Effective communicator, evener. An effective communicator. Because why limit it to
Yeah.
listener, you know?
That's good.
Or you could even say like, I don't know, this is a little maybe I'm too hokey, but something like like the space for, for, I don't know, something like that just went out of my head. But there's something about what listening provides. Maybe it's honoring people with my listening or something like that.
Fostering a space of listening for others.
And she already has fostering in there.
Oh, okay.
I think effective leader is good. I think it
Listener.
speaks effective listener. Yeah. Did I say
Communicator.
speaker?
Leader.
Effective leader, effective listener. I think is really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Michael.
We're taking you off mute right now. Hi, Michael.
I have a caring, motivated leader who works well with staff. The staff are well taken care of and happy, compassionate with the ability to communicate clearly and efficiently, positive influence in the overall EMS world, helping to make changes for the better.
That's good. I'm wondering, can you say it again? Read the first two lines.
Caring, motivated leader who works well with staff. The staff are well taken care of and happy.
Okay. And then the next line.
Compassionate with the ability to communicate clearly and efficiently.
Next line.
Positive influence in the overall EMS world, helping to make changes for the better.
Those two lines are different. They're like powerful, those last two lines.
Yeah.
Not that the first ones aren't good, but there's something about, can everybody hear that? Like
Feels a
in
little
those last,
status quo at the beginning, and at the end, it's really
it's like,
powerful.
boom, shakalaka, right? Mic
Force
drop,
of change.
boom, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if there's a way to kind of balance, like make the beginning more that. I think you're more, can I say this? And I don't know you, Michael, but the one who wrote those last two lines, more of that. Like a bold, badass, something, something. Maybe badass, isn't it? But I think you're already kind of compassionate, or I think you're already, you know what I mean? That's who you are. And there's nothing wrong with that. And whatever the next level of that is what I think that those last two lines are calling
Maybe who
for.
inspires other compassionate leaders. Like,
There's an
I hear that.
inspiration in there. Yeah. So good. You're so good at this, Robin. Yeah, it's like that. Like, so I just think those last two lines are it. And then if you could think about like what those first few lines are trying to say that are more in line with those last two lines.
And I'm also hung up on the word happy employees.
Yeah, you can't control that.
Yeah, I mean, you can create a space where people around you are thriving. I kind of am drawn to that concept of like whatever organization you're a part of, people are thriving. They're not just happy.
Right. Yeah, 'cause happiness is, comes and goes. I've been happy and not happy all day. It has nothing to do with anything but my thoughts come and go. So I think you're right. I think, focusing on what's the outcome. Right?
Right.
Really good.
Well,
those last two lines. Say it again, I'm sorry.
I'll refine it a little bit more.
Yeah, that's going to be part of your homework anyway for everyone. But I just want to, for everyone, if you could you just read those last two lines again for me, Michael?
Compassionate with the ability to communicate clearly and efficiently, positive influence in the overall EMS world, helping to make changes for the better.
Yeah, the positive influence in the EMS world, and then that last line, those two, there's something in there, and I don't know if everybody hears it, but there's something in there that's so different from the first few lines.
Yeah.
And so if you could just
work on that, yeah.
Work on that. I think you'll really experience it in a different way. Really good though.
Yeah,
everybody.
thanks everybody for sharing.
Rock on, you guys.
For everyone else, if you want to just drop in the chat, how was that experience for you? I mean, is it?
It's a mic drop.
I'd love to hear other comments in the chat. So we're wrapping up day number 1. I don't know, folks, walking into this training, a lot of people walk into this training and don't know what to expect, or And by the end of the day, hopefully they didn't see any of this coming. Again, this is about recruitment and retention, focusing on retention first, and being the change you want to see in the world, right? Being the change
Yeah.
for your organization as a leader.
Essentially, yes. So we want to give you, what time is it? How did it get to
2
be
minutes.
7 o'clock?
Right.
You guys totally, I can't read it. It's too small.
I'll work on it.
So just real quick, if you need to jump off, we understand. We're going to be just a couple minutes late. But before you jump off, one, if you're a VIP, don't
Tonight,
forget
8 o'clock.
we have an 8 o'clock Q&A for VIPs only. So you will get access to Robbie and I for an hour. And we will answer any questions you have, or if you want more help with your leadership statement. So if you're one of the VIPs, don't forget that. It will be recorded. But if you show up, it's that much better. So the other thing is, if you
Reminder for laser coaching, right?
Yeah, that
on
was
your dashboard.
Yeah, on your dashboard. Go ahead.
On your dashboard, there's a little form to fill out if you want to be considered for laser coaching tomorrow towards the end of day 2. You're going to get to experience. We're going to talk about the power of coaching and developing others, and then you get to experience it again. If it's maybe the story you're dealing with now that you wrote down earlier, or a difficult situation, a difficult area of your organization that you're feeling stopped by, these are all good ideas to submit that question, and we're going to go over that and pull some of them. So I think we've already got 2 people who submitted some questions. So please check out the dashboard.
And just think about, the very short time that we coach people on their statements. You could hear the power in that, right? So just imagine if you get time hearing from us, given all these distinctions that you've been learning, on a particular situation, how helpful that might be. And honestly, it helps everyone, because when we're coaching you, everyone's listening, and they're listening about their own lives and their own situations. So
homework for tonight is to finish your statement. It's on the dashboard. We just posted it as well. So finish your statement. And
yeah, and then there's a couple of questions in there, and I don't have it in front of me again. I apologize. I forgot to print the handouts. So there's just look at the assignment and finish your statement, and then answer those couple of questions, and then come back tomorrow morning prepared to share. We're going to open the morning with insights that you got out of this first day. Let this percolate on you, right? You'll start to see more things. And spoiler alert, well, that's not a spoiler alert. I don't know what it is, but the stuff you learned today about your professional life, it will bleed into your personal life. And it's awesome.
All right, finally a good thing that bleeds into your personal
Yeah,
life.
right. We hear from people all the time. Not only did I get great stuff with this, it helped me with my kids. It helped me with my significant other. It helped me with blah, blah, my sister, my mother, blah, whatever. So don't be afraid to use it there too.
Great to see the comments in the chat. It's great to see all your faces again, staying strong through the end of the day. Thanks for being here. We appreciate your participation, and we look forward to seeing you all in the morning.
Yeah,
VIPs again tonight. We're going to be back at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and you do not want to miss the session in the morning. I promise you. It is another life-changing, fun exercise that we'll be engaged in that we've had people say was worth, the whole thing. So when we do live training. So we can't wait to share that with you. I don't know. Is there anything else you want to say before we rock out of here?
I think that's it.
All right, everybody.
first day.
Thanks for sticking
Thanks.
with us. We'll see you in the morning. Bye. You're awesome. Oh, look at the little
Heart emoji.
Heart emoji. Thank you, Mary Claire.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Don't forget your emoji paddles.
My cockroaches. For you think you are the power, the light, the living stamp, but you are the mark. My mark you find. Ha Mark it. Finally, my kingdom will destroy your nation, and I will be your descendants' helpers. James says, don't ever come again. Stay nation. Hey, Oh, you have to go get your gifts. Oh, no, you didn't. Bye, cockroaches. I will freeze you to death. Freezing beans. Can you see how many cockroaches are on my feet? Don't come in here. 0. You define my claws. For that you will die. I feel like Merry Christmas, single bugs. Hope you pass the last drug, 'cause Domi Duxon is my favorite partner. Doma di Acona. Oh. Doma I don't know why. Why Doma Mia, Steno Maria, warrior, the powerless warrior. Fantastic. What do you call it? I spy with my little eyes. And then spy. But there's I spy with my little eyes and there's spy. Let's see, I say, I spy. It's I spy. When I say I spy with my little eyes, it's Dome mi sandrumi de la penemunasia mi nombre Chelsea sing of Chelsea night. Chicken big hero. What would stab people's feet? Because he would think he was bad. He would stab them with his knife and destroy their foot. That was cool. Ow! Man would take his mushma, chop to get him out of the foot. Powerful. He's called the man of He's called the boss. We call him a bug. He's actually an animal that lives in one country. You, my little hero. I'm Hero Doctor and Robot Markton. And I could tell him, co-repeat. It's kind of like a co-repeat where it repeats in him, I am destroying my nation. And if I can repeat what he'll say, the people. And I had to touch this lip. He says, can repeat. And I answered, I repeat. It is there. Called the I, Robot I, where he says what's going on. And then I, the A robot, they call me the acorn Anna Rosiana Perseco. And he runs a I have a problem. I can hear him. But first I need to go out in the dark. My baby. My little baby. My little baby. I'm coming. My little baby, I'm coming. I know, baby. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, this is almost. I found Joker roof. Mom, I need you. It's the most horrible news. We need to get her off tonight. Save her. Yeah. Mama. It's Sheldon that spot in the court big time. He can't move. He's in between the fence. I went out with this flashlight. He's whining. I thought he was lost at first, and then I noticed he was whining, so I went to go find what he was doing. Can I have the flashlight? Can I have the flashlight? Yeah, I have the flashlight. So we can get him. Can I have the flashlight? Not now. I need to get him. You can go see him. Okay, I will go see him. I gotta go see him. We'll have to get in the forest to save him. Oh my little dog. I'm coming. Just warn you, he can't stay for the night. What? He can't stay for the night because he's kind of trapped.
So that as a backup. Now, we're talking days about how you do systems, so that can get complicated. On
haven't got that.
Yeah. PC does do it as well. In that there is a priorities quite delicate that, but it does do it. And what it will do is that when it loses that first connection, it will pick up the second connection. And Zoom actually is surprisingly good at switching connections. It's actually quite quick at it. Other things like live streams, things like that, don't like that at all. Drop down for 10 seconds, 15 seconds while it picks up that new IP address and goes in. Whereas with the with Zoom, it changes over really quickly. So I would experiment.
I need to go into my settings just to look at where that priority will. So it kind of drew it as
Thanks for using it, Chuck. I've done.
It's not. It doesn't work as seamlessly as it does on a Mac. On a Mac, you can actually drag them in order of priority. On a PC, however, you have to go to the network settings, and I don't even know if you can tell it use this one always first.
Okay, I'll have a look at that. And you said that it's better to plug into the Ethernet port.
Always.
So I should just kind of basically unplug my Wi-Fi router stuff and just plug straight through that. Is correct? Like a hard connection.
Yeah, it depends on what your network setup is. It's probably that Wi-Fi router probably has more ports on it of internet. So one going in or out. You can come out of that and go into. And this is possibly the easiest and has the most impact on the quality of your event. For everyone who's attending your event, also especially speaking. So we have done events where we have said, and when people know don't have an internet cable, we'll say, how far away is it? How far away is your Wi-Fi router? And they'll say 50 feet. I'm like, okay, I'm drop shipping to 50 feet.
You have all the sticks out.
On Amazon. Yeah. Right? And we say,
I'm good.
Don't throw it out.
$20 something like that. And we just say, run through your house. Just do it for, just run through the whole way.
You don't need a password anymore. Sometimes you don't get the words this mouse.
Wi-Fi can affect that a little bit because actually we send video and audio separate. And the reason it does that is that it prioritizes right? Like, always try and make audio work right. Sometimes all that where they the video freezes. So yes, it can affect that a little bit. That can also affect the game in general as well as
Where's the other part?
Even if your Wi-Fi speeds show that you get 100 meg up, 100 meg down, Wi-Fi will still sometimes have those issues. And it's because it's a radio and it's not constantly sending a receiver.
The black one?
But cable, and even sometimes, buy too much cable, so you have to a lot more information if you ask for that specifically around using hotspots. You can work really well and
And Rose, food and water.
Okay.
Outside.
And we had to go to Facebook groups, so we did the recorded groups, and they just carried on like the Facebook groups. That was really good stuff. Just kind of
Yeah, and we've talked about that too. Yeah, that it hasn't touched wood. Zoom has been rock solid. Really has.
That was a long time ago. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, particularly. It didn't exist 18 months.
No, it didn't. Yeah. It was before all that was.
And this is the thing too, is that Zoom could go down, the dashboard would still be working, and you could put a blog post there, this blog thing. That's why we do suggest having multiple ways to your attendees.
All right, everybody.
But if you had them all in a telephone group as well, or you had them on WhatsApp, or you had
Go back to back door.
We need to go to bed.
some for us. Have some sort of backup. Just
I'm gonna get some water, put my flashlight on my pillow, and go to the bathroom.
This is my theory about it. It's not that nothing goes wrong. There is the help, how much that affects. Someone else was
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Let's go to bed. This is up in bed. Ambrose, where'd you put the scissors?
And what they're saying is, okay, they're already there.
Ambrose, you know where you put your scissors?
Set up your
Oh, is that I could tell where my Angelica was trapped. So all I did was run the flashlight to see her. I couldn't see her.
Should I import it? The question is, where did you do the detection? Just now.
I could
Just put it on the table.
I kind of was like, whoa, and then I know it was definitely Angelica.
So you have.
He howled like that a few times.
Right, you've already got some there, is that right? Okay. Okay, so then you need to hit import. No, all that is doing.
When Angelica hurt,
Obvio is saying, hey, now you give us all your list.
because you were what, picking him
No,
up.
you was not.
And also, create attendees for them. Get the URL link and push that back to Mailchimp and say, here's their login.
Okay. And then, create new field. I just put first name. Should I put more fields or not? Like it says sign in. Login URL field. Some of them don't.
Okay.
Yeah.